The story begins with the employer looking closely at the main character's documents. He told the guy that they can't give him a position. In the future, Han may get a job if there is a suitable place since he is an old friend of Mr. Du. The man promised the guy that if there was a position for him, they would contact him immediately. The employer told the guy that he had to leave because he still had work. The secretary asked the main character if she should call him a taxi. Han prepared to get up from his chair. He thanked the woman and headed towards the exit. The man told the secretary that the guy went to the same school as Mr. Du. Also, the main character's ex-girlfriend stole all his money. The protagonist stood and listened attentively. The man was indignant that Han dared to ask Mr. Du to help him with his work. The guy thought deeply. He realized that his last chance had been missed. The protagonist arrived at the entrance to the subway station. He thought to himself that he was a grown-up loser. Han walked up to the turnstile and headed towards the train arrival area. The main character thought to himself that his life was very bad and unsuccessful. Han stood near the platform and looked closely at the train. He decided to step onto the rails. The train was rushing at full speed. The guy stood and waited for the train to hit him. The train was approaching the guy. The main character decided that his worthless life would finally end. The train driver decided to slow down. There was a loud sound of a stopping train. The main character was surprised to notice how everything around him was plunged into darkness. The guy looked around in surprise. He decided that the lights in the subway had suddenly gone out. Han also noticed with excitement that people around him had disappeared somewhere. He heard some kind of ringing from the side. The main character looked to the side and noticed a very bright light next to him. The system reported that a gift set was open for the newcomer. A bright lightning bolt appeared near the subway car. The system told the guy that he could use the accumulated consumer value to fulfill his desire. The system told the boy to make a wish. Han looked away in surprise. The main character was happy. He realized that if all this was true, then he had the opportunity to change his life. Han decided that he wanted to go back to the past. He pressed the system button to confirm. The main character decided unequivocally that this time he wants to become successful. Han covered his face with his hand in excitement. He was still standing in front of the train in the subway. The train's wheels braked sharply. The main character decided that the train was about to hit him. Suddenly, the guy felt that he was not dead. He still heard the sound of the train next to him. Han turned around and looked to the side with great excitement and attention. The main character saw that he was rushing inside a train along a night road. The guy looked out the carriage window. He noticed the night landscape flashing by outside. The main character looked at his image in the train window with great surprise. Han touched his face with his hands in surprise and realized that he had become younger. The guy was surprised. He couldn't believe it that he could actually travel through time. Han noticed that there was a beautiful girl sitting next to him at the table. He studied her carefully. The passenger was listening to music and looking out the window. She seemed familiar to the guy. The main character recognized the girl. He decided to approach her and talk. Han realized that he was seeing a school friend named Chen Yanfei in front of him. The guy sat down next to the girl. The interlocutor asked him if he wanted to say anything. Han asked the girl with a smile, "Where are they now passing by train?" He could not understand why such a beauty from his school was sitting opposite him now. The main character could not understand how this was possible. He remembered the tragic day. Han very clearly remembered to himself a day in August of 2013. The guy asked his interlocutor with a smile, "Doesn't she remember him?" Fei looked at the guy and said thoughtfully that they went to the same high school. Han asked the girl if she had already entered. He added that his interlocutor had gone down the wrong path. The girl became worried. She asked the guy again, "Is this train really not going to Jiangxin?" The main character fell silent. He realized that he had said something stupid to his interlocutor. Han decided to explain to the girl the meaning of the words he had said. The main character told the girl that she should go in the direction of his heart. Han sat down next to the girl. He said that their meeting was destined for them. Fei called her friend Pan Xiaohan for help. The girl asked him a friend who came from the side to help her. The guy came up and looked at the main character with displeasure. The gentleman looked at the main character with hatred and demanded that he leave the girl alone. Han sat silently at the table. He thought that the shameful sight of the past had become unbearable for him. The main character took a package of food from the table. He couldn't understand why he had been like that before. The main character stood up from his seat. He thought that he had eaten instant noodles before. Han looked at Pan. He decided that last time he would have tried to deal with him. The main character walked happily down the corridor with food in his hand. He decided that this time he would not start a fight. The main character went to the hot water machine and poured it into his food. Han was preparing food for himself. The system reported that the wish function was closed. The guy received a message that the consumer system was officially opened. The window described all the characteristics of the Han. Han looked at the bucket of pasta. He did not understand what characteristics the system had told him. Han carefully read the system messages. He thought to himself that he was getting sick just from looking at himself. The system told the boy that he could gain experience by consuming. Eventually, he would be able to use the experience to improve his skills and characteristics. Han looked closely and couldn't understand why he had two driving with different levels. The main character read his characterization with great attention. Han could not understand what kind of driving the system was telling him about. The guy stretched his hands out in front of him. He decided that he would improve his skills to level 5. Han realized that he would be on top of the whole world. Before that, he was just an ordinary gray mouse. The main character decided that he would surpass everyone else and become the new god. Han stood next to the hot water machine with his arms outstretched. A customer came in and asked the protagonist if he had finished. The main character carried food in his hands. He realized that he needed to earn money first. Pai told the girl that he wanted to treat her in the dining car. Xiao answered her friend that she had noodles. The guy explained to his interlocutor that Auntie would scold him for eating such disgusting things. The girlfriend shouted angrily at the guy not to take care of her anymore. At that moment, the main character sat down and put a bucket of food on the table. Pai looked to the side and noticed with displeasure how the main character laughed at something. The guy explained that he and the girl were in love as children, and that's why he takes care of her. Faye looked at her friend and said that she only wanted to eat the food she liked. The girl stood up and said that she would buy snacks in the dining car. Han devoured his food. A couple of minutes later, the girl returned and brought an orange and a small bag of food. Faye told the main character with displeasure that all the food was sold out. Han offered his interlocutor to treat her to some chicken legs. Faye was happy. She told the guy that she would give him the money. The main character said that his food cost 2.5 yuan. The girl told the protagonist that she had no small change. Han asked his interlocutor to find 3 yuan. The main character told his satisfied interlocutor that he would give her half an orange and they would be even. The girl looked at the guy and said that he turned out to be very caring. Han decided to wish his girlfriend bon appetit. To himself, he noticed that the girl had a beautiful smile. At that moment, the share ran up. He had a large wad of money in his hands. The guy shouted to the girl that he was ready to pay for the entire dining car for her, but Faye took the main character's leftovers. The girlfriend told Pai discontentedly not to be rude. The Pai shouted at his interlocutor that she was eating a disgusting duck leg from a bag, but did not go with him to the dining car. The girlfriend stood near the table and called her friend by his full name. Faye asked the guy if he thought about her feelings. The main character watched in complete silence. The girl told the guy that they were not right for each other. She demanded that the guy leave her alone. The guy asked the girl where she was going. The girlfriend explained that she was going to throw out the trash. Pai was very angry. He looked to the side and saw the main character. The guy ran up to the main character and grabbed him by the clothes with his hands. Pai threw the main character with all his might and he flew to the side. The irritated guy very angrily accused the Khan of being to blame for everything. Pai swung his arm and kicked the lying protagonist with all his might. The attacker angrily demanded that the lying Khan get lost. Han noticed drops of blood near him. He thought that his body at the age of 18 was weak. The main character decided to get to his feet. He turned his head to the side. Han stood up and addressed the attacker, whose name was Pan Shao. The main character thought purposefully to himself that he still needed his pot of gold. The train was rushing in the night. The train approached the tunnel. Inside was the main character. The guy was lying unconscious on the shelf. The girl asked the man in fear what condition her friend was in. The man shone a flashlight into the guy's eyes and said that the pupils were not reacting. The main character was in a deep coma. The man looked into the boy's eye and said that he might have a traumatic brain injury. An unknown passenger said that the main character needed to be taken to the nearest hospital as soon as possible. Han was unconscious. He didn't even realize how much trouble he had caused the others. The main character was sitting on the floor of the carriage. The gentleman angrily shouted at him that he was pretending. Han looked at his opponent with displeasure and said that he was a monster. In his past life, the protagonist solved all problems with the help of fists. The gentleman grabbed the main character by the clothes. He asked again what he said. The main character looked angrily at his rival and asked how much he liked his words. The guy got angry. He swung his hand and prepared to hit the main character. Han told his interlocutor that without his help, he would have had difficulty coping. The main character looked angrily at the guy and said that he was grateful to him. The gentleman called his interlocutor a fool. He prepared to hit him. The guy hit the main character with all his might. He flew to the side. People around were very scared. Someone very excitedly wanted to call the police. The gentleman angrily shouted at the main character that he would beat him to death now. The people around were scared. Someone ran up behind the guy and grabbed him to pull him away from the main character. The girl Feng ran up. She sternly addressed her friend by name. The frightened girlfriend told the guy to stop immediately. The gentleman became agitated. He was still holding the main character by his clothes. The guy asked his girlfriend to listen to him. The guy held the main character by his clothes. He called him an idiot. Han looked at his interlocutor with a smile. His face was covered in scars. The main character began to say some words to the gentleman in a silent voice. Han called his interlocutor a loser in a silent voice. Faye pushed Pan aside with her hand. She was very worried about Han. The girl ran up and looked at the main character very excitedly. Faye shouted to the people around that they needed a doctor. One of the passengers said that the man needed help. The main character raised his hand with the last of his strength. He told the girl that he was okay. Han fell unconscious to the ground. A frightened girl sat next to him. Faye was very scared. She called the doctor in a very shrill voice. A policeman arrived in the train carriage. The gentleman tried to justify himself. He told the officer that the main character was the one who started the fight. One of the passengers sternly said that the gentleman was not telling the truth. He saw everything with his own eyes. The witness reported that when the girl went to throw out the trash, the gentleman simply went and attacked the con. One of the passengers said that the main character didn't even resist when he was attacked. Faye decided to herself that the guy suffered because of her. The girl thought to herself that the Han should not have gotten into trouble. Pan made excuses to the policeman. He explained that Han had been bullying him. The officer told the boy that he should think about the consequences when he beats people. He added that the gentleman would not escape responsibility if something happened to the con. The officer threatened the guy that he would go to jail for breaking the law. The gentleman got scared. He rushed to the girl and asked her to say something. Faye looked at her friend silently and displeasedly. She didn't want to help him. The guy became very worried. He looked at his girlfriend and waited for her help. After a short pause, the gentleman decided to call his father. He hoped that his parents would find a way to help him. The father asked his son if he had eaten. The man asked the boy if he was with Yan Yan now. The boy begged his father through the phone, surprised. Passengers stood around. Han shouted that he was in pain. The girl, frightened, wanted to help her friend. Faye excitedly placed her hand on the protagonist's hand and began to rub it. The girl asked her friend if his arm hurt. Han was silent and tried to endure the pain. The main character felt very excited. He started to have blood near his nose. Han asked her friend with concern, "Is everything okay with him?" The main character answered his girlfriend that everything is fine with him. The main character glanced furtively at his girlfriend. She seemed like a real goddess to him. The girlfriend looked at the guy and said that he scared her very much. The girl promised her friend that she would go with him to the hospital after the train arrived at the station. Han smiled at his girlfriend and said that he was fine. Faye worriedly told her interlocutor that Pan had knocked out his teeth. The main character remembered that before. His head hurt from any scratch. Han watched as Pan stood nearby and spoke on the phone. The main character wanted to say something out loud. Han sat on the bed. He wanted to tell his girlfriend something about the guy who attacked him. The main character said with a smile that he needed to examine the gentleman for a report. The train was rushing at full speed. It left the tunnel. The train was approaching the station. The girl was unhappy. She could not understand how the gentleman could attack a stranger. Faye thought about it. She didn't know what to do if something bad happened. The main character opened the doors and prepared to go out. The girl looked at him attentively. The girl picked up the main character and told him excitedly not to fall. The main character hugged his girlfriend and said that she was very beautiful and kind. He added that she was the goddess of their second high school. The girl asked the main character if he studied in the second high school. She reminded him that Han seemed very familiar to her. The main character sat down on the ground. He said that it was a great honor for him that the girl remembered him. Faye supported the guy with her hand. She said that he was still acting insolently. Han seriously told his girlfriend that she reminded him that in the future he needs to pay more attention to training. The protagonist squeezed his hand. He said that he should be able to protect the girl next to him. Han touched his muscles. He told himself that he was a tough guy. Faye told her friend that he should focus on protecting himself. The girl explained to her friend that he was still injured. The train approached the station. At the station, the police detained Pan Xiaohan and took him away in handcuffs. The main character went to the hospital. He thought to himself that the gentleman would change his hot temper in the future. The main character was sitting on a bed in a hospital ward. He asked the nurse in surprise, "Is he really in heaven?" The woman told the boy that a special room with the best medicines had been set aside for him. Han would be able to rest in this place until he recovered. The main character thanked the woman for her hard work with a big smile. A little later, the main character received a system message. He was awarded 20,000 points. Han was very surprised that he had received so many experience points. The main character was lying on the bed. He realized that the payment for the treatment had turned into experience points. The main character was pleased. He continued to study the information from the system. A girlfriend came in from the side. She brought the surprised guy a bouquet of flowers. Faye asked her friend with a smile how he was doing. The main character asked his interlocutor to change the way they addressed each other. He felt awkward. Faye looked at her interlocutor and said that she would call him a tough guy, Liege. Han looked at his girlfriend and said that she was laughing at him. The girl extended her hand and told her friend that she had brought his glasses. Han turned around and looked at his girlfriend with great attention from the side. The main character put on glasses. He thought to himself that in his good life he had very little contact with this beauty. He heard that Faye's wedding was a grand event. Han looked at the girl with great attention. He silently admired her. The girlfriend was peeling an apple for the guy. The main character thought that the girl was very nice and had a good character. The girl told the main character that her dad would be arriving here soon. She offered the guy to exchange contact information. Faye asked her interlocutor if he uses a messenger to communicate. The main character smiled at his girlfriend and confirmed that he uses the messenger. Faye looked at her friend with a smile. She decided to add him to her contacts. The main character told the girl that he had sent her a request. At that moment, a group of people entered the room. The nurse brought guests into the room. They were the parents of the girl, Faye. The girl threw herself into her father's arms. The man asked the girl if she was hurt. The main character was sitting on the bed. He noticed some stranger standing opposite him. A balding man stood next to the bed. He bowed to the protagonist. Pan Xiaohan's father told the astonished protagonist that he had failed to raise his son properly. The man told the boy that he wanted to apologize to him. Han told the guest that there was no need for an apology. The main character decided to get out of bed. He kicked hard. The man shouted at the boy that he shouldn't move. Han Yu's serious injury could get worse. The woman said that it was entirely appropriate to apologize. They had spoiled their son too much. The protagonist told Mr. and Mrs. Mr. sensibly that the fight was his fault. Han explained that when Pan started beating him, he called him a loser. The man told the main character that his son was guilty and they wanted to compensate him for the entire amount. The interlocutor explained to the main character that they wanted to pay him to settle the conflict. The man asked the main character if he would agree to compensation in the amount of 800,000 yuan. Han was very shocked. He could not believe that he would receive a sum of 800,000. The main character continued to think to himself in amazement about the sum of 800,000. Han was very happy. He kept calculating to himself how much he could get for that amount of money. The man told the protagonist that if he didn't have enough money, they could add more. Han waved his hands and thanked his interlocutor for the offer. The main character remembered that the girl Faye had told him earlier that the master's father was a very smart man. The man became agitated. He looked at the guy with great excitement and waited for his answer. The protagonist told the man that if he wanted to solve the problem with money, then this proved that he was a responsible and caring father. Han explained to his interlocutor that he had to make the gentleman understand that his wrong behavior could ruin his life. The man looked worriedly at the main character and said that he was right. The man bowed and said that he would raise his son properly so that he would not have any more problems in the future. Han explained to father that he did not need money. It was more important to him that Xiaohan understood that his bad behavior could cause great harm to the family. The main character looked sternly at the man and said that his attitude and sincerity convinced him to agree to resolve this issue. The man grabbed the main character by the hands and said that he would bring the gentleman to him so that he could apologize to him. The woman told her husband that it was time for them to leave. She explained that Han Lin needed to rest. The man headed towards the exit with the woman. He told the protagonist to rest and take care of himself. Han silently and with a smile waved his hand to the guests, leaving him. Faye and her father walked down the corridor, followed by Pan and his wife. Suddenly, Mr. Pan ran up and grabbed Mr. Chen's hand with his own. The man apologized to Chen for the trouble his son had caused them. He asked that the incident not affect the relationship between their families. Chen smiled at his interlocutor and said that he agreed. The man thought to himself that if the gentleman would cause him trouble again, he would personally beat him up. The girl's father told his friend that he could go and do his business. The gentleman replied that he had some unsorted documents. When he finished work, he would contact his friend. Faye and her father walked silently down the hospital corridor. They were heading towards the exit. The father looked at his daughter for a long time and asked her what was the matter. The daughter very seriously explained to her father that the guy Pan Xiao Han was very strange. A father and daughter were walking down the street. The man told his interlocutor that the gentleman would not bother her anymore. He also said that it was very surprising that the girl's mother had told this guy to look after her on her journey. Faye replied to father that if Pan had been more mature and irrational like Han, then all this would not have happened. The man told his daughter that she had a very good relationship with the main character. He asked the girl, "Have they really only known each other for a day?" Faye replied to father that the main character studied with her in the same school. Also, the guy was beaten because of her. The girl asked her father with a smile, "What does he think about the con?" The man told his daughter that the guy seemed mature and reasonable to him. The girl demanded a more specific answer. The father told his daughter that at her age, few boys could be so mature. The man explained to his daughter that a guy's character is most often formed by the circumstances of their lives. The father told his daughter that the boy's success could prevail over his personal feelings. The man explained to the girl that the main character would have a promising future. Han is indeed a very outstanding young man. The daughter told her father very joyfully that he had correctly assessed the main character. The man smiled at the girl and said that he had to remind her of something. The father told his daughter that being in a relationship with such a guy can be quite difficult. Faye answered the man that she understands him. The girl told her father in a calm voice not to worry about her. The daughter explained to the man that she was not interested in the main character. Han studied his balance in the system. He realized that the previous increase in points was not a mistake. The main character realized that the money that other people spent on him was converted into points. The hospitalization fee and the nurse's services were deposited there. The guy remembered that Mr. Pan said that he had given him 200,000 yuan for medical expenses. He would only be able to get points for them after the treatment was completed. The main character fell onto the bed with a bang. He understood that he now had a lot of points. Han thought about it. He didn't understand how he could use his glasses. Suddenly, an original idea came into the guy's head. He was delighted. Han remembered the injuries on his face. He decided that no one would notice if he improved his eyesight. The main character spent 300 glasses to restore his vision. In life, he had many problems due to poor vision. Han sent a response system confirmation for vision improvement. The main character no longer needed glasses. His eyes began to recover. Han opened his eyes and looked ahead. He felt that he no longer needed his glasses. The system informed the protagonist that his vision had been restored. The guy got out of bed and looked around the hospital ward. The main character approached the mirror and decided to examine himself very carefully. Han picked up his glasses out of habit. He realized that he no longer needed them. The main character looked at his reflection in the mirror. He saw everything very well. Han smiled happily to himself and said that the view before him was amazing. The main character looked around with a completely healed gaze. The guy remembered that the eyes are called the mirrors of the human soul. Han looked ahead. He remembered the saying of one wise master. The guy remembered that the alluring eyes have a multi-layered, clear structure. Han read the message from the system. He was surprised that just by healing his eyes, his personality changed. The guy pressed the confirmation button in the system. His attractiveness rating increased by 3 points. This showed that different features can influence each other. Suddenly, the main character's phone beeped. He received a message from his girlfriend. Han walked over and picked up the phone that was lying next to the bed. Faye sent her friend a photo of food. She asked the guy if she should send him something to eat. The main character answered the girl that he still had no tooth. He asked her to bring him a book. Faye carefully read the message about the phone. The girlfriend wrote to the main character that she would bring him a book. Han answered the girl that he was waiting for her. The main character asked his girlfriend if she had any problems with the Pan family. He wrote to the girl that he was worried about her. The father looked closely at his daughter at the table. He felt that he had a strange premonition. The next day, the main character's girlfriend came to the hospital to visit him. Han looked at the gifted book with great surprise and interest. The guy was surprised that his girlfriend gave him a book about acting. The main character handed the girl a book and told her to take it. Faye told the guy she was joking. She handed him another book with a popular novel. The main character smiled at his girlfriend and said that she was a real goddess who would never disappoint him. Faye told her friend modestly that his mood had changed. She added that the guy should simply call her sister. The girl winked at her friend. She looked at him silently and piercingly. Faye came close to the main character. She wanted to kiss him. The main character jumped aside. He told the girl that he does not sell his body. The guy's girlfriend told him that he really increased his charm without glasses. Han told his pretty girlfriend that when he recovered from his injuries, he would become even more charming. The girlfriend was surprised that the guy thought his glasses were hiding all his charm. The girl picked up a book about acting. She told the guy that she wouldn't bother him anymore. The girlfriend smiled at the main character and reminded him that she would visit him tomorrow before leaving. Han asked the girl again, does she really not want to listen to him? Faye reminded the guy to prepare a speech for tomorrow. He must impress her father. The main character became worried. He did not understand why his girlfriend remembered her father. A little later, the gentleman and his parents came to the hospital to see the main character. The guy bowed to the main character near the hospital bed and asked him for forgiveness. The gentleman told the main character that he should accept his apology. The boy's sad parents stood nearby. Han told the other man that he accepted his apology and advised the boy not to make his loving parents worry anymore. The protagonist studied the document. The lawyer said that the gentleman was careful and there were no problems with the contract. The man handed the guy an envelope with money. He promised the guy that something like this would never happen again. In the end, the main character received more than 1,000,000 yuan. He decided that with the money he would be able to upgrade his characteristics. Han thought about it and realized that he still had 500,000 yuan left over. In the future, he would need more money for improvements. The main character thought about it and decided to simply spend 1,000,000 yuan on buying a cozy apartment. Han realized that if he bought an apartment, he would have to eat only cheap noodles. Suddenly, the main character heard some noise from the side. He sat up on the bed. The main character realized that his girlfriend had come to see him. She called him. The girl told the guy that she came with her father to visit him. Faye asked the main character how his recovery was going. The boy extended his hand to the man in greeting. The girl's father told the boy to stay in bed and relax. The man said that he and his daughter were leaving soon. He brought the main character a small gift. The man asked the main character to take the envelope with money. The guy was very surprised. Uncle Chen put the envelope with money on the nightstand next to the bed. He explained to the guy that he came to apologize and make amends. The protagonist shouted to the man that he could not take this money. Han could not understand what relation Faye had to the attack on him by Pan. The man and the girl listened attentively to the guy. Han said that the girl was not guilty of anything and he could not take the money. Uncle Chen walked up to the main character and put his hand on his shoulder. The man told the main character that he was a genius among the youth. He asked the guy to come to him as a guest when he was better. Uncle Chen asked the main character, what grades did he get in school? The man said that he wanted to ask the guy to look after his daughter. The main character was surprised. He couldn't understand why the father wanted him to look after his daughter. Han explained to his delighted girlfriend that he was studying at Shanghai International University. The main character told his girlfriend that he was studying at a third-level humanities university. Faye was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the guy was studying at a third-level university. Han sat on the hospital bed. Next to him stood his father with his little girl. The main character said that he used to think that grades meant nothing. After that, he went down the wrong path. After the results were announced, he felt regret. Han told his surprised interlocutors that it took him a long time to go inside himself and change his thinking. The protagonist put his pen on top of his glasses. He explained that he could not go back in time. Han prepared to get out of bed. He said that he was starting a new stage in the form of university. Uncle Chen told the boy that the past cannot be changed. For him, the most important thing now is to become a better person in the future. The man suggested that the main character create his own business. Han answered his interlocutor that he first needed to settle down and think things over. The protagonist told the man that he had raised Faye very well. He promised Uncle Chen that he would inherit his spirit and become even better in the future. The man told the boy that he was leaving with his daughter. Uncle Chen told the main character to continue to rest. Faye turned around and looked at the protagonist. She waved goodbye to him. Han waved his hand to his girlfriend and wished her a good journey. He thought to himself that the girl was very nice. The protagonist concentrated. He realized that he needed to act. The nurse asked the boy if he really wanted to leave the hospital. Han confirmed that he was leaving. The girl asked the patient to add her as a friend. The main character thought to himself that in the next couple of years the country will develop. In 2 years the prices will rise. People who take advantage of the financial opportunity will be able to become rich. Han thought to himself and decided that he couldn't even remember the day he rode the bus. The main character arrived in the center. He decided to buy an apartment. The guy explained to the seller that he needed an apartment with an area of 40 to 60 square meters. Han explained to the sellers that he needed the apartment to be near the university. He explained that he could pay the full amount at once. The manager told the protagonist that she could offer him an apartment with a nice view near the university. The price of the property would be more affordable. Han looked to the side and pointed to the apartment he wanted. The guy remembered how his parents left him a down payment to buy a property. The main character decided that he had to buy himself an apartment. After the prices went up, he would sell it for more. The main character remembered his parents. He realized that now he had another opportunity. Han walked up to the front door of his apartment. He opened it and walked inside. The main character looked around the interior of his apartment. He was very impressed. Han looked around the apartment and realized that it looked very luxurious. The guy was standing near the mirror. He said that he had more than 1,000,000 points. It was time for him to improve. The main character looked in the mirror and noticed that he was missing one tooth. Han angrily and emotionally demanded that the system heal his teeth. The main character took a closer look and noticed that his teeth had not been treated. Han looked at the system message. He realized that to treat his teeth, he needed a higher level than he had now. The guy analyzed the system information. He realized that dental treatment would cause the appearance score to exceed the acceptable number. The main character looked carefully at the system window. He decided to distribute the glasses evenly and not to miss anything. Suddenly, the system flared up very brightly from within. The main character felt like something had affected him. Han squinted from the blindingly bright light and covered his face with his hand. The main character felt as if something inside him was lit up. Han felt a huge sense of power inside him. It seemed to overwhelm him. The main character realized that his brain was also becoming clearer. Han thought and felt excitedly that everything had happened very abruptly for him. The guy was overloaded. A lot of information entered his brain. The main character got scared. He shouted at the system to stop. Han felt his consciousness overloaded. He fell down somewhere from exhaustion. The main character lay and felt that he had no strength. He realized that he had to gradually load himself with knowledge. Han looked away, surprised to think that he was still alive. The guy was lying on the floor in his room. He couldn't even remember what day it was. The main character jumped up abruptly. He felt as if he had been born again. Han thought he had overloaded himself with stat improvements, which was too much for him at one time. The main character realized with excitement that not only his speed of thinking had increased, the guy's financial literacy increased. He carefully studied the information from the system. Han thought that the gap between people is not only due to the way of thinking, but also due to the stock of knowledge. For some people, knowledge seems useless. For other people, it can be very important. The guy realized that he should use his knowledge correctly. He will get a chance to become the highest elite of society. The main character heard a phone ringing next to him. He got distracted. The interlocutor reminded the student that he had asked for a 15-day vacation. He asked if Han wanted to skip a semester. The main character told his interlocutor that he was not completely cured. He promised to let him know when he felt better. The system informed the protagonist that an update was available for him. Han read in the system that he can increase the amount of charisma points. Each improvement will require 200,000 experience points. The guy was unhappy. 200,000 points seemed too expensive for him. The system told the guy that when he improved to level 5, the cost would be very high. The user closed the window. Inside the system, he realized that it was too early for him to think about upgrading to the 5th level. The main character received a new message. He studied it carefully. The user received a new gift function. Every time he spends money, his probability of receiving a gift from the system decreases. The system informed the user that all his gifts would be stored in his inventory. It was all too difficult for the guy. He decided that he would figure it all out when the time came. It was clear weather outside. The main character arrived at the university building. Han walked through the territory of the educational institution and carried his luggage behind him. The female students looked at the main character in surprise. One of them said that Han was a handsome man. The main character looked around happily. He returned to study at Shanghai International University. The main character was carrying a suitcase next to him. He remembered that he had fixed the bridge of his nose and cured his eye. Han was able to heal his nose. The students around him all looked at him with great attention. The guy thought happily to himself that he had spent his points very wisely. The main character approached the teacher's room door and knocked quietly. Han entered the room and said that he was from the humanities department and came to check in. Teacher Liu asked the guy again if his name was Han Li. The teacher told the boy to come and sit down. Han explained to the teacher that he had been in the hospital for several days. He had a slight concussion. The main character took out and handed the man a certificate about his illness. Teacher Liu read the certificate with interest. He said that he could hardly believe it. The teacher told the student that they needed to get straight to the point, the boy agreed. Han remembered that Fat Liu had not helped him in his previous life. But the teacher has poor thinking and an underdeveloped body. The protagonist could easily negotiate with him. The student asked the teacher how the situation was in the dormitory of their university. Teacher Liu told the protagonist that the dorm would be too noisy for him. The main character handed the teacher an envelope with money. He explained that the doctor told him not to be in noisy rooms. Han said to the teacher with a smile that he was giving him a small gift from himself. The teacher hid the money in his pocket. He told the boy that he would apply for a 4-bedroom for him. In the end, it would all be more expensive. Han remembered that in his past life he lived with 5 crazy students. They bullied him. He didn't want to repeat such an experience again. The main character took a bank card out of his pocket to pay. Han smiled and explained to the teacher not to worry. He promised to pay everything. Faye was sitting in her dorm room when she received a message on her phone. The main character sent his girlfriend a photo from his student room. The student studied the photo carefully. She wrote to her friend that she congratulated him. The girlfriend reminded the guy not to forget to eat right and rest. Hanyu was pleased that the girl cared about him. The student opened the system window. He decided to improve his appearance before the winter holidays. The boy realized that he needed to explain to his mother why he had changed so much. Han remembered that he had more than 40,000 yuan left. He decided to go and buy some food. The guy went into a store in the city center. The seller thanked him for his purchase. Han walked out of the store and onto the street. He couldn't find his phone. The student was reading messages on his phone. Next to him, at the entrance to the store, some guy was selling books. The main character looked around with great attention. He was interested in some book the stranger had. Han asked the guy how much the book cost. The protagonist remembered that this student earned all the tuition fees himself. The seller said the book cost 168 yuan. It talked about various ways to change yourself. The seller offered the main character 100 yuan for the book, along with a set of magazines. The main character reached for the money. He told the guy to keep the magazine. The main character received a message in the system. He read it carefully. The user bought a book on self-improvement. After that, the gift function was launched. The guy received an additional bonus. Han looked to the side and noticed that the system had given him some kind of book. The guy received as a gift a publication called The Original Oath of the Pharmacist Liu Li Guan. The main character decided that he could increase his intelligence with the help of such a book. Han held the book in his hands. He remembered that after reaching each next level, a huge amount of experience would be required. The boy raised the book in front of him. He realized that all this had become a great success for him. The seller looked at the student in surprise. He asked the guy what he was doing. On a clear and sunny day, the main character came to study at the university. The student auditorium was full of people. They were talking to each other. The main character excitedly entered the classroom, accompanied by the teacher. He looked around. The teacher commanded the students to be silent. The main character looked intently ahead. The teacher said that the last student from their class had arrived. Now the new odnoklassnik will come up and introduce himself to everyone. Han walked up the steps. He remembered that in his past life he was insecure. The boy remembered that after he introduced himself, the whole class laughed at him. The main character confidently placed it on top of the study table in his hands. He decided that now everything had changed. Han smiled happily. He was confident and looked at the students. Han happily told his disciples his name. He said that he came from the city of dreams. The guy said that he couldn't show up earlier because of illness. He added that he wanted to make up for it in the future. The students listened attentively to the guy. The main character told the students that it was a great honor for him to be their classmate. Han told the students that he hoped to make friends in the future with the same interests and goals as him. The main character told the students in the audience that they would be able to go through this whole journey together, despite the difficulties. Han raised his finger. He told the students that they would all succeed in the future. Teacher Liu thanked the protagonist for his performance in front of the students. A female student asked her friend named Sia Lutin what she thought of the new guy. The main character asked the students if there was a monitor in their group. He needed to discuss payment for additional assignments. Han looked at the audience and asked, "Is there at least one student in the group who liked him?" The main character said that he was very young and had never fallen in love. The students listened to him in surprise. Han asked a girl to meet him in person, not in public. The student looked at the main character with displeasure. He couldn't understand what the Han thought of himself. The student was surprised that the main character would live in their dorm. He hadn't seen him since the morning. The protagonist realized that he saw two students named Lu Zi and Duan Xiaoyi at the tables. He decided that these guys would not be a hindrance to him. The main character climbed up to the farthest desk. He told the student next to him that he would sit there. Han looked ahead at the audience. He noticed how the female students stood up and walked towards him. The girls started approaching the main character and asking him about everything. One of the students with a phone asked the main character if she could add him to her contacts on a social network. At this time, a female student came up and pushed her away from the other girls next to her. The girl put the documents on the table and greeted Han Li. The student looked closely at the guy and said that she was the group leader. The girl's name was Sia Lutin. She told the protagonist that she would discuss the payment with him. She also wanted to add him as a friend. The main character remembered that the girl Xia Luting was one of the three goddesses of the university. Han was surprised that the girl immediately made demands on him. The main character remembered that Xia had let him down in his past life. He almost dropped out of university. The guy decided that in this life he could change everything. Han glanced at his interlocutor and asked, why should he add her as a friend? The guy sternly explained to the girl that he was just looking for a group leader. Han asked the astonished student if she really liked him. She felt shy. She kept silent and did not know what to answer the main character. The girl told the guy that he thinks too much of himself. She is not interested in him. Han asked his interlocutor in a submissive voice how much the lesson would cost. The student calmly answered the guy that the lessons would cost 200 yuan. Han handed the girl some money. He asked the student if she would notify him about various events. Xia answered the guy that she would notify him 3 days in advance. At that moment, a friend approached the girl from behind. The red-haired student hugged Luton and asked her cheerfully if she had found herself a handsome guy. The main character looked at his phone. He told the girl that he would not bother her anymore. The student sat down on the desk next to the main character. She looked at him carefully. The girl said her name was Yu Yun. Her relatives were in Jiangnan City. Han looked up from his phone and at his interlocutor. He said that she had a beautiful name. The student replied that she liked her name too. She asked the guy what he was interested in. Han didn't answer his interlocutor. He was completely busy with his phone. Yoon noticed with surprise that the guy didn't even pay attention to her. The girl asked the main character what brand his phone was. The guy replied that he used Xiaomi. Yoon asked her interlocutor why he chose such a phone. Han replied that he chose such a phone because of its power. The student felt irritated. She didn't like the guy's answers. The student jumped up angrily and looked at the main character. She didn't even know what to say to him. Yoon suddenly ran to the side. The main character knew that this girl was just using people. The protagonist remembered that Yoon tried to be friendly in her past life, but after that she manipulated people. The female students asked the main character why he didn't want to talk to Yoon. The girl told Han to be more friendly with Yoon. The main character explained that he simply does not want to communicate with the young. He does not always pay attention to appearance only. The main character said that he pays great attention to the girl's character and intelligence. The headman listened attentively at this time. Evening came and classes at the university ended. The students prepared to leave. The guys and girls were standing in line near the elevators. They were talking to each other. The student asked the main character, "Won't he wait for the elevator?" Han explained to his friend that his room was not far away. He wanted to go up the stairs. The main character went up to the right floor and headed to the room where he lived. The student asked his roommates for someone to give him some cigarettes. The guy turned his gaze to the side. He noticed that someone had come to him. The main character stood at the entrance. The student kicked the chair in front of him. The guy threw his chair aside with great displeasure and jumped to his feet. The student angrily asked the main character why he came here. The main character was silent. He stood near the chair that was lying on the floor. The protagonist looked suspiciously at the students in the room. Han stood next to the lying chair. He carefully studied his future neighbors. The guy in glasses looked at the main character with interest. He smiled quietly to himself. The main character approached the smoking student. He demanded that he get out of his place. Han sternly demanded that the guy opposite him lift the chair that was lying down. The student exhaled smoke and told the guy in response that he didn't want to lift anything. The protagonist stretched out his hand to lift the chair. He prepared to climb onto the bed. The student hit the Khan on the arm with all his might. The main character asked the guy, "Where is his bed?" The interlocutor explained that his place is on top. Han replied that he understood everything and began to climb the ladder to the top bunk. The student told his friend that the new guy was really interesting. The guy turned around and said cheerfully that the newcomer turned out to be very impudent. The main character sat down on the top bunk. He unzipped his bag. Han took out a metal hammer from his bag. The student below looked at him with interest. The guy on the chair looked at the main character with interest and fear. Han was holding a hammer in his hands. The main character looked angrily at his roommates from above. The student was scared. He silently pointed his finger at the main character to his friends. The guy with the cigarette turned back with excitement. He looked at the newcomer on the top bunk. Han took a large blue book out of his bag. He held it in his hands. The main character was sitting on his bed and holding a book and a hammer in his hands. The students looked at the newcomer in surprise. The guy seemed dangerous to them. The student couldn't stand it. He turned to the main character very angrily. The boy shouted at his friend to stop. He grabbed him with his arms. The student told his friend that the newbie took a hammer out of his bag. He explained that no normal person would carry a hammer with him. The boy climbed down from his bed. He looked at the Khan with apprehension and decided that he needed to leave here. The main character sat and held a book in his hands. He got ready to read. Han looked down at his neighbors. He noticed that the guys were heading for the exit. The main character asked the frightened students where they were going. The student said in his defense that the girl asked them to go out and help her. Han looked at the departing students with great attention and interest. The main character asked his neighbors if they were leaving because of the girl. The student got scared. He realized that he and his friends needed to hurry. The students ran out of the room very quickly and slammed the door behind them. Han sat on his bed. He decided that he had really scared his roommates. An information window of the system appeared next to the man. The guy got distracted. The protagonist thought he had a system, but he shouldn't rely on it. Han realized to himself that systemic knowledge could not completely influence his mind. He needed to try harder himself. The students gathered in the cafeteria to socialize and have lunch. They sat at tables. One of the girls took a huge sandwich. She was talking to her friend at the time. The girl asked the student Yoon if Han Lee really came from a rich family. The guy looked at the students with a dissatisfied look. He knew that the students were studying at the finance department, but they lived in the dormitory of the International Exchange University. He realized that this life is very unfair. Yoon asked the guy how rich her family was and asked how many houses they had. The student explained angrily that the family owned several houses. The head woman sat and calmly drank milk. She did not pay attention to the people around her. Suddenly, the girl heard something interesting. She looked away. The main character took a piece of food in his hand. He said joyfully that it was very good to be young. The female students approached the guy from the side and called him by name. Han did not have time to start consuming the food. The green-haired student waved at the protagonist and greeted him. Han smiled back at the girl. He waved his hand and wished her good morning. After school, the main character came to the dormitory building. He prepared to go up to the required floor. The student approached the main character and addressed him. They were near the elevator. Yoon asked the guy with interest how he was able to settle on the lower floor. The main character explained to the girl that all this happened thanks to luck. A student came up from the side. He was very unhappy and said that he was tired of the university. The guy was smoking and shouted that his teachers were annoying him. He didn't like the people around him. The student approached the main character and fearfully asked him to move out of the way. The guy turned around. He couldn't understand who had just stopped him. The student looked away with displeasure. He realized that he saw someone familiar. The guy dropped his cigarette in surprise. He saw the main character in front of him. The student got scared. He realized that the guy who had moved into their room was standing next to him. The student stood and watched the main character's reaction with excitement. There was a long silence. The girl asked her friend, "Why do guys look at each other like that?" The interlocutor answered that the main character was unlucky. Han turned around and looked at his roommate with great animosity. The guy smiled fearfully. He realized that he needed to get away from his strange roommate as soon as possible. The student with glasses ran up to the main character and greeted him with another. The guy asked the Khan if he had breakfast. The main character asked his neighbor with a smile, "Will he return to the room today?" The student turned around in fear and said that he couldn't come back today. He had things to do. Yoon asked the headman with great interest, "Is the main character really acquainted with other guys?" The student told Han that if Tom needed help, he should contact Xiaodong Bei and Ding Ding. The sound of an elevator approaching was heard. The main character told the students that he didn't need anything. Han pressed the elevator button. He decided to wait for the other passengers. The main character asked the students if they would come in. A bunch of students entered the elevator. There was only room for the main character near the wall. The elevator door slammed shut and the cabin then began to rise upward. Han looked around and noticed a huge number of female students in the cabin. The main character noticed the headman standing right in front of him. She felt constrained. She looked away with an unseeing gaze. Han looked at the student and realized that she really had an S-class figure. The bell rang. The cabin arrived at the required floor and people prepared to get out. Han stood next to the girl. He waited for the other passengers to get out of the cabin. The guy walked up to the main character and put his hand on his shoulder. He said he was amazing. The stranger told the protagonist that Huang and his friends were afraid of him. He asked Han if they had known each other before. The main character very abruptly pushed the stranger's hand off his shoulder. Han told the student sternly and displeasedly not to touch him. The main character pulled his wallet out of the surprised stranger's pocket. Han smiled and thanked the student for taking care of his wallet. The stranger ran and waved his hand at the protagonist. Han decided to himself that the conflict could be resolved without resorting to violence. A girl came up to the guy from the side. She called the main character by name. Han asked the headman what had happened. Zia reminded her interlocutor that he had said that he would like to be friends with everyone. She asked why the guy had been rude to the stranger. The main character answered the girl that he did not remember saying such a thing. Yoon was sitting at a desk in the classroom. She happily waved her hand at the main character. Han looked ahead silently. He thought for a long time about where he should sit in the auditorium. The headman came up and silently sat down next to the surprised young girl. Sia was sitting at her desk. She looked at the guy and said that she had a question for him. The headman asked the boy what kind of friends he wanted to make. Han replied to the student that he wanted to make friends who didn't ask many questions. Yoon became cheerful and laughed. She liked the main character's answer. The girl told the guy that he was very funny and she couldn't help but laugh. Yoon looked closely at the main character and asked him to add her as a friend on the social network. Han glanced at his interlocutor and said that he would add her as a friend a little later. Han explained to the girl that his phone was on silent mode, so she would not get quick answers from him. Sia asked the guy with displeasure why he still hadn't responded to her message. The girl didn't like that the student didn't perceive her as a class monitor. Han thought for a moment and remembered that he had delved into economics the previous night. The main character explained that a lot of things happened last night, so he was busy. The student opened the book. She didn't even want to look at the main character anymore. The head girl looked at the textbook. She thought the boy looked good. Sia told herself that the main character's character was very terrible. She decided to deduct points for this. The head woman glanced at the boy. She decided that the best solution for her would be to keep her distance. She looked at the main character with great attention. She watched him. The girl noticed that Han was flipping through his book very quickly and writing something down. Han frantically wrote down some information from a book in a notebook with a pen. The headman looked furtively at the boy. The main character was completely absorbed in the process of writing in a notebook. The main character was reading the textbook with great attention. His accounting skill was level 3, but he didn't understand much. Han thought that once he could fully understand the information in the book, he could use his knowledge to make money. The guy thought that acquiring knowledge and understanding it are not the same thing. The main character decided that the more knowledge he gained, the more difficult it would be for him to understand all of this. The student thought to himself with dissatisfaction that it was impossible to accurately extract the necessary knowledge at the right moment. The boy took a textbook out of his bag. He realized that it was better to learn this knowledge now. Han decided to himself that he would do everything to ensure that he would not have any problems in the future. The main character decided that he needed to create a plan and act on it. The female students looked at the main character with interest. The class monitor thought that the guy was solving problems very quickly. Sia told the boy that the teacher had not finished speaking yet. Han answered the girl that he could understand everything himself. The head woman was very surprised. She realized that the boy had the ability to self-study. The main character took the book in his hands. He wanted to tell the girls what happened to him after the summer holidays. Han told the students that he got into a fight and ended up in the hospital. He failed the entrance exam. The guy explained that he had previously lacked motivation. Now he is trying to fix it. The main character explained to the girl that she could believe him or not. The head woman told the boy that she didn't believe him. She added that the Han was definitely lying. Yoon looked at the guy with a bright smile and happily waved her hand at him. Han looked at the student with great attention. He remained silent in response. The girl told the boy that she believed he was a genius. She explained that as soon as she saw him, she felt that he was different from the other students. The main character thought to himself that the student Yu Yoon was not stupid either. Han remembered that the girl played with naive guys in her past life. In the end, she married a rich man, as she wished. Now Yoon wants to get closer to him. The main character smiled very slyly and turned to the headman with a question. Han asked the girl what she thought of him if she didn't believe him. Sia emotionally agreed to tell the main character her opinion about him. The girl pointed at the student and said that he was truly a genius. Han, because of his terrible temperament at school, was unwilling to study hard. The girl cheated on the main character with a rich guy. Due to poor academic performance, the student cannot even enter a second-tier university. Han couldn't accept the failure and went to take revenge on his offenders. As a result, the guy was seriously injured and had to be hospitalized. Han only recently came to his senses. The main character wanted the offenders to pay for everything, so he began to study hard. Han keeps the phone his ex-girlfriend gave him. It motivates him and reminds him of everything. The protagonist warns himself to stay away from attractive girls. This protects him from the mistakes of the past. Therefore, Han keeps his distance from Zia. The head woman pointed her fingers at the main character and said that he was afraid of new relationships because he was hurt because of the last time. Sia looked at the guy with a smile and said that all her words sounded more reasonable. Han looked at the girl cheerfully and with a smile and pointed at her with his hand. The main character offered the surprised headman a job as a short story writer. The girl was unhappy. She quickly collected her thoughts and answered the guy that she needed to study. The head girl said that she is solving the problems of the student council. She does not have time to write. Han watched the girl's reaction. He realized that he had hit the mark. The main character sat attentively and looked ahead. He kept thinking about the headman. Han remembered very clearly that in his past life he had never heard of this. The main character remembered that Zia had set him up, but the girl's results in all aspects are truly impressive. The main character remembered that the headman had a strong personality. The girl had great self-control and self-discipline. It would be difficult for ordinary people to get close to someone like that. Han had previously assumed that the girl would live a good life after finishing her studies, but things turned out differently. Han looked at the headman thoughtfully. He never thought she had such a side. The guy remembered that in his past life he had never heard of Zia writing novels. This proved that the girl was very careful. Han didn't know what to do next. Very unexpectedly, the main character remembered something about his headman. Han came to the headman's office to use the printer. The girl told the boy to do it himself. Unexpectedly, the main character accidentally saw a message for a girl on the computer. The computer program informed the headman that it was time for the monthly update. The main character thought carefully. He understood where the girl was getting the message from. Han realized very clearly that Zia had a special account for writing novels. The main character looked at the girl next to him with great interest. Han decided to reveal what secrets the elder was hiding from him. The head girl sat and looked attentively at the book. She decided to completely immerse herself in her studies. The girl reached out to take the pen that was lying on top of the desk. The student was lost in thought. She held a pen in her mouth and was thinking about something to herself. The girl thought she couldn't understand why the main character was leading her on. Sia turned around with great excitement and looked at the main character. She hoped that the guy still hadn't found out about her novels. The bell rang. The class ended and the students headed for the exit. Yoon asked the main character if he wanted to go to the cafeteria with them. The main character answered the girl and explained that he had unfinished business. Yoon was unhappy. She complained to her friend that no one had ever rejected her before. The headman hugged the girl and advised her not to pay attention to the con. The main character was walking down the street in the evening. He was remembering what else he needed to do today. Han remembered to himself that he needed to buy a computer. He would also need a phone and a new SIM card. The main character approached the door to his room. He remembered that the connection fee was very expensive. Han thought about it and decided to himself that he should be more economical. The protagonist took hold of the door handle and opened it to enter the room. It was quiet inside the room. All the students were sleeping in their places. One guy heard someone enter the room. He sat up in his seat. The student looked at the main character with fear. He didn't say anything to him. Han walked very tired to his sleeping place in his room. The main character threw his bag on the bed and got ready to rest. The students on the top shelves were scared. They didn't say anything to the main character. Han left the room. He decided that he wanted to leave the dorm. Everything turned out to be very scary for him. The main character happily thought to himself that it was very funny for him to scare his roommates. In 2013, the electronics market was booming. Han came to the store. The salesman asked the con what he could suggest to him. The customer was looking at the phones in the display case. The main character pointed to the device he needed and asked the seller to show it to him. Han asked the seller on what floor the Apple store was. Han went up to the right floor. He went into the Apple store to make a purchase. The seller asked the guy whether he would pay by card or cash. The client paid by card. The protagonist knew that the 5S would have the best price-performance ratio in the coming years. iPhones are used for office work and everyday life. The main character looked at the man in the chair near the entrance to the store. The main character decided that it would be better to buy a laptop. Stores that sell personal computers often deceive people. Han bought a bottle of Coca-Cola for 2 yuan. The seller told the guy that he could return the bottle and get some money. The main character greedily drank the drink from the bottle. He was completely absorbed in it. Han felt very pleased and decided to move on. After buying a phone and a laptop, the guy had 15,000 yuan left. He wanted to go to driving school, but that wouldn't be enough. The main character realized that he had to save money. The guy was walking past a store with SIM cards. Han decided to go to the store and buy himself a card for a new phone. The seller handed the main character his new SIM card. The client thanked her. The system informed the protagonist that the owner had bought a SIM card. The activation and gift functions occurred. Han was surprised. He couldn't understand what kind of gift the system would give him for the SIM card. The system suggested that the owner accept the gift. The main character pressed the confirmation button. Han got a lot of extra features with the help of the SIM card. He studied them carefully. The main character's number could not be tracked without his permission. He also gained the ability to intercept calls from any people. The main character looked at the SIM card with excitement. He realized that it had become priceless for him. The guy inserted the card into his phone. He decided that it would be useful for him. The main character looked at his phone. He decided that he would use the new card as his main one. The female students were relaxing inside the dorm room. The class monitor lived with the young students. Yoon asked her friend, "Who is Han Li, in her opinion?" The girl did not understand. Why was the student asking her about this? Yoon said thoughtfully that the main character lives in an international dormitory. This means that his family is very rich. The guy's roommates are also rich, but they are inferior to him in temperament. The student said with displeasure that the main character was a bit rude. She answered her friend that the guy just had that kind of character. The head woman heard a message come into her phone. She picked up the device. The main character wrote his phone number to his girlfriend in a message. The head girl looked at the guy's message with surprise. She was surprised that the student gave her his number. There are many levels of telephone numbers. The highest level numbers are in the hands of high-ranking officials. They are sold at auctions. In the eyes of a knowledgeable person, a telephone number is not just a number. The first batch of mobile phones is hidden under the number 139. It was opened in 1995. There are also other special numbers in the number. People who understand the rules of counting do everything to ensure that the number is perfect. Sia carefully studied the main character's number. Suddenly, the headmistress was distracted. Her roommate screamed sharply. Sia asked her friend in fear what had happened. Yoon answered her neighbor with a smile so that she would not pay attention to her. The head woman thought about it. She couldn't understand who the main character was. Han was sitting in his dorm room. He was busy working on the computer. The main character was surprised. The search engine told him that the group was not found. Han continued to type various search queries on his laptop keyboard. The main character realized that he could not find the group he needed by its name. Han thought about it. He realized that the girl probably hadn't created the group yet. The guy continued working on the computer. He decided that Zia had created the group in her second year, when she had a fan base. The protagonist looked at the search engine. He decided that if Zia had a fan base, then this proved that her works were popular. Han thought to himself that the golden age of online literature would soon arrive. Many works would begin to be adapted into films and TV shows. The system informed the user that he had achieved a third level in literature and writing. Han looked at the system window. He decided that he didn't have time to write novels, but he knew what would be popular in the future. The main character decided that he and the girl could achieve success. Han started typing his search query. He decided he needed to try again. The search engine showed the guy the results for his request regarding the group he was interested in. The main character was very happy. He was able to find the girl's second account on the internet. The guy noticed that in order to add a student as a friend, he had to answer several questions. Han was unhappy. He decided that Zia might be doing something forbidden. The main character became very worried. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, an idea came into the main character's head. He decided to use it. Han began frantically searching for something on the internet. He needed new information. The main character typed the words he needed for the search engine on the keyboard. The system informed the user that it found nothing for his request. The main character was surprised. He could not believe that nothing was found. Han recalled that the girl had 6 jobs before starting her studies, which were either completed or discontinued. The main character realized that the girl couldn't just refuse 4 jobs. Han decided to write a new search query. He knew that there were only 2 authors left. The student saw the main character and waved her hand to him from her seat. Yoon stood in place. She excitedly called the guy and told him to come to her. The main character looked at the student with great attention. He didn't say anything to her. The girls were talking to each other. One of them said that Yoon was pursuing Han Lee. The student suggested that the guy sit next to her. Han was surprised that Yoon took such an initiative in communicating with him. Yoon turned to the headman and said that Han Lee was now next to her. The main character was surprised because Jia ignored him. He decided to himself that the bait had been thrown and now he just had to wait. Han looked at the audience carefully. He found it funny to observe the situation in the classroom. The main character noticed that the girl fan wanted to get closer to the guy Dwan, but this student liked the class monitor more. Dwan will date Yoon and the girl will cheat on him after the wedding. At first, the girl fan liked a student named Lu Zi, but the guy Lu Zi was the captain of the fan club of the girl Yoon. The protagonist knew that Yoon and Fan would never become friends, but Yoon would have a good relationship with the headman. Han looked around and happily thought that the exciting student life had just begun. Girlfriend asked the student why he didn't answer her messages. Han answered the girl that he was reading books. That's why he didn't notice the message. The guy was sitting. He was smiling and looking at the main character from behind with interest. Dwan sat down next to his friend and suggested that he look first at the main character and at both of them. The main character realized that the student uses every opportunity to laugh at someone. The student suddenly became very agitated. She turned to the main character. Yoon asked the main character with excitement if he would take the translation exam. The female students looked at the main character with great interest and excitement. Han didn't understand. Why was everyone looking at him out loud? He said that the transfer exam would be in May next year. It's too early to talk about it. Yoon happily told the main character that with his diligence he would definitely pass. Dwan turned around and asked his friend if he wanted to try to pass the translation exam. The guy smiled and suggested his friend to try. He told the student that they still had plenty of time. They would have time to prepare. The student explained to Dwan that if he failed the exam, he would be very ashamed. His friend agreed with him. Dwan said that he would not have to work after graduation. Faye smiled and told the student that not working would be very nice. The guy asked if the Xiao Yi family had 4 apartments located in the center. Dwan asked with interest. Who said that his family has 4 apartments? The guy happily told his interlocutor that their family owned 4 apartment buildings. The students in the audience were very surprised. They couldn't believe that the Xiao Yi family was so rich. The guy said that 4 apartment buildings would be very luxurious. The student turned around and asked Dwan where his house was. Yoon told the guy that he could make a lot of money if he just rented out apartments. The main character asked the guy again, "Does he really have 4 apartment buildings?" The student answered with a smile that if you work for 2 years, you can rent any apartment you want. The main character looked at the guy Duan. He seemed to him to be the destroyer of his family. Han knew that Duan was completely different from what he had said about the 4 houses. In reality, the Xiaoyi family owned 8 small residential buildings and a small store. The guy is not as rich as he said, but he can still live comfortably. Han knew that the Xiaoyi family was of middle status. He didn't understand how the students could fall for Duan's lies. The main character looked at the girl with great attention. She aroused great interest in him. Xia looked at the student carefully and with great attention and studied him. She decided that although the Xiaoyi family had money, the overall grade was really low. The head woman decided to herself that the guy could be considered an ordinary person who had some usefulness. She stood silently and furtively from the side, looking at the main character with an appraising glance. The class monitor decided that Han was the perfect guy in every way. He was very different from the other students. The headmistress added half a point to the main character in her own assessment. The girl looked at the Hanyu very carefully. She decided to add another half point to his appearance. Duan turned to the protagonist and said that he was studying very hard. The student asked the guy if he was thinking about taking the exam for translation. Han replied to the student that they would talk about it later. Fei asked the guy where he wanted to transfer. The head woman turned around. She looked at the main character with displeasure and irritation. Xia realized that Hanya wasn't interested in his odnoklasniki. She decided that the guy wouldn't stay here for long. The main character put his hand on the table. He addressed the students with the words. Han explained to the girls that it was still too early to ask him. Yoon answered the guy that he had already finished the work. The student told the boy that he was not going to take the translation exam. She asked, why was he studying mathematics then? The main character looked at the girl with displeasure. He realized that she wanted to make an enemy out of him. Hanyu was interested in watching how the other students acted. He decided to play along with them. The student discontentedly told the main character that he was just embarrassed to say something. Duan said slyly that the protagonist has great ambitions. Han may have decided to enter Fudan or Jiaotong. The main character replied to his friends that he needed to think it all over carefully. One of the students accused the main character of being very good at bragging. Lu said in a confident voice that if Han could get in, he would eat the shit fund. Yoon jumped up discontentedly. She asked the guy sternly, what is he talking about? The student was surprised that the girl reacted like that. The main character told the student to discuss everything with Lu. He also added that the student could feed her good food to make it tastier. The head woman laughed. She was very amused by the main character's words. Yoon got very angry. She started hitting the main character with her hands. Han asked the girl very displeasedly why she was beating him. The student sternly told the guy that he shouldn't be as disgusting as Lu. The guys were surprised. They couldn't understand why only Lu Zi could be disgusting. Lu was very unhappy. He realized that his friends thought his words were disgusting. When Han Li said the same thing, everyone thought it was funny. Duan was surprised. He noticed that the girl Yu Yun looked embarrassed. Duan noticed with surprise that the girl Xia Liuting was laughing very happily. The student became worried. He realized that he couldn't let the main character outshine him. Otherwise, he wouldn't find a girl for himself. Duan said that his house was near Fudan University. He told the protagonist that he could take care of housing for him. The student promised Han that he would pay the rent for him. He demanded that the protagonist study hard. Han realized that his interlocutor wanted to provoke him. Out loud, he said that when the time comes, they will discuss this issue with Duan. The guy added that not all universities teach specialties related to finance. For this reason, the choice will be difficult. There was complete silence in the audience. Everyone looked attentively at the Khan. The head man was surprised that the main character did not see any provocation in Duan's words. Xia was surprised that the protagonist did not notice the provocation. She decided that Han simply did not pay attention. The students were talking among themselves. One of them said that Duan could not stand being overshadowed. The head woman turned to the main character. She wanted to tell him something important. She told the guy that with his level of math, he should be able to do it, as long as he didn't aim too high. The head man told the boy that he had good knowledge and learning abilities. Han became worried. He could not understand what the girl had in mind if she praised him. Duan turned to the main character and asked what his level of mathematics was. The main character took a pen and a piece of paper. He began to solve some tasks very quickly. The student was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the main character could solve everything so quickly. Duan looked at the calculations inattentively. He noticed the formulas that the protagonist used. The headman was surprised that Duan didn't even know what formula to use. The student became very angry. He turned his head and looked at the girl with displeasure. The fairy came up. She grabbed the papers with the calculations and began to study them carefully. The student asked with interest, "Why is there no calculation process?" The main character explained to the girl that the topic is very simple, so he just writes the answers. Faye said to the boy in surprise that she didn't even understand the first chapter. Yoon asked Han if he put in a lot of effort. The main character told his interlocutors that the buildings were worth the effort. The guy thought to himself that he needed to study even harder. Yoon said joyfully to the main character that he studies a lot. Faye added joyfully that all this is true. Other students started approaching the main character. They asked him for help. Duan became very angry. He clenched his hand into a fist with all his might. The student was unhappy. He didn't understand why Han was acting as if he was better than the others. Duan was unhappy because girls were approaching Han from all sides. The student noticed that the main character even began to be supported by Luton. The guy turned to the main character and said that he had exceptional abilities. The main character and the female students listened attentively to Duan. The guy wished that Han would successfully enter the university and find a good job. Duan told the protagonist that if he worked hard in 10 years, he would be able to save up for a house similar to his. The student told Hanyu cheerfully that after graduation, his income might be limited. Duan told the protagonist that he could rent one of his apartments. He even promised him a discount. Lu said with a smile that the main character lives in an international hostel. He doesn't need an apartment. Duan said in an important voice that there was a very big difference in the property prices. The student said that all of his family's real estate was in the city center. Yoon thought about it. She couldn't understand whether the Han Lee family could compete with the Duan family. The head girl thought about it. She realized that a confrontation had begun between the students. Sia glanced furtively at the main character. She was interested in a serious conflict starting between the guys. The headmistress decided that she would intervene at the very last moment. For now, she wanted to see what the main character was capable of. The girl decided that she was a master of strategy. She realized that the future confrontation would be interesting. The main character laughed to himself with displeasure. The student looked at him angrily. Han asked the student what his family's most expensive house was. Duan angrily replied to the guy that each of their houses was considered expensive. The main character laughed joyfully to himself. He realized that the student wanted to deceive him. Han told his interlocutor that his family owned only small houses. The guy got worried. The main character asked Duan if he was right. Duan was very angry. He realized that the protagonist knew details about his family. The student jumped up and asked the guy very angrily what he was talking about. Faye watched the conflict between the students. She asked fearfully, "What happened?" The guy answered her that he did not know. Han told the student with a smile about his family's house in the Yongpu district. The main character said that Duan owned a small house for several people in a very unremarkable building. Han told his interlocutor sternly that his family was renting out the rest of the houses. The main character told the student that his parents bought a small space and opened a store there. The protagonist asked Duan with a smile, "What is the average price of houses in the Yangpu area?" The student got very angry. The main character asked him to remind him of the price of his family's real estate. Han turned sternly to his interlocutor and said that he would ask him the question again. The main character asked Duan which house in his family was the most expensive. Duan pointed his finger at the main character angrily. He didn't even know what to say to the guy. Faye looked at Han carefully. The guy sat absolutely calmly at his desk. The headman thought about it. She couldn't understand what kind of guy Han Lee was. The main character calmly told his interlocutor that not only his family received new housing, Han told his interlocutor that he came here from a village that was going to be demolished, but the locals got together to prevent this. The protagonist told Duan that his family had not participated in the investigation of this case. His family had come to a ready-made situation when the locals had agreed with the developers to provide them with new housing. Han told Duan that it was all just luck, adding that the student could make an effort to improve his life. The protagonist explained to his interlocutor that the wave of urban development had brought prosperity to his doorstep. He should appreciate it. Han pointed out to his interlocutor that his family's prosperity was not as he claimed. The family's wealth did not relate personally to Duan. The main character demanded that the student not come near him. Han told the guy that he was in a very bad financial situation. Dwan asked his interlocutor in fear, how did he know all this? The main character answered his interlocutor that he found out about everything quite easily. Han smiled and said that he came to the university to study, but the main character's family didn't want him to cause trouble. The main character told his interlocutors with a smile that he himself doesn't like it when people bother him. Han told the girls that he had found information about every person in their group, which helped him know who he could hang out with and who he should ignore. The protagonist told the astonished Duan that he had to figure out his own level. Han looked at his interlocutor and said that he wanted to give him advice. He explained that the guy should not allow such a situation to happen again. The main character thoughtfully told his interlocutor that he should understand all of this. The students in the audience sat together and kept silent. They were impressed by the Khan's words. Duan thought about it. He reflected on the words he heard from his interlocutor. The student stood up from his seat. He said in a frightened voice that he understood everything. The bell rang and the students prepared to listen to another lecture from the teacher. The teacher from the department told the students in great detail about microeconomics. The main character sat and looked attentively in front of him at Duan Xiaoyi. He was surprised by the guy's reaction. The headman was surprised. She thought that Duan was a loser and did not answer Han in any way. Sia turned around and looked closely at the main character. He seemed amazing to her. The girl wanted to intervene to stop the conflict, but her plan was destroyed. Saya decided to write a novel for herself. She wanted to make Khan the main character. The head woman told herself that she should calm down and forget about everything. The girl thought to herself that Han Li's behavior was even worse than she could have imagined. The headman decided that the main character showed mercy when tolerance was required. He also showed harshness when firmness was required. Sia definitely decided that she should get closer to the main character. The students stood up from their seats and prepared to leave the classroom. Yoon smiled and invited the main character to have lunch with her and sit in the dining room. Han answered his interlocutor with displeasure that the canteen was very expensive. He explained that he could not afford it. The main character received a call on his phone. It was a request to add him as a friend on a social network. The student shouted at the protagonist that he couldn't afford food from the cafeteria, but he had an expensive and new phone. Han saw that his girlfriend Yan Fei had written to him. The main character explained to the girl that he spent all his savings on a phone. Now he is broke. Yoon looked at the main character with distrust and silently, she was thinking about what to tell him. The girl offered the guy to pay for him. Han told the student that he would not be able to return her money. The girl was surprised. She didn't understand why the main character decided that she would ask him to return the money. The student told the guy that she just wanted to treat him and that she didn't need to return anything. Han looked at the girl. He remembered that he had played a dating simulator before. The main character decided that he was able to change the scenario inside the girl. Han thought to himself that everything was becoming very interesting to him. The main character said in a frightened and shy voice that he felt very awkward. The interlocutor grabbed the guy's hand with her own. She wanted to take him with her. Yoon pulled the student along with her. The protagonist agreed to go with her. He said that he just wanted to tease her. The female students around were watching everything. They laughed very loudly. Yoon turned around with displeasure and asked the girls why they were laughing. Sia looked at the main character and his friend and said that they were very funny. The head girl sat and laughed. She told the students that they were very funny. Yoon looked at the main character with great excitement and a piercing gaze. The student suddenly grabbed the guy by the hand and pinched him very hard. Yoon asked the guy discontentedly, "Is he really making fun of her?" Han shouted back at the girl that it really hurt him. The main character explained to his interlocutor that he didn't even think about making fun of her. The student thought about it. She decided to figure out why she wanted to invite the guy. Faye approached the protagonist and said that he could have lunch with her instead of Yoon. The main character explained that he didn't like the food in the cafeteria. He advised the girl to discuss everything with Yoon. Han thought to himself that because of Duan Xiaoyi's stupidity, the female students were interested in him. But he was not interested. The main character decided that he would not enter into serious relationships with beauties. Han understood that one of the girls wanted love and the other wanted to marry a rich guy. All this would end sadly. The main character was packing his things. Yoon decided that she and her friend were of no interest to Han Li. Yoon thought to herself, she realized that the main character had experience in relationships and had seen many beautiful girls. The girl decided that it would be very difficult to get a guy like Han, but if his family was rich, it would be worth the effort. Faye appeared on the student's way. She asked her friend if she had bought a new skincare kit. The friend told her interlocutor that she didn't have much money. She offered to pay for the Hanya. Yoon remembered that she hadn't bought any set. Out loud, she told her friend that she had enough money. The fairy looked sternly at the student and told Ta not to come to her and ask for money. The students stood and silently looked at each other. The main character approached them. Han stood between the two girls, holding his backpack in his hands. Han smiled broadly at the girls in front of him and motioned for them to leave. Han and his girlfriends headed towards the exit of the classroom in a friendly manner. The student from behind suddenly turned to the main character. Han turned to her, young very quietly. I asked the guy why he bought a new phone. The main character explained to his girlfriend that the head girl had started making up stories. Han explained that if he had continued using the old phone for a couple more days, the whole school would have started saying that he was heartbroken over his ex-girlfriend. The head woman looked at the guy with displeasure and demanded that he not drag her into this. The fairy approached the main character and asked if he really had never had a girlfriend. The main character told his interlocutor that when he was at school, no one noticed him. Lu turned around sharply and looked at the main character with great displeasure. Han turned to the students with displeasure. He asked what they said. Duan shut his friend's mouth and told the protagonist to ignore them. The student approached the main character and said that he was really very modest. The fairy asked the student what kind of girls he likes. The student demanded that the main character tell them about the girls. Han thoughtfully told his interlocutor that he wanted to think about the answer. The main character looked ahead and imagined the image of a suitable girlfriend. Han said that he likes a beautiful and gentle girl. She must share similar values with him. Yoon told the main character with a smile that he didn't have a girlfriend because he was very traditional. The student told her interlocutor that guys like him deserve better. The guy asked the students, what qualities can make someone better? Yoon answered her interlocutor with a smile that for everyone personal qualities are personal. The girl thought to herself that she had big breasts. Faye said with a smile that Yoon was absolutely right. She thought to herself that her friend had a great figure. The head girl thought that it was very annoying for her to be an imaginary rival for her friends. Sia looked at the students and noticed that they were acting like children when it came to competition. The friend came up to the main character from behind and took his hand with her palm. Yoon told the protagonist to come with her. She explained that if they were late, there would be nothing left for them. The students were sitting at a table. There was a lot of tasty and fresh food there. Yoon was carrying a bag in her hands. She happily shouted to her friends that she had bought some fruit. The girl wanted to please the main character. She looked around. Yoon was surprised to see that the boy had disappeared. She asked, "Where is Han?" Suddenly, the main character appeared behind the girl. He brought something with him. Han explained to the students that he could not eat their food for free. He held a piece of cake in his hands. The main character told the students that he bought them several types of dessert. Han told the students that they could choose any dessert they liked. The students began to choose a treat for themselves. The main character thought that girls were very easy to please. Han turned around and noticed with surprise that one of his girlfriends was not eating anything. Sia sat and looked at a piece of cake with great excitement. The main character asked her why she wasn't eating anything. The main character slyly told the girl that if she didn't want to eat dessert, he would take it for himself. The head woman very quickly sat down at the table to try the dessert. Sia ate the cake and told the guy that she would not give it to him. Han was very pleased that the trick worked. Yoon asked the main character how he knew what she wanted. She thanked him. Han picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat his food with them. The main character told his interlocutors that his dishes are not cheap either. Faye said that there are 2 large chicken legs in front of the guy. This also looks expensive. Yoon said in a serious voice that if she was treating a student, then the food should be excellent. Faye told her friend that she was worried about her because she had little money. Yoon said that she would support the main character. The main character was gobbling up his food. He told his girlfriends that it was inappropriate. Han told the girls that if he ate like this every day, he would run out of money within a week. The main character pointed at his girlfriend with chopsticks and said that a fairy would buy food tomorrow. The student smiled and said that she would feed the main character something tasty tomorrow. The main character was very pleased. The student excitedly told him to be sure to come tomorrow. Yoon told her friend in a displeased voice that she would no longer treat the guy. The fairy waved her hand to the student. The protagonist decided that everything looked like the Wheel of Fortune to him. The main character remembered that the girls in front of him were the same as they were in his past life. Han realized that people grow only when they cross certain thresholds. The boy picked up the fruit. He decided that only when a person grows up can he rationally evaluate the stupid things he did in the past. The main character got ready to eat a tangerine that he peeled himself. The class monitor noticed that the boy did not react to the quarrel between the girls. She decided that the Khan was not interested in female students. The main character sat at his table and devoured a tangerine alone. Very unexpectedly, the boy called the headman. The girl suddenly perked up. Han offered his girlfriend a slice of tangerine. The girl refused. The headman waved her hand and told the boy to eat himself. The main character thought to himself that she was much more interesting to him than the other girls. Han threw the last slice of tangerine into his mouth. He was thinking about the headman. The main character realized that the girl had complicated his life in the past. He decided to pay her back. Han returned to the student dormitory. He went up to his room. The student in the room happily shouted to the main character that he was back. The main character asked the guy if he had had lunch. The neighbor replied that they were just getting ready to go. Han asked his friends in surprise why they were going out to dinner so late. The student suggested that the main character have lunch together. They would get to know each other better. The main character answered his interlocutor with displeasure that he had already eaten. Han remembered something. He turned around and looked at his roommate. The main character asked his friend if he was going to stay out all night again. The guy answered fearfully that that was exactly it. The student explained that there was nothing else to do on campus except go online. Han laughed slyly to himself. He knew very well how the rich kids spent their time. The protagonist knew that in the future, rich students would find new ways to waste time. Many cities have clubs that boast VIP zones. The protagonist looked at his roommates. He thought that his curiosity had since waned. Han told his friends in a confident voice that they didn't need to worry. The protagonist explained with a smile that there were still many opportunities ahead. He thought to himself that in the future he would surpass all the students in wealth by a large margin. The student held a can of Coca-Cola in his hands. He said his name was Qi Xiangbei. The student explained to the protagonist that he could simply call him Xiao Bei. If Han needed to build a house or buy wooden furniture, he could contact him. The guy with glasses said his name was Dean. He explained that his family ran a factory. Dean asked the main character if he wanted a cigarette. Han looked at his neighbors and told them in a calm voice that he did not smoke. The guys felt very awkward. They didn't know how to help their friend. Xiao hugged his neighbor and said that smoking was bad for his health. Dean said in a cheerful voice that they smoke for pleasure. The protagonist decided that he had really scared his neighbors. The main character approached the bed. He decided to create a friendly atmosphere in the hostel. Han explained to his neighbors that there are things that should not be hidden. He added that he had his own problems too. The main character listed his shortcomings for his roommates. Han said his roommates were scared when he read Buddhist descriptions. This is how he fights his inner demons. In reality, he values friendship very much. The main character told his friends that they ended up in the same room thanks to fate. Han told the students to take care of him. He hoped that they would become good friends. Xiao was very surprised. He didn't understand why the guy suddenly said such words. Dean thought to himself that the main character has no inner demons. The main character asked his friends what had happened to them. Xiao felt as if he really wanted to go home. The two guys walked down the corridor past various doors into rooms. Dean said excitedly that if it were easier to find housing, he would have moved out of here long ago. The student said thoughtfully that he felt that the protagonist had lied to them. Ding replied that Han wasn't that bad, but he was very creepy. The student happily hit the guy on the back with his hand. He shouted that they needed to think more joyfully. Xiao said happily to his friend that the protagonist is protecting them. Maybe Han can help them. The student told his friend that in the future, perhaps they would lead the way, being powerful. The Han would protect them. The guy said joyfully and cheerfully that he was seeing a wonderful sight. Dean said to the guy with displeasure that he really didn't understand the main character. Xiao told his friend that his sister could handle anyone. Dean got very angry. He hit his friend on the head with his hand as hard as he could. The student made a gesture and angrily shouted that he would not give his sister to anyone. Xiao told the student that he was just joking. He didn't understand why the guy got so angry. The main character was sitting in the cafeteria with his girlfriends. Someone called the student fairy. Yoon pointed her finger at her interlocutor very irritatedly and angrily. The fairies asked their friend discontentedly why she was talking as if they were scoundrels. The headman sat at the table and said nothing. She was thinking about something of her own. Yoon complained to the headman about the main character. Yesterday, Han ate her food and used her things. The main character told the girl with excitement that he ate her food, but he did not use her things. The guy explained to his surprised girlfriend that he had packed her things in a special bag. He offered the girl to take it. Yoon grabbed the bag abruptly. She shouted at the guy that she was just joking. The student thought to herself that the main character was too rude for her, but he was very reasonable. She decided to get him. Han thought to himself that he didn't want to get involved with girls. He would only use them to tease the headman. For the main character, time passed very slowly. During his sports activities, he ran around the stadium. Han was busy with his studies. He spent a lot of time studying his textbooks. In order to properly manage his time, the main character was busy planning. The main character lived an ordinary life. He walked from school, back home, and then back to the stadium. Han felt that he had nothing interesting in his life. He was walking down the street and saw some female students. The main character noticed that he had become a celebrity. The girls stood and talked about him. Han sat and thought about how to get rid of his fame. At that time, a student called him. Ding told the protagonist that they were leaving. He promised to bring something when they returned. Han wished his friend good luck. The main character turned around and looked at the calendar. He realized that tomorrow was an important day. Han thought about it and remembered that tomorrow the students had a holiday. The guy began to carefully search for information on the computer. He knew that there would be a meeting for those who remained in the hostel. Han read the messages in the chats. He realized that it was only the first year of study, but conflicts had already begun. He decided that Jia would soon start acting. The head teacher wrote to the students in the chat so that they would not argue among themselves. The main character decided that he was right. The main character read the messages between students in the chat very carefully. Han noted to himself that nothing had changed from his previous life. Even the reasons for the quarrel between the students had not changed. The protagonist was sure that the headman was busy with personal relations with each of them in order to settle the situation. The protagonist continued reading the messages. He thought that sometimes people can't even figure out who is guilty and who is right. One mistake can lead to increased conflicts. When students argue among themselves, no one will pay attention to them. Han continued to sit and read the correspondence between the students very carefully. The protagonist decided that, although he didn't want to interfere, everything turned out very easily. After Han dealt with Duan, his popularity grew. With great popularity, it is easier to restrain upstarts from the class. The main character closed his eyes. He realized that he doesn't even know what family he is from now. The main character received a message on his phone. He picked up the device. The main character read the message. The headman thanked him for his help. Xia told her friend that they had managed to reach an agreement with the students. She promised that she would pay Hanyu in gratitude for his help. The main character asked his girlfriend how much all this would cost. She answered the guy that everything would be cheap. The head woman was unhappy. It was the first time she had spent money on a guy, she thought. She decided to write another message to the guy in the messenger. The main character carefully read the correspondence. He decided that the headman was angry with him. Han became worried. He thought to himself that he might have said something wrong to the girl. The main character decided to communicate with the girl in a different way. He remembered that last time he spent a lot of time sending his girlfriend a friend request. The main character saw that he had received a new message. He decided to read it. The guy became worried. He realized that he had received an answer. Han continued the correspondence. The main character said to himself with great excitement that he needed to calm down. Han waited with great excitement for the girl to answer him. He glanced at his watch. It was the evening of September 30th. The main character woke up the next morning. It was already the 1st of October. Han was walking and chatting cheerfully with someone on the phone. He said that his odnoklasniki are very friendly and call him an older brother. The main character told his interlocutor that he was not joking. After that, he said goodbye. The female students happily greeted the main character. Yoon shouted to the guy that they were waiting for him. Yoon hugged the main character. Faye asked if she had enough money. The friend answered that she still had money left. Yoon glared at the student. She decided that she would not leave Han's side. The main character suggested that the girls go and meet the rest of the students. Han noticed that 2 students had arrived. He couldn't figure out where the guy Lu Zi had gone. The head woman waved her flag and shouted to her friends that she was going to buy tickets for the metro. They could follow her. One of the students said that their classmate had very good legs. Han was surprised by such words. Han asked his friend what was so attractive about a girl's legs. The main character looked at the girl attentively. He realized that his long training had not been in vain. The girl looked simply stunning. Her figure was graceful. The headman asked the main character with displeasure what he was chatting about with the guy. The girl sternly told the students that they would get lost if they didn't hurry. The headman thought to herself that if the Han were with them, then they shouldn't have any problems. Suddenly, the student saw something bad. She looked away with excitement. The student said he was unhappy that the metro was full and he was already tired of walking. He asked his friends again, do they really want to go further? The student answered Duan that they had been there for the last time when they were children. The student explained that they would only spend 65 yuan on their student ID card. He added that not everyone is as rich as Duan. The guy was very unhappy because the student used the low price as an excuse. He said that he could lend him some money. The student told the angry Duan that no one forced him to come here. A very dissatisfied Duan rushed at the student and asked angrily, does he really have any problems? The guy asked irritably, does Duan really want to fight with him? The head girl was surprised. She couldn't understand why a conflict between the students had happened so suddenly. The headmistress approached the students. She angrily asked what they were doing. Yoon grabbed the protagonist's arm. She shouted that she was scared because the students were going to fight. The main character shouted to the girl that there would be no fight and demanded that she let him go. The student said that she was afraid. The fairy stretched out her hand to the guy in fear. She said that she was afraid too. The main character told his interlocutors that there was nothing to be afraid of. The guys were always arguing. Han thought about it. He couldn't understand why the girls had become so active. The main character decided that he was the only one who should feel fear now. Han demanded that the female students let him go. He explained that he would be able to resolve the dispute between the boys. The female students were very scared. They grabbed the guy by the arms and didn't let him leave. The girl shouted at the main character that the students might attack him and it would be dangerous. Han thought about it and realized that the girls didn't want him to let go, so that he would leave them. Yoon was very upset. She let go of the main character and walked away. Han watched with great excitement as his very upset girlfriend walked away from him. The main character remembered that the girls in his past life didn't even look in his direction. Now they are trying to get closer to him. Han looked away. He noticed that the students were still arguing with each other. The head girl angrily told the boys that they had managed to quarrel at their first event. The main character was surprised. He couldn't understand why the girl was looking at him. She showed the main character with a very pleading look, asking him to help her now. The main character went to the students. He decided to help stop the fight between them. Suddenly, Han knelt down on one knee in the middle of the platform. The students around were surprised. The main character shouted very loudly that he urgently needed to go to the toilet. The woman next to him was surprised. The head woman was very angry. She didn't like the guy's behavior. Sia approached the students and shouted for them to stop. The guys looked at her in surprise. The headmistress explained to the students that they could fight in places where there were no people. She explained that everyone should disperse now. The new meeting is here in 2 hours. Sia was very unhappy. She went to the side. The students discussed the boys' fight among themselves for a long time. After some time, the main character was sitting outdoors. His girlfriends wrote to him and offered to meet. Han was very worried. He didn't know what to do. He was thinking about an answer for the girls. The main character realized that he needed to achieve his goal. He didn't want to ruin his relationship with the headman because of the mess. The girl was passing by the establishment at the entrance at that time. There was a picture of a penguin there. Saya saw that she had received a message on her phone. She realized that the guy had really run away. Sia was unhappy. She hoped that the main character would help her. She decided that she would not talk to him anymore. The girl received a new message. The main character asked her for help. Sia very persistently decided to herself that she would not answer the Hanyu. The head woman felt curious. She decided to read the message in more detail. The girl decided that she would not talk to the guy, but would simply ask what happened. Han texted his girlfriend that he had a stomachache but didn't bring any toilet paper. The girl was shocked after reading it. Sia wrote to her friend that she couldn't help him because she couldn't go into the men's room. She thought to herself that the main character had finally fallen into her hands. The head woman demanded that the boy ask her correctly. She wrote so that the main character would think about how he should call her. The main character wrote a reply to the girl. He said that he could call her mom or mistress. Han suggested to his girlfriend that he could call her madame or dear. Sia was very unhappy. The main character wrote to the girl that he needed help because he ran out of toilet paper. The head girl decided that she was very stupid if she paid attention to the Hanyu. She realized that the guy could not say beautiful words to make the girl happy. Sia remembered that when other students were interested in the main character, he did not show interest in return. Han suddenly approached the headman from the side and asked, "What is she thinking about?" Sia was very surprised. She silently turned around and looked at the guy. Han brought his girlfriend ice cream. He told her to eat it quickly, otherwise it would melt. A love story that doesn't evoke emotion to the fullest extent is not a good story either. People can actually strengthen relationships through emotional fluctuations. However, insincere love between a guy and a girl does not work. Only after mastering the necessary knowledge can the relationship be strengthened and maintained. Han stood opposite his girlfriend and held an ice cream in front of her. The girl was dissatisfied. She silently turned her head away from the con. The main character sat down on a bench. He decided to try to talk to the headman. The main character explained to the girl that he stood in a long line to buy her ice cream. It must be delicious. The guy added with a smile that he had bought himself some toilet paper. Han continued to feel that his stomach was still sick. The head girl told the boy that if he needed to go to the toilet, he should just go. There was no need to tell her about it. The main character realized that his girlfriend had a bad attitude towards such jokes. Han threatened the girl that if she did not start eating ice cream, he would shove it in her mouth. The girl took the treat and asked the main character with displeasure if he had washed his hands. Han answered cheerfully that he had simply gone to the toilet and then gone to buy ice cream. The main character explained to his girlfriend that he did not need to wash his hands, since he did not touch anything. The headman laughed. The main character was surprised by such a reaction from the girl. Sia was sitting on a bench and laughing. The main character asked his girlfriend why she was laughing. The girl put her hand on the guy's hand. She felt that she was having fun. Sia asked the main character with a smile to wait and give her a break. The head girl thought the guy was very interesting. He bought her ice cream and always smiles. She looked furtively at her friend and ate ice cream. She decided that the guy was really cheerful and kind. The head woman thought about it and realized that she had some feelings for the main character. The head woman closed her eyes and thought. She kept thinking to herself about the main character. She devoured her ice cream with gusto. She decided that she would give the guy a chance. Han looked at the girl with displeasure. He did not understand why she had become so arrogant. At this time, he received a system message. The system informed the owner that he had successfully mastered the new skill. The delighted protagonist saw details about his new skill. The guy knew he still had 180,000 experience points left. He decided to raise it to level 3. Han thought that he needed skills not only to communicate with girls, he can't tell anyone who he really is. The guy asked his girlfriend how she liked the ice cream. The girl replied that the ice cream was very tasty and had a strong, milky taste. Han asked her friend with a smile, "Is it really that she doesn't feel anything else?" She couldn't understand what else she was supposed to feel. The girl looked at her ice cream with great confusion and suspicion. Sia angrily asked the guy, "Does he really want to die?" The main character asked the girl if she had tasted love. The headman angrily demanded that the protagonist love himself. At that moment, a little girl ran up from behind. She almost knocked the headman off his feet. After colliding with the child, she began to fall. The main character shouted to his girlfriend to be more careful. Han reached out his hand in time and caught his girlfriend so that she wouldn't fall. The main character was able to keep the girl from falling to the ground in time. Sia was very surprised by such unexpected help. Han looked at her friend happily. The main character told the girl that there were a lot of children around. He explained that she should be more careful. The class monitor turned around and said that there were more weirdos in their class than she had seen in high school. Sia said that it is easier for the head of the National Academy of Management to manage than for her. The girl told the main character that she and the students were just troublemakers. When they went out to have fun, they would end up fighting. Han explained to his interlocutor that human energy is very limited. As a result, a person cannot do many things in one day. The remaining energy is wasted. It is a big waste. The protagonist explained that the students at the National Academy of Communications have a lot of money and they do not have enough energy for any conflicts and quarrels. The main character explained that it was a different case at their university. They didn't have much money. They had fun playing games on their phones and computers, so their energy just had nowhere to go. Han explained that there are small conflicts in their class, but they don't make big trouble. In the academy, the situation is the opposite. They are usually calm. The guy said that the class monitor should understand the difference between these situations. Only then can she find a suitable way to manage the class. She told the boy that he had a point. She asked him how she could achieve effective classroom management. Han said that he can't completely get rid of conflicts. There will be more and more of them in the future. There is no need to pay attention to everyone. It is best for Zia to focus on doing important things. The girl realized that the main character said important words. Concentration on important tasks is one of the approaches. Han told his interlocutor that she was very lazy. The girl needed to redirect her energy in the right direction. The head girl decided that she had ambition, but she lacked the boy's thinking. The head woman thought about it. She smiled at the main character and decided to answer him. Sia answered the guy that she would focus on important matters in the future. The head woman turned around and threatened the boy that one day she would surpass him and become better than him. Han cheerfully wished his interlocutor good luck. The girl did not like that the guy spoke to her like a child. The main character decided to justify himself. He wanted to explain to the girl that he was serious. Suddenly, a young female student ran up from the side. She loudly called for the head of the class. The girl looked at her and asked excitedly if she felt better. The student noticed with surprise how the main character was sitting next to the headman on a bench. Yoon was surprised and worried. She couldn't understand why Han was sitting next to Zia. The student became worried. She realized that the main character did not answer her message because he was with the class monitor. Sue joyfully shouted to her friend that she had finally found her. She asked if she felt better. The headman crumpled a piece of white paper unnoticed in her hand behind her back. The girl threw the paper into the trash can. She said that she couldn't stay angry with the students for long. Yoon hugged the head woman. She told her that she was very upset that she didn't respond to her message. Jia suggested that her friend go to the elephant exhibition. The main character thought about it and decided that 18-year-old girls always stand together and radiate youth. Han thought excitedly to himself that his fairy friend must be at the elephant exhibition. The student turned to the main character and suggested that he go to the elephant exhibition. Yoon looked closely with great surprise and noticed that Han had disappeared from the bench somewhere. The student was surprised. She couldn't understand where the main character had disappeared to. The class monitor decided to call her friend to ask about everything. Khan's phone rang. He was walking at the time and was ready to pick up the receiver. The main character was heading to the zoo and greeted his interlocutor on the phone. The girl asked the guy in a very displeased voice where he had disappeared to. Han calmly explained to the headman that he needed to finish some business. He asked her for help. She angrily and very irritatedly shouted at the guy that no one would want to help him. Yoon asked the headman very sternly, what did she do with the guy? Sia was walking with her friend. The class monitor explained that the main character was still in the toilet and he was deliberately making fun of them. The girl was in a huge waiting room. She was sitting and waiting for the guy. Faye received a message from the main character. She studied it carefully. Han suggested his girlfriend to go to the zoo. The girl was happy. She said to herself that she was looking forward to the next holidays. The main character happily read the messages. He decided that his girlfriend was very cute. Han looked at the time on his phone with excitement. He realized that he needed to meet the rest of his friends. The main character came to the entrance of the recreation park. Other students had gathered there. The girls stood among themselves and decided where they should go and eat. The head woman did not understand why her friends were arguing again. Han suggested that the students forget about restaurants. He said that they could go to the snack street and everyone could buy what they liked there. Yoon happily raised her hand and said that everyone would be able to eat whatever they wanted. The main character went out with his friends to the street, where there were plenty of restaurants. The girlfriend asked the guy what he wanted to try. The girl looked at the food and said that the fried squid looked good. The main character drank Coca-Cola from a glass. He realized that the food would cost at least 300 yuan. The student bought herself a funny decoration in the form of bunny ears for her head. Yoon happily asked the main character if he wanted to try on her ears. The guy answered that the ears were definitely not for him. The main character suggested his girlfriend to find the rest of the students. It would be more fun with his girlfriends. The student said that if she went out with her friends, the guy would be bored. Yoon came up and grabbed the main character by the hand. She wanted to take him with her. The girl shouted to the main character that there were still many places they could go. Han and his companion were walking down the street. There were large shop windows nearby. The student saw something interesting. She ran excitedly to the display case. Yoon looked with great interest at the expensive necklace under the glass in the store. The main character realistically imagined how he could give a necklace to a girl. The main character asked the girl if she liked the jewelry. She replied that they were beautiful. The young man and his companion went into the store. The girl asked the saleswoman to show her the necklace. The main character stood to the side and silently watched everything. He slowly drank a drink from a glass. Yoon held the jewelry in her hands with admiration. The protagonist remembered that in his past life, he bought the girl this necklace as a sign of love. He had never seen her wear it. The guy noticed that the girl liked the necklace she once despised. Han thought to himself with displeasure that this situation was absurd and ridiculous. The protagonist approached the saleswoman and said that he would buy jewelry. He decided that the necklace would be an item that would mark the end of an era in his past life. Yoon happily thought that she would show off her new decoration to her fairy friend. The main character strictly warned the girl that if she continued to talk like that, he would not buy her a necklace. Suddenly, a system message appeared on the side. The guy heard the signal. The owner made a big purchase. After that, he received a new bonus. The main character received a leash for animals. With its help, it was possible to walk a dog or a cat. Han decided that a leash would be useful to him. If he had a husky. At this time, the girlfriend called the main character. Yoon smiled at her friend and asked him to help her put on the jewelry. Han decided to help the girl. He told her that he was very clumsy. The girlfriend told the guy not to rush. The main character fastened the jewelry on the girl's neck. He said that the necklace seemed to be holding. Suddenly, the guy heard a noise from the side. He realized that there were a lot of people near the display case. The main character was surprised to notice how many students were looking at him and his girlfriend. The headman was amazed. She looked at the Han and the Yoon next to him with a surprised look. The headwoman stood near the display case. She studied the main character very carefully. The boy was unhappy. He couldn't understand what his elder was doing in this place. Han decided to himself that he was not guilty of anything. He was just helping his girlfriend with the necklace. The main character knew that he only needed the headman. He wanted to get her. Han realized to himself that he had to act more decisively in such a situation. The main character realized that if he was not decisive enough, he would not gain access to the girl's heart. The main character walked decisively towards his friends near the entrance to the store. The guy waved his hand and asked the students what they were doing here. Faye looked at the main character and his girlfriend and asked, "Did they really interfere with them?" Yoon looked at the students and said that they were just about to find them. The guy told his friends that they were all gathered and now it was time to go back. The head girl told the students that the event was coming to an end. It was already getting dark. The student was unhappy because he had to go back. The other guy said that today was very boring. The girlfriend told the student that she had a good time. The guy told the girl that next time they could go together and they would have more opportunities. The main character thought to himself. He realized that he needed to act now. Han realized that he would not have another chance. He had to be more decisive. The main character remembered that in his past life such events were no longer organized. Han looked at the students. He knew that most people just passed him by in life. The guy looked at the girls. He realized that what he said earlier also applied to him. The main character was walking down the street. He knew that he shouldn't let random people influence him. Han decided to himself that the important thing was to build a career and earn money. The main character returned to his dorm room. He decided to relax. The guy received a message. The girl wrote him her number. Han happily thought to himself that everything was going according to plan for him. At the same time, the student climbed into her sleeping place. She was holding the phone in her hands. The girl saw that the guy sent her a friend request. The headman became worried. This was the first reader who decided to write. The girl was surprised to notice on her phone that the user had sent her a gift. The student got angry. Due to the surge of emotions, she threw the phone aside with all her might. The head woman calmed down and looked away. The main character continued to write her messages on his phone. Han sat at the computer. He realized that the girl's writing style was completely unique. The guy decided that if this continued, the girl would not achieve success in the future. The main character realized that the girl was neglecting the development of the plot for the sake of style. Han decided to write a message to the headman. He realized that he had to point out her problems to her. He decided to do it gently so as not to offend the girl. Sia read the messages with excitement. She realized that the guy had identified her problems. The class monitor realized that she had a main fan. The girl was happy that her fan read her novel in its entirety. Sia was very happy. The main character wrote her messages. He said that thanks to her messages, he feels better. The main character was pleased. He realized that he was able to win the attention and consciousness of his girlfriend. Han sat on the chair. He thought that if any fan could analyze the problems, then there was no need for professionals. A thought came into Han Yu's head. He smiled contentedly to himself. The main character remembered that he had a lot of reading experience and writing skills. The guy decided that his girlfriend was lucky that he was an expert in this field. The main character sat near the computer and continued to communicate with the headman. He wrote to her about the plot and the development of the characters in her book. The girl read the message. The user wrote her his opinion about her book. The main character wrote to the headman that the data of her novel was very meager. The girl realized that all the words of the main character were absolutely true. After reading it, she became very thoughtful. She realized that she had met a person who understood her. The main character continued to write various requests and compliments to the girl. Han thought contentedly to himself that now his cooperation with the headman began. Late evening came. The girl continued to sit in her dorm room and chat. The student asked her friend if she was going to bed. She told her neighbor to go to bed first. She still had something to finish. The main character wrote to the girl that he lacked life experience. He explained that this could not be resolved quickly. The headman read the messages from the guy. The main character advised the girl to use her skills more effectively. The main character asked the girl what genre she found easiest to write in. The interlocutor told the guy that she could best portray certain scenes. The boy asked the headman what she could best describe. The headwoman told the boy that she could describe the smallest details of the female body well. The amazed protagonist asked his interlocutor if she described intimate scenes. The student sat and did not know what to answer her interlocutor. Yoon could not understand who her friend was talking to like that. It was late night. Sia did not sleep and continued to correspond with the main character. The guy asked the girl if she would continue her career. She answered her interlocutor that she liked all of it. The headwoman thought very sadly to herself that she simply didn't have much of a choice. The main character continued to think about Liutin. He liked talking to her. The guy thought the girl was very ambitious. She shouldn't have been a simple worker. She should have opened her own business or married a man from a rich family. The main character remembered that the girl once said that she wanted to become a model, but she gave up because she couldn't cope with it. Han realized that the best solution for his girlfriend would be to continue writing novels. The main character wrote to the girl that he had an idea. She read the message. The guy said that he always wanted to write a novel about a powerful CEO. The main character should be a real powerful CEO. He should have a gloomy and cold demeanor. The main character should be an attractive and cheerful girl. The main characters meet on a train. After that, they develop feelings for each other, and their relationship begins to blossom. There are conflicts between the girl's company and the man's company because of the ruthlessness of the main character. The girl's father ends up in prison. This situation becomes the cause of a break between the main characters. The main character's sister signs an agreement with the main character to protect her. She sacrifices herself. When the main character finds out everything, she undergoes a transformation. An ordinary, cheerful girl turns into a cruel, cold-blooded version of the main character. After this, the girl returns to the main character and simulates her submission to him. She begins a plan for revenge. The main character asked the headman what she thought about this plot. The girl was surprised. The guy's script really interested her. The main character arrived at the university building. He went into the library. The guy looked at the bookshelves with interest. He found what he needed. Han looked at the thick book. He needed the skill of speed reading. Suddenly, the main character noticed something interesting to the side. He looked carefully. The guy saw that Xia Liutin was standing next to him. He greeted the headman out loud. The main character told the girl that he would help her get a book from the shelf. The guy asked his girlfriend if she was thinking about writing a novel. The girl replied that she would find a new hobby. The main character told the girl that writing novels could bring in money. She turned around and thanked the guy for helping her get the book. She explained that she had things to do and so she was leaving. Han waved his hand to the headman and wished her a good rest with a smile. The girl returned to her dorm room and prepared to sit at the table. She put the book on the table and decided to read the messages on her phone. The guy offered the girl cooperation. He wrote that he wanted to hire her to finalize his project. She read everything carefully. The main character offered the girl 2 payment options. She asked her interlocutor for time to think about it. The head woman decided that 20 yuan for edits would not be such a big amount of money for her, but it would be enough for a part-time job. The girl decided that she should earn some extra money. She can take the risk if the 3 chapters live up to expectations. The head woman decided to herself that she did not want to be in the shadow of the main character. The guy was walking down the street and carrying a book in his hands. He decided that she was very stubborn but also very smart. The protagonist decided that the girl became even more interested after his unintentional hint. He decided that he would provide his girlfriend with sketches for a future popular novel. Han thought that female-oriented novels would be just the beginning. Now he needs to use every opportunity to make money and upgrade the system. The main character decided that he still had a lot to do in the future. Suddenly, the girl's phone vibrated, which meant that a new message had arrived. The girl picked up the phone, which had a message saying that Han Lee had prepared the chapters and changed for being late. The girl clearly didn't know who he was, but she was glad that even after 3 days, he still did what he promised, because she thought he had changed his mind about it. Yu Yun waved to the village chief and said that she had to leave, and that when she came back she would buy her some treats. Xia Liuting wished her good luck. As soon as the girl returned, Xia Liuting stopped watching her. She instantly turned back to the screen and began to reason. Looking at the screen, she saw a Word document and clicked on it. A short outline of the work itself opened up to her. The girl read it and nodded her head. At some point, she realized that the main character's last name was exactly the same as hers and immediately blushed. However, she decided not to pay attention to this and continued reading the text, deciding that it was a coincidence. After reading for a long time, she realized that this work seemed even more amazing than she imagined. She understood that even though the story was just a cliché with girls, the characters were very well written into it. The girl nodded her head and understood that even though in some places the description was too harsh and the main character's reaction was not entirely appropriate, this was a minor problem. After that, she typed to the anonymous person that the content of this work is really amazing and she agrees to work with him, but wants to have a third of the proceeds. Han Lee said that he agreed to this, but since she decided to share the profits, his demands would be more serious. The girl typed so that Han Lee would not be embarrassed to try, and she would try to give him a trial version. Realizing that he had achieved what he wanted, Han Lee could not help but smile. Han Lee suggested that she try writing what she is good at, a passionate scene between the main characters. Her goal was to formulate the atmosphere, specificity, and use vivid imagery. Xia Liuting couldn't help but get furious because she thought that the guy wanted her to write this so that he could simply read something like this. However, she closed her eyes and an inner voice told her to calm down because this was all for their work. In the end, the girl agreed and said that she would write everything and send it to him. However, she asked if they could change the main character's last name because, in her opinion, it was too common. After that, she suggested changing the main character's name to Xia Mei Ting. At the same time, Xia Liuting blushed as she realized that the name she had chosen had become even closer to her. While the girl tried to justify herself, Han Lee could only sigh. He wrote that he couldn't change it because such a surname was very important to him, but he would leave the rest of the characters with it because he wasn't particularly good at coming up with names. The girl eventually agreed and said that she was ready to start working because they could discuss everything else once she finished the draft. Walking away from her laptop, Xia Liuting wondered what could be so important about a surname. Very soon, some time passed and it was deep night. Han Lee blushed and even rubbed his eyes. In the end, he couldn't say anything other than that the work was amazing. Xia Liuting, who was on the bed, was happy about this reaction and wondered if she had really done well. Han Lee wrote that it was far beyond what he had imagined, and the third income would definitely be hers. The girl asked if they were partners today, to which Han Lee explained that since this was a collaboration, they could sign a contract. However, when the girl saw this message, she was taken aback. The elders understood that if they signed the contract, their personal information and appearance would be revealed. But they understood that if this book was successful, then a third of the income would be clearly significant, and the contract was a rather important thing. Of course. In the end, she said, "I know," and asked what the guy thought about it. Han Lee asked if she was worried about revealing personal information, to which she agreed. After that, Han Lee offered to give her access to the author panel so that they could check the data at any time. He explained that in this way she would provide him with her payment account, and as soon as the monthly payment was received, he would immediately transfer her share to her. He also said that when they get to know each other better and trust him, then they won't be able to sign a regular contract, and asked what the girl herself thinks about it. Xia Liuting immediately agreed to this proposal and said that she hopes for a fruitful cooperation. They eventually agreed on a plan. Han Lee stood up from his computer. He realized that he needed to prepare several drafts and upload them. However, after that, he looked at the dorm around him and realized that it was literally littered with garbage and he needed to clean it up. However, while cleaning, Han Lee heard something strange. The door to the dormitory opened, and Han Lee looked towards the noise. The main character's neighbors were there. They brought some goodies and said with happy faces that they had returned. However, looking around, they wondered if he was really not here. Suddenly, Ding Ding looked towards the protagonist's bed where he saw that he was doing something. Han Li turned around and looked at them, looking especially scary to them as he was cleaning up the trash. Unable to bear something like this, Ding Ding turned pale. After that, Zhao Dongbei and Ding Ding hugged each other because they were so scared and thought they were finished. Han Li, who didn't understand, looked at them in amazement. Han Li asked if the boys had returned while they were clearly scared. Zhao Dongbei smiled tensely. Only Han Li asked why he didn't turn on the light. With a slow movement, the guy finally turned on the light, being completely tense. When they finally turned on the light, both the neighbors and Han Li froze in anticipation. Han Li calmly asked why they weren't coming in. Zhao Dongbei asked the main character tensely what he was doing and why the lights were off. He also asked what was in his bag and asked if it was Huang Wei. Han Li was puzzled and said that he was too big to fit in the bag. He said that he was just collecting trash and asked them to stop asking him questions and come in already. Ding Ding agreed, while Zhao Dongbei asked why Han Li didn't tell them to clean up since he didn't have to do it himself. Very soon, the bag of garbage was collected. Ding Ding turned to the main character and said that he had brought a lot of different food. He threw down the bags of food and said that it was straight from his family's factory and that he and his sister had been eating it since they were little. The guy said that it was very tasty and absolutely harmless, saying that he would definitely like it. Opening one of the packages, he saw a snack. After tasting it, Han Li said that when he was a child, he envied the kids whose families owned such factories. While he realized that as an adult, he no longer liked snacks so much, however, he still praised these snacks. Ding Ding smiled and said that if he liked it, he could ask for more. At that moment, Zhao Dongbei stood up and said that he had brought something too. Having given out a bunch of different snacks, he said that it was all from his hometown, and since he didn't know what he might like, he took a little bit of everything. After that, he gave these snacks to the main character and said that if he didn't eat everything himself, he could give them to someone else. Han Li blushed and said that this was too much and they didn't have to give it all to him because he would try a few snacks and finish with that. The neighbors said that they ate their fill of these snacks when they were little and now they don't even want to touch them. So this is all especially for him. Han Li thanked the boys and said that they were too kind. He wondered if they were really scared of him when they looked at those snacks. However, he understood that if he didn't scare them, they could cause problems. Looking at the boys, he knew that they had been pampered since they were children and were just following the crowd and could cause trouble. He knew that since they were hanging out with someone like Huang Fei, bullying others was a common thing. Eventually, the guy noticed the main character's gaze and asked why he was looking at him. Han Li said that it was nothing like that and asked where Huang Wei really was and whether he was not going to return. The neighbors were immediately taken aback by this question and could not say anything. Zhao Dongbei said that he was probably still on the way, but he would definitely come back here. Ding Ding began to type feverishly on his phone and thought that Han Li definitely wanted to shove the bag in him, so he had better not come back. Han Li said that he simply asked while he understood that there was no point in scaring them any further, since as far as he remembered, they had not done anything stupid. Wrapping himself in a blanket, Han Li said that it was already late and you told them to go to bed because I didn't bring him so many different snacks that he felt embarrassed, so I offered to treat them tomorrow. Zhao Dongbei hastily agreed, while the others said that they simply couldn't refuse him. Very soon it was deep evening. Many people were crowded around the eatery. Han Li was having lunch with the rest of his neighbors at one of the restaurants, and in Zhao Dongbei he thanked the protagonist for being so generous. Because the barbecue here was so delicious, Han Li asked if they really thought he would have brought them here if he hadn't known that everything here was delicious. The guy said that if that wasn't enough, they could order fried rice because it was also very tasty here. He knew that he had to treat his neighbors to something tasty someday because he had been taking advantage of the kindness for too long. Suddenly, someone approached the main character's company and said that this was a rather unexpected meeting. A certain girl straightened her hair and star-shaped earrings could be seen on her ears. She had neat, pink, miniature lips. Eventually, a girl came up with her friend. Her friend recognized Ding Ding and started asking when he had returned. Ding Ding said that he had returned last night and rushed into a hug. The girl said that they had also returned only yesterday and they were just looking for a place for us to have a bite to eat. Zhao Dongbei said that this girl is the main beauty of the university and asked how she is to the main character. The guy answered that she is quite beautiful. Eventually, Ding Ding asked the girls if they wanted to join in, as it would be a great opportunity to get to know each other. That same girl was in anticipation and turned to the pink-haired girl. With her eyes, she begged her friend, who blushed at the time, She looked away from her praying friend and looked at the main character, agreeing to lunch. Very soon, someone opened a can of Coke. Xiao Dongbei said that fate had brought them from far away and now gathered them here, so they should get to know each other. Xiao Dongbei introduced the first blonde girl and said that she was the class leader of the financial class and her name was Fu Dudu. Fu Dudu smiled softly and said that they could call her Dudu or Tofu. After that, he introduced the pink-haired girl and said that she was the main beauty of the entire university and her name was Pangi. Han Li narrowed his eyes and said that the first neighbor really lived up to his reputation and he himself began to feel a little awkward. In the end, Xiao Dongbei introduced the protagonist and began to flatter him while Han Li literally choked on these statements. He abruptly interrupted his friend and said that his name was Han Li. The guy said that he was studying in the financial class and he was pleased to meet them. He understood that the most important thing is the first impression of a person, and it is necessary not to spoil it. At the same time, Fu Dudu thought about it, because this name sounded somehow too familiar, while the handsome university man wondered what her friend was talking about. Suddenly, Fu Dudu understood what was being said and was immediately stunned. She immediately shouted that he was the same guy who, according to rumors, always had two beauties coming to him and competing to see who could feed him the tastiest food. The guy couldn't help but be taken aback by such a conclusion. Han Li was frightened that the rumors had spread quite quickly and his face was immediately covered in sweat. However, instead of condemnation, the guy only received pleasantly surprised glances in his direction, while the neighbors said that Han Li was amazing. Ding Ding approached the boy and asked why he didn't tell them. At that time, Han Li wondered why he would do that. However, their general conversation was interrupted by Pangei's cough. She became embarrassed and offered to order food, asking what they wanted. The first neighbor laughed and said that Han Li was paying today, so they could order whatever they wanted. Fu Dudu said that it was somehow wrong since they met for the first time today, so they should pay together. Han Li handed over the menu and told the girl not to worry about it, because even though they were meeting for the first time, it wouldn't stop him from treating them. He told them to order whatever they wanted and suggested that they consider it a surprise get-together of classmates, so they should just enjoy the food. Fu Dudu and Pangei looked at each other and remained silent. They eventually thanked the protagonist and accepted the menu. Han Li blushed at the same time because he didn't understand why everyone liked to call him brother. Fu Dudu said that the name was simply easier to pronounce and they felt uncomfortable calling him Li Li. Then Han Li finally understood why they called him that, and in some sense he was upset while his friends were already giving the girls advice on food. The guy looked at Pangei and realized that he had only seen her from afar before, and he clearly didn't think that she was familiar with the first neighbor. However, on reflection, he wondered whether in this case she would simply be a rich princess. However, right now, she is sitting at the same table with a stranger, and in unfamiliar situations she can show confidence and her personality is completely different from what she hears. After opening the bottle of cola, Han Li realized that it is not for nothing that they say that it is better to see once than hear 100 times. However, the guy's thoughts were interrupted. Panga suggested that they clink glasses and said that she didn't handle alcohol very well, but she could at least join in and have a few drinks. After that, she thanked the guy for paying for them. Han Li knocked the cans together and said that they should just relax and they could drink as much as they could. He had already said that they could order fruit juice anyway, and she didn't have to drink that much. The university beauty said that he was right, but for now everything was fine. No, but then the girl noticed something and raised her gaze. Not understanding what was happening, Han Li also raised his gaze. Thus, it turned out that Pangei and Han Li were looking at each other. At some point, the guy said that her eyes looked very unusual. The beauty of the university and said that her mother belongs to an ethnic minority, and she inherited them from her. After that, she asked if they were really that unusual. The guy said not to worry because they look great. Then the girl wondered where Han Li came from. The guy said he came from the city of dreams and asked me if she had ever heard of him. Beauty, you can't say that in this city they mine a lot of minerals, and asked if he could tell her about the city's landscapes. The guy started to tell me that there was a lot of greenery everywhere, but there was nothing picturesque. The girl asked if mining brought any harm, to which the guy replied that it was the price of progress. Suddenly, someone tapped the main character on the shoulder and called him. At some point, Ding Ding approached the main character and told him to look somewhere. After that, he pointed at a girl and asked if she was from his class. As it turned out, it was indeed Jia Liuting who looked at the protagonist. Han Li was surprised and called her name, which surprised Jia Liuting herself. Fu Dudu was surprised, and realized that it was the class president of the protagonist's class. Pan Ge also looked at the girl and wondered if she was Xia Liuting. Xia Liuting herself clearly didn't expect to see Pan Ge here and became tense. As it turned out, both girls were known as Money in the University. Xia Liuting was not only the class president but also a member of the student council, and her goal was simple: to use her position in the arts and literature department and rise to higher positions by improving her skills. The beauty of the university is just an ordinary student who does not hold any positions. She is indifferent to university affairs and is waiting for the opportunity to study abroad. Theoretically, the two girls shouldn't have interacted with each other much. Sarah stood there not expecting to see her rival here because she was swamped with student council work, and after much effort she secured the position of deputy head of the literary and artistic department. However, a few days ago she was told that the position of deputy head was deliberately left vacant for a first-year student. She understood that the student council had tried to invite this person, but they had been refused, and despite everything they insisted on leaving the deputy position for that person, and only after the other side said they had no interest did they give the position to her. The girl understood that she had worked very hard, but for someone this position was not desirable at all. And more importantly, the person who would like to see the student council was Pan Ge. Xia Liuting didn't understand why Han Li was sitting next to her and wondered if Yu Yun and Fei Fei weren't enough for him. As a result, the girl decided to make fun of the main character and asked what he was doing here, because the red-haired girl was waiting for him in the dorm. Han Li was surprised because he thought they had gotten away from this. Wondering if he had offended her, Han Li said that he had simply decided to treat his roommates and they had accidentally bumped into Fu Dudu and Pan Ge. After that, the guy asked if she really came here to eat, and, if so, could she fulfill his request to pick something up later? He also told her to think that he was treating everyone who remained in the hostel, and this would save her from waiting in line at the table. Not understanding what he was talking about, Xia Liuting thought about it. At the same time, Fu Dudu knew that something interesting was starting. Xiao Dongbei said that since they had met another person, they could just continue eating together and then share more. Both Han Li and Ding Ding were stunned by Xiao Dongbei's words. In a fit of impudence, the guy even told the protagonist to move over and make room for Xia Liuting. The first neighbor sign asked the protagonist to move over and said that they would make room for Xia Liuting. Ding Ding knew that his friend was very much mistaken, since it was obvious that Xia Liuting was causing him a lot of trouble, and it looked like he was going to get into trouble today. Almost stuttering, Han Li smiled tensely and said that they would need to talk tonight. Suddenly, Xiao Dongbei noticed something strange. Only now did he think about whether he really did everything as he should have. Xia Liuting became thoughtful and lost in her thoughts. At some point, she decided to join them after all and picked it up. After that, she asked Han Li if she was okay with it. Noticing some strange atmosphere between the two girls, he realized that something was definitely wrong. The boy knew that despite the fact that the prefects could be reckless, she would never join them. He had heard rumors about the incomparable duo before, but he still didn't know what could happen if they ended up at the same table. At some point, he called out his old age and said that, as she herself could see, they had already eaten almost everything, and there were still some leftovers on the table. He explained all this by saying that next time he would definitely treat her. Han Li said that if they wanted to get to know each other better, they should meet more often and asked what she thought about it. Xia Liuting said that she understood everything and said that she had some business and there was no need to order food for her. Angry and almost shouting, Xia Liuting said that she would not bother them anymore and they could enjoy their meal. Xiao Dongbei said to the protagonist as if it wasn't obvious that the girl looked like she was furious. The guy realized that she seemed very upset and he should console her later. At the same time, the evil Xia Liuting still couldn't calm down. She stamped her feet furiously, unable to contain her resentment. She understood that in her entire life no one had ever rejected her. And as soon as she saw them there, she immediately rushed there without even thinking about the situation. Tears appeared on her face and she realized that he was not even giving her a chance. Wiping away her tears, she mentally called the main character a fool and repeated it several times. At the same time, Xiao Dongbei turned to the protagonist and wanted to ask him something. Space Daughter. He said that he did not immediately understand, but he was in the same class as that girl. Fu Dudu confirmed this and said that there were only 2 classes in the finance department and they were definitely in the same class. After this, Naz asked if they didn't live in the same dormitory and didn't even know about it. The second neighbor said that a lot of things had happened around and they had simply forgotten. At the same time, he understood that they couldn't just ask, and that Han Li was really scaring them. The beauty of the university said that she just left and in her opinion she does not feel well. Xiao Dongbei said that since Han Li and she didn't get along, it was better to let her go. And when she approached them, he thought that she was close to the protagonist. Fu Dudu said that she and Xia Liuting are both members of the student council, and although they rarely interact, she thinks that she is a good person and is also very dedicated to her job. Pan Ge put down a can of beer and said that it was better not to judge people by their appearance. She said that she had also heard about Xia Liuting and said that although she was devoted to her job, her character could sometimes be too dominant and inconsistent. The girl said that such a person could easily offend people, which is why many of Outnoklasniki did not get along with her. Realizing that he was talking nonsense, Xiao Dongbei said that at any rate, he saw that he had quite a bad character and began to wonder who could handle a girl like her. Han Li said that in fact this was greatly exaggerated, and what Pan Ge said could indeed be true, and such a person would easily offend other people. However, the guy said that she was too long, and maybe she hadn't experienced serious failures like the others. He also said that he didn't really have a problem with her. They just both had their own temperaments and neither of them wanted to give in to the other. Han Li explained that people grow, and the personality within a person also needs time to mature, and there is no need to be so strict about this matter. After such an incredible speech by the protagonist, the others couldn't help but applaud him. Not understanding what was happening. Han Li tensed up. Fu Dudu said that it was really impressive when he said such things and had the same tone of voice as Pan Ge's father. However, Pan Ge said that everything he said was true and people have many sides, and being one-sided is not good. Han Li chuckled and asked if she was comparing him to her father because he looked like an old man, but he still told them to continue eating. The guy said he needed to go to the toilet and asked for another serving of fried rice. Very soon, Han Li found himself in the toilet. While in the toilet, he began to write, "Dear author." Xia Liuting, who still clearly didn't understand who was hiding behind the anonymous person's face, said that she was furious, and the anonymous person had no idea what she had been through. The girl said that she had classmates who were probably from a rich family. She explained that his behavior was similar to a domineering CEO, and she even planned to use his image to write a novel. But he was not just a domineering CEO, he was a tyrant. At the same time, Han Li, who was sitting in the toilet, could not help but be embarrassed that the girl planned to use him as material for a novel. The guy wrote that if there really was someone like that in her circle, then she should get closer to him and asked what he did that upset her. After that, the girl started typing. She explained that she had always secretly used him as a reference, but this time he had really gone off the rails and she had this feeling that he was deliberately manipulating her emotions, because one moment he was very nice to her and the next he was very cold, and the speed with which he changed his attitude was faster than turning the pages of a book. At the same time, the main character did not understand what was happening, because initially it was she who rushed to him, although he really was not intentionally cold towards her. He understood that in any case, he should first console her, and, besides, she was now just an internet friend to him, and he should simply agree with everything she said? At the same time, the headman ordered fried rice at the restaurant, and the cook agreed to the order. Han Li said that if he then burned that cold, then it is better not to fall for it. The girl wrote that she just turned around and left, without even looking back, and now he probably regrets it. However, in the future, she does not plan to cross paths with him. Not understanding what was going on, Han Li still decided to support her, and said that they could create a character in their story who would be the most miserable in the world and make him suffer. Han Li said that he had some of you to deal with and he needed to leave for a while so they could enjoy the food. After that, he put down his wallet and said that if he didn't come back, then let Xiao Dongbei pay the bill, and if anything happened, they could inform him. Xiao Dongbei said not to worry because he would keep it safe, but he said that they still hadn't exchanged contact information. However, a second later, Han Li was already far away and the others were puzzled as to how he had arrived so quickly. The cook asked if the girl wanted to add something to the rice, and the eggs cost 2 yuan and the sausage 3. Xia Liuting agreed to the eggs and read the message that they could use him as a prototype and make him one of those disposable villains who wouldn't last 10 chapters. The girl asked if it was too cruel, to which the guy said that he thought that this method was quite suitable, since he decided to mock her, so he deserved it. The guy said that in any case, she can always count on him, but she should take into account that in real life, she will still have to be careful. He said that he understands that they are carried away by this situation, but she should not believe that they are right just because he is on her side and in case she has serious problems. He hopes that she will understand what he means. The girl understood that her interlocutor was right, and after talking to him, she felt much calmer. She thanked him for his concern and said that he was much nicer than that man. After this, the cook gave the girl that same rice. The girl started looking for her wallet in her pockets and couldn't find it. Suddenly, someone near her handed over a bill and said he would pay for her. Handing her the bag, he asked if she had already forgotten that he would treat her to food. After that, he suggested exchanging. After all, the fried rice from the previous store was quite tasty and not too greasy, and she should try it. Not hearing the answer, Han Li asked if she really didn't want it, and said that he had tried their fried rice before and it was greasy and salty. After that, he asked her if she wasn't afraid that she would get acne after using it. The girl said she doesn't know if fried rice causes acne, but she will definitely get acne from being angry at it. Turning around, she said that since he bought it, he could eat it and said goodbye. The guy sighed and realized that she was really angry. Han Li realized that something suspicious was definitely going on if things weren't going as usual, and it was quite unusual for Xia Liuting to suddenly change her mind since he didn't get any reaction from her, even though Yu Yun and Fei Fei were right next to him. However, now it was quite a drastic change, and perhaps it had something to do with Pan Ge's attitude. After that, Han Li turned on his phone and used a knife to cut out the same application. The girl wrote that the guy clearly had some problems with his head because he had just come to give her a portion of fried rice that he had bought, but she ignored him and left. Han Li said she was doing well and asked if she was still outside because she should be careful when she was alone there. She wrote that she was going back to the dorm to continue writing. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the main character that he had received 0,000 points. He realized that there was some benefit to this because the old age personality was indeed a bit hypocritical, and its demands were that others should not approach it without its permission. On the other hand, she herself crosses other people's personal boundaries, and such reckless behavior will inevitably come back to haunt her. And the sooner she realizes this problem, the better for her. After that, Han Li returned to the company, and Ding Ding asked if he had already returned. The guy said that they were already planning to leave, and Han Li offered to pay the bill because he didn't want those 2 bags of food to go to waste. At the same time, Xiao Dongbei asked where he brought that bag of fried rice and why he brought 2 bags back. Ding Ding got scared and shut him up, telling him to stop asking questions that wouldn't do him any good, and told them not to invade the protagonist's personal life. The beauty of the university said that then they were also leaving, and they could meet again if they had the opportunity. Fu Dudu also said goodbye and waved her hand. Han Li also waved back and said goodbye. Very soon, Han Li found himself in the dormitory. The neighbor said that they were going to leave and asked if Han Li wanted to go with them. The guy asked where they wanted to go. Ding Ding said that they planned to meet some non-girls studying at the drama academy and that tonight they would go to karaoke to sing together. The boss was surprised and asked if he was sure that they were not inviting them just to pay the bill. Ding Ding suddenly felt dizzy and said that sometimes she was too straightforward on the heroes. The first time she asked how he knew this and asked if rewriting sacred texts really helps bring events closer like a deity. The guy said that it wasn't. He said that it was their own fault because they exude a sense of stupidity in everything, and it's obvious that they are just stupid and rich. The guy said they could go without him, but he wasn't going to join the fun since classes were starting soon and he hadn't even started preparing. He asked Han Li if he was sure about this since these girls were Dan Zihao's friends from their class, and each of them was incredibly beautiful, and who knows, maybe he could hit on one of them. The guy said he really didn't want to go and it would be too wasteful, and besides, he wasn't interested in finding a girlfriend right now. After that, Xiao Dongbei asked what about the other girls in their class and whether he wasn't interested in anyone there either, since if he wanted, they could help him with it. Han Li said that they have quite a wide range of services, since they even help someone's love life, and asked why in this case they don't do it themselves. Xiao Dongbei asked, "Is Han Li really joking after all? He can't handle these girls, and even if one of them approaches him, he will have to think it over carefully." Second neighbor said that he is absolutely right to fight. Self-awareness is crucial. Said that was well said, and he didn't know that they were both so knowledgeable. He laughed in response and asked if he didn't know whose subordinates they were. Han Lei was embarrassed and told him to stop joking like that. He said that they are all equal here. If someone didn't know this, they would think that a gang of hooligans lives here. The guy told them to go and have fun and not to bother him while he studies. After this, the neighbors left the room and agreed to this. Han Li turned on the computer and thought that after the national holiday, which was supposed to be on November 11th, there would be a stock trading competition that was organized by leading experts. He remembered that the competition would consist of 3 stages and would last until January 27th of the following year. The guy understood that as soon as the player reached the final round, he would receive 1 million in real money. He understood that during the last 2 weeks of the competition, all the profit he would make with this million would be considered legal income, and this would not only allow him to test his practical financial skills, but also provide an opportunity to make a significant profit. He understood that the word count of Xia Liuting's new work had already reached 0,000, and it seemed to be quite effective. He understood that once the first contract was published, they would be able to reap the benefits next month. After that, he narrowed his eyes and thought about the university beauty. He knew that he had no idea what their differences were, but right now he didn't care. The guy understood that this girl had too high a social status, and from a young age she grew up in wealth, and right now he did not have the strength and opportunity to communicate with her. So he would let everything go its own way. The next day the sun rose and the whole hostel woke up. Fei Fei greeted the main character, and he said that only a week had passed since their last meeting, and that it was not that long. The girl sat down next to him and said that it was the first long vacation after the start of the school year, and he should go out more often and have fun. The guy said that it was impossible and he had too many things to do and practically no free time left. He knew that he would soon finish all his professional courses and begin advanced training. He also needed to set aside 2 hours every day to write the novel, and he thought that only those who were really busy would stick to such a schedule. Han Li sighed and said that 24 hours a day was not enough for him. Fei Fei smiled wryly and said that it was good to be busy, but she had heard of someone who claimed that he had no money left to live on, but would secretly have a beauty for dinner. Han Li blushed and told her to wait. The guy asked if Yu Yun had affected her so much and why she was so talkative. Clearly not planning to say anything, she simply said that this was her way of showing her concern. After that, Fei Fei asked if he had recently had a fight with Xia Liuting. Han Li asked why she was asking about this, and she replied that when the girl returned to the dorm, she looked very upset, so they asked her what happened. Xia Liuting said that she met the protagonist at a dinner on the college campus, and after Yu Yun heard this, she frowned deeply and their expressions became worse and worse, and after that, she didn't dare to ask any more questions. Not understanding what was going on, Han Li wondered why the girl was slandering him. In the end, Fei Fei asked the protagonist what really happened. The guy said that it was nothing special because he was having dinner with his roommate and ran into their acquaintances, and after that, they continued to have dinner together, and about halfway through the meal, when Xia Liuting met them, he did not invite her to join them, so she was upset. The girl asked if that was all, to which the guy replied that it really was. Fei Fei said that she thought something more had happened and that she was bored with the lack of interesting gossip. However, the girl asked why he had not invited her. Han Li said that he was not one of those simpletons who would bend over backwards to satisfy her every whim. At that time, he knew that in reality, if he offered to join them, things would become even more chaotic. After that, the girl asked if the main character really wasn't interested in Xia Liuting, to which he asked, "What difference does it make to her?" The boy said to stop asking these questions and let him read in peace. At that time, Xia Liuting and Yu Yun found the class. Han Li raised his gaze and directed it upward. There was a headman whose gaze was focused on the main character. However, very soon the bell rang. After a couple, Fei Fei asked Han Li if she wanted to have lunch together. She treated him. The guy said that he planned to treat them all because considering how long they fed him, it was time to return the favor. The girl was happy and said that she was then looking forward to it. The guy asked why she didn't ask the others what they wanted and agreed to something. After that, Fei Fei started to approach other classmates and ask them. At the same time, Han Li wondered if the class president felt awkward after yesterday and if she realized that her behavior yesterday was a little impulsive. However, he understood that with her character, she would never be able to apologize or make amends on her own, and the more carefree he behaved at such moments, the richer her thoughts became. Soon, Han Li and the others found themselves in the cafeteria. Yu Yun asked how about ordering yuan yang. Everyone likes it after all. Fei Fei said she wanted an extra side dish and asked Xia Liuting if she would have the same, which she agreed to. Xia Liuting understood that Han Li was acting as if nothing had happened, and the two were so busy eating that they had forgotten about yesterday. She understood that she was going to be nice to him anyway, and she had to make him understand what would happen if she was offended. Suddenly, their neighbors from a side table approached them and said that they saw 3 charming ladies there. One of the guys asked if he would like to join them because he would bite them, while the others started to encourage him. Jia Luting was embarrassed and refused their offer, wondering if there was another person trying to start a conversation. One guy clearly wasn't going to give up and got up from his seat, walked up to them and said she was probably so cold. After that, he asked what kind of place they were coming from. Jia Luting got angry and asked, what difference does it make to him? The other girls began to worry and wonder where Han Li was and why he hadn't come yet, while Yu Yun told Fei Fei to call him quickly. The frightened girl agreed and feverishly dialed the number. Realizing that Han Li had dropped Fei Fei, she became scared, and then the guy approached her, asking what she was doing and asked if she would share her number with them. Jia Luting became furious and stood up from her seat, asking what he was trying to do in broad daylight. The girl said that if he didn't leave, she would call the police. The guy said that she was quite beautiful, but she had a hot temper and asked how this could be called harassment. The guy said that he just wanted to treat them and asked if she was really going to refuse them. Grabbing her hand, he told her not to be shy. The girl clearly did not intend to agree and told her to let go of her hand. Han Li suddenly came up and asked if there was really trouble happening just when he wanted to treat someone. Fei Fei's whole face beamed, realizing that their savior had come. The clearly dissatisfied guy asked if the guy was really with them and said that he was very lucky with these nice details. After that, he asked which of them was his girlfriend and asked her which one was the most beautiful of them. Approaching the canvas and still not letting go of the headman's hand, the vile guy said that he had to introduce them to these beautiful ladies. However, at this moment, the protagonist's patience snapped. He grabbed his opponent's arm and moved closer to him. With a gloomy face, he asked where he was pulling his hands and separated them. Jia Luting clearly didn't expect something like this and opened her eyes wide. The guy who was grabbed by the ward hero was just beginning to realize the situation and was telling him to let him go. However, Han Li clearly had no intention of appeasing his opponent and squeezed his hand even tighter. Not understanding what was happening, the enemy began to scream in pain and ask what was wrong with him. Snatching his hand from the protagonist's grasp, he spoke to let him go. Han Li looked at the fool and continued his speech. He said that if he was crazy just because he held him, then who was he, and why was he grabbing a girl he didn't even know? The guy told the main character to shut up and said that he meets whoever he wants and asked what his problems were with him. He said that if they exist, then the main character should be taught a lesson and swung his fist at him. However, Han Li was no ordinary person and immediately blocked this fist. After that, he turned around. Without thinking twice, he looked at his opponent. However, very soon the guy was lying overturned by the main character and unable to move. Han Li looked at his opponent and said that he was the one who started all this. Adjusting his fist, Han Li said that he was simply defending himself from an attack. After that, the guy looked at his opponent's friends and asked if they had seen everything. He repeated once again that he was the one who started it. Everyone would be in complete shock and could not come to their senses from this. Very soon, the first neighbor approached the company and asked what was going on here and who had just called him. After this, someone started calling the main character, but he only turned away. Embarrassed by what he had just done, he asked the other girls why they were still standing there and told them to go. The guy asked if they wanted to be watched while they ate. He said they were all just waiting to see what would happen next, so they should go to another restaurant. After this, the girls left the restaurant and started complaining about everything. Fei Fei said to be quiet because they might come back to cause trouble for them again. Yu Yun asked what she was afraid of because Han Li would deal with them all. Han Li approached Jia Luting and asked how she was feeling. The girl still couldn't come to her senses, but said that she was fine. After that, Han Li went further and said that it was all good while Jia Luting remained silent. And she didn't understand why Han Li asked just one question and that was it. She was once again convinced that she didn't understand what this guy was thinking about. After that, Han Li smiled and turned back to ask if she thought his blow was quite cool. In the form of not understanding her face, the girl Han Li said that it was like a story from a novel, but that the girl blushed and asked what this had to do with it. She pouted and asked how a man like him could read novels while wondering if he could see right through her. Han Li asked if novels always followed this pattern. After that, he admitted that he was actually thinking about beating them up. He didn't say it, but he really wanted to test his level of strength that the system gave him. Han Li said that unfortunately, novels are not like real life, and they cannot act simply on impulse and exhaled. He said that considering the pros and cons, a small show of intimidation should be enough. Besides, if he starts fighting, he won't be able to guarantee the girl's safety. He went further and said that in addition to this, The incident in the restaurant itself poses a significant danger, and there have been quite a few cases where various objects have come into contact during conflicts, so it is necessary to prioritize the safety of everyone. However, Han Lee said that these guys were not so lucky. Han Lee explained that he knew the owner of this restaurant and he was a retired policeman with a high sense of justice. Taking out his phone and opening it, he said that with the recordings from the surveillance cameras, these hooligans would be detained and their parents would be called. Old Age couldn't help but laugh and asked if it was possible to scare hooligans with a call from a parent. The guy said that he wasn't exactly sure about that, but he was definitely afraid that he would be forced to call his parents. However, Jia Liuting decided to return to the topic of conversation and asked if he was the one who called the restaurant owner. The guy said that he called him before he entered and asked if it was smart. Jia Liuting said that in her opinion, it could be called quick thinking with a bit of a stretch. At the same time, the main character received a message at night. Opening his laptop, he noticed how the author wrote to him whether he was here. She asked him if he remembered how she complained about one guy. The girl said that after the incident yesterday, he acted as if nothing had happened and even invited her and her friends to dinner. However, that was not all, and she admitted that today he was really amazing. After that, the girl continued to talk about the main character's actions. While the guy did not understand whether she could really change her mind about a person so quickly, since she literally lost him yesterday. Not understanding what was happening, the guy asked if she had developed feelings for him and asked if she wasn't focused on her career and not on men. The guy said that it was a betrayal of their business. Unable to say anything, the girl decided to deny the fact that she liked someone. Han Lee said that he understood everything and that she just liked using him as material. However, the guy changed the subject and asked if she wanted to make any changes since he was planning to start publishing their story tomorrow. After that, he asked the girl to double-check all the basic data. Unexpectedly, Yu Yun asked the old chair who she communicates with every evening. The girl answered that she communicates with a friend, and he is just a friend. Realizing that there was something fishy going on here, Yu Yun said that she noticed that she had recently changed her QQ account and asked if that was the reason. Xia Liuting started to deny it, but her red face gave her away. She said that it was just a friend she had recently met, rolling up her sleeves. She said she was going to the library so he should go to bed without her. Yu Yun asked if she was really going to go that late. While all the girls were changing their clothes and getting ready to go to bed, Xia Liuting walked out of the dormitory. Yu Yun asked Fei Fei if she didn't think she was acting rather mysteriously and constantly going to the library. However, very soon morning came. The teacher said that he knew that the holidays had just ended and they had not yet had time to recover. However, he said that investment studies was one of the most important courses for finance, and he hoped that they would be able to quickly focus on their studies. He said that theory is theory, but the market is still the market at the end of the day, and that investing skills cannot be learned simply by studying textbooks. While the teacher was saying that the most important thing was to bring practical experience, Xia Liuting looked at her phone. There was a new published chapter of The Girl with a short description. The headmistress's face was literally red with excitement, and she realized that she hadn't been this excited even when she published her first novel. She remembered the events of the previous night, and there the anonymous person asked her why she changed the name of the main character to Han Lee and asked if this name had any meaning. The girl typed that this is actually the name of the guy she complained about earlier. The girl understood that even though we can be annoying here, however, his personality is suitable for their main character. And after that, he agreed that he is her inspiration. Suddenly, someone called the village head. More precisely, Xia Liuting thought that they called her, because in fact, they were calling the main characters. The teacher asked him what he was using the laptop for at the moment. At the same time, Han Li wondered if he shouldn't have continued giving his lecture and didn't understand why his name was called out. The teacher said that he understood that his lectures could be boring, but he hoped that he would take them seriously. Other people also started complaining because the rest of them were just playing on their phones, and he brought a laptop with him. However, some wondered if he was usually absorbed in his studies and wondered if something had happened to him. The guy realized that he had just remembered that this same teacher had asked everyone to bring their laptops so that it would be easier to connect the educational material with real trading. But this happened later when he read chapter 14 of the course. Han Li stood up from his chair and said that he was not playing it but practicing his skills. He understood that he was only thinking about getting acquainted with the progress of the work before the competition, but he did not think that the teacher would notice him. One of the classmates laughed and said to just admit that he was playing and there was no need to look for an excuse. However, the teacher did not pay attention to these taunts and asked if he was really engaged in real trading. Meanwhile, the guy understood that he could not just say that he increased his income by 30% in a week, because it sounds simply unbelievable. He knew it was really a pity that he didn't start with a bigger capital because then his profit rate would have been higher. Han Li raised his hand and said that this was his demo account. The teacher warned him that working in a demo account was unsafe and asked if it really helped him. The guy said that it really helps because he can study the trading model in advance and get familiar with the operations before making a real trade. The teacher adjusted his glasses and said that he had great ambitions and liked students like him. After that, he said that Han Li in this case should explain to everyone what components a full-fledged and mature trading model should have. The teacher said that if he explains well, he will give him a perfect grade, and he may not come to his lectures this semester, but if he cannot explain, he will have to deduct his bases. At the same time, Odnoklasniki began to whisper that the main character was really lucky because they also wanted to get such an opportunity. At the same time, others believed that he would simply lose all his points. Yu Yun, in the middle of everyone, asked what a trading model was because it sounded very sophisticated. She understood that no matter whether there were points deducted or not, everyone knew that Fei Fei and Yu Yun were pursuing him, and if Han Li screwed up, they would also be laughed at. At the same time, Xia Liuting asked why she was so worried. The girl explained that the teacher may be strict, but he is definitely not the type of teacher who deliberately suppresses his students. The girl understood that even if Han Li couldn't explain it properly, the teacher would take it calmly. At the same time, Han Li agreed with this requirement and began to tell. According to him, a trading model is not a concept with a clear definition, because in fact, it is a generalized structure for a trader's own investment strategy. The guy continued by saying that since he does not have sufficient qualifications to judge whether a trading model is well thought out and correct, he can only talk about what he understands and about which trading model can bring stable profits. The first he called a system of trading rules, the second, trader's skills, the third he called position management, and the fourth, risk control. The fifth was trading discipline. The guy explained that it is these 5 factors that must be properly integrated and deeply adjusted in accordance with market conditions to form a complete and understandable trading system. He said that when they are individually developed and used for specific situations, they become a trading model. After this, the teacher could only clap. He said that Han Li was great and he explained it very well. At the same time, all the other classmates had no idea what Han Li actually said, but they were even more surprised that the teacher was so delighted. Xia Liuding couldn't help but think that Han Li was too arrogant, but the boy asked if he would remember this even if his result ended up not being good enough. The teacher said that he could not take back what he had promised. Then he said that he believed in his students and if Han Li could do it, then others could too. However, Han Li understood that they had only attended a few lectures on investment, and even if he tried to explain it in more detail, they still wouldn't be able to understand anything. However, he believed that he should still try all the ways of teaching, as they say. The guy understood that he should take advantage of this opportunity to analyze and systematize the previous tasks. He understood that, moreover, it was a good opportunity to win over other classmates. After that, he said that he did not know whether to teach himself or this. However, he said that when he introduced himself, he mentioned that the reason he was studying finance was because he wanted to carve out his own place in this huge and turbulent market in order to accumulate his first pot of gold, and thus realize his own value in the world. Ultimately, the guy said he simply wanted to be a down-to-earth, kind-hearted rich man. The guy came up to the board and said that it was not an easy task, but he was ready to put in his effort. He took the mill in his hands and said that he mentioned that he was looking forward to meeting his partners, like-minded people, who would go on this journey with him. Returning back, he said that he would prove what efforts he was ready to make to achieve his goal, and once again inviting those who shared this desire. Taking the hat in his hands and starting to write something, he said that he would begin to explain the topic of trading models. Han Li said that he would prove what efforts he was willing to make just to achieve his goals, and once again invites those who share this aspiration. He put his darling down on the board and said he was starting to explain the topic of trading patterns. He said that, firstly, there are trading timeframes. They are the basis of the trading model. Only by defining their operating philosophy and timeframes for the future can they gradually refine the details. However, for many Odnoklasniki, this was still too abstruse. He understood that although this place was not a first-class educational institution, real experts could be found among ordinary people, because there were many financial geniuses here who would literally be swimming in money in the future. After that, he started to explain the horn skills. He explained that confirming buy and sell points requires very strict skills from the trader. And depending on the trading time frame, the buying and selling methods must be adapted accordingly. He remembered how he used a pseudonym to communicate with you on the internet, and now their success in real life is also going well, because at least now he has fully paid her with attention. After that, he started to explain position management. He said that the key point is actually quite simple, because they just need to control their own actions, and based on the mood of the market and their understanding of it, they should open short positions, reduce the price, or increase it. He knew he needed to recruit a few more people to his side, and one of them was Zheng Lei. He knew they wanted to, but the guy usually kept a low profile, but he was going to dedicate the stock trading competition that was going to take place in a month. The second such person was Zia Honghuang, because according to his memories, she, Zheng Lei, Adlai, and Duan Shui were among the top 3 in the class during the stock trading competition. He understood that Zia Honghuang was quite brave, and Zheng Lei was cautious, and having these two complementary talents would be a huge advantage for him. Putting the chalk back down, he said that once their own trading model was fully formed, they would be able to find a predetermined process to deal with any situation, no matter what it was. After this, he turned back and said that the most difficult and responsible task remains: strict execution. The guy asked why successful people can make money. The answer was that they have a pattern of behavior and discipline. When asked why other people lose money, he said that they either do not follow these rules or do not take it seriously. The guy said that they don't understand the big picture of the market and still blindly rush into it in the hopes of making money. He reiterated that the price of thoughtless actions is a loss that is completely out of control. After that, he said that he had finished explaining the trading model and thanked the teacher for giving him the opportunity to share it with everyone. After that, he turned to the president and said that, although it may seem very difficult, it is worth despairing. He said he wanted to say a few words on this topic. The guy said that since they chose this specialty, they have already gained more knowledge compared to others, and it is precisely because there are so many ordinary people around that they have the opportunity to demonstrate their talent and professionalism. And in fact, it is not as difficult as they imagine. He said that all they need is to respect the market and be wary of trends while following the right methods. He said that whether it is investing in stocks or their daily life, as long as they do not fall for the so-called inside information today or learn some wonderful secret tomorrow, everything will be fine. He said that he had a substantial judgment, understanding, and determination of common sense, and had also made the way of thinking a habit. They were already far superior to others. After that, the guy smiled and said that he had finished his speech and hoped that they could support each other in the future. After that, the entire audience froze in silence. Not understanding what was happening, Han Li wondered why there was no reaction. However, this was a premature decision because immediately after this, many began to clap their hands. The teammates began to congratulate the main character on such a good speech. The guy realized that he could finally see space. He thanked everyone for their support and finally understood what it was like to be a genius. Fu Dudu approached the beautiful university girl and asked if she remembered her. Pan Ge asked if they had seen each other just a couple of days ago and said that, of course, she remembered asking what happened. The second one is the financial class said that she asked Ding Ding to tell her more about what she was interested in. The girl said that some time ago Huang Wei suddenly said that he wanted to move out, and according to his friends, that day his face was very pale. The girl said that when they asked him, he became very agitated. And if this is combined with Zhao Dongbei and Ding Ding's respectful attitude towards the protagonist, then she gets the feeling that Han Li is involved in all of this. The university beauty said that Huang Wei is not someone who is easy to deal with. However, Zhao Dongbei and Ding Ding obviously will not contradict him, and she thinks that everything is not as she says. However, the girl has already decided for herself that she will continue to closely observe the protagonist. The girl couldn't help but mention that he was so reserved because he wasn't even embarrassed by her beauty. Pan Ge admitted that Han Li was quite interesting, but asked why she suddenly started talking about him. Fu Dudu said that the teacher in the neighboring class was known for being very strict. The girl explained that Han Li brought a laptop and even claimed that he had failed the simulated trading. The beautiful university lady was surprised and asked if it was really so cool that they were progressing so quickly. to which Fu Dudu answered negatively because they were going the same way. The girl said that this guy Han Li not only started model trading earlier than others, but also was the teacher's voice to explain what model trading was. The thing is, Han Li explained everything so well that he ignited the enthusiasm of his classmates to study. She explained that initially half of the students skipped classes, but now they seem somehow energetic, as if something inspired them. She explained that he was not only reserved, but also an excellent student. Fu Dudu was sure that a person like him would definitely achieve a lot. The university beauty said that whether he could achieve it or not was none of their business, and she always liked to gossip. However, the university's beauty could not help but acknowledge the fact that Han Li truly possessed a unique aura. At some point, another girl approached the main character. She said something that he told her yesterday. She repeated it again and wrote notes according to how she understood everything. Xia Honghuang asked to look at all of this and asked if she understood everything correctly. Look at the notes. Han Li said that overall it was correct, but she should remember one thing. The guy said to never go all in and leave room for trading opportunities and manage your positions wisely. He explained that this is the first step to overcoming your human culture. The guy said that human nature is greedy, and once it possesses a person, they will make wrong decisions. After that, the girl began to ask about risk management. However, the others could not help but laugh at the fact that Han Li only gave it out a few times, and there are already people who turn to him for advice. Xia Honghuang got angry and said that if it was only a couple of times for him, then she suggested that he answer the question that the teacher asked next time. She explained that she finds the main character's ideas, and that it is none of his business that she turns to him for advice. A classmate explained that something Han Li says is really amazing, but it is all too old-fashioned. The guy said that if she really wanted to learn, she could visit exchange forums and read posts from real writing experts, and that would be much more useful for her. The girl explained that no success story could be perfectly replicated, and without her own opinion and understanding, she would eventually just become a victim. She also said that the teacher himself said that the main character's thinking and ideas are very suitable for me to learn. A classmate asked what she meant. Xia Honghuang explained that Han Li is talking about a system that can be replicated and tested. And although making money in this market does not require a theory or model to be completely consistent, the system is improved through constant testing. And then Xia Liuting Yi watched this and realized that although she didn't quite understand what he was talking about, to the teacher's excited gaze, it was probably something outstanding. She understood that he was confident, spoke eloquently, did not say that he gave a clear and logical explanation. The girl understands that when a person has a self-consistent model and constantly improves it in practice, he can really use this model again and again. She understood that this was not some kind of blind arrogance or inexplicable pride, and it was not at all the result of external factors such as wealth or the influence of parents. She understood that all he demonstrated was a personal confidence that was completely independent and seemed to calmly withstand any test. Xia Liuting understood that the reason why people find the main character attractive is not just because he is handsome, propil. She understands that he has the power of aura. After that, she wondered if this is not the main charm of the CEO's domineering personality, the feeling of self-confidence with which he controls the entire situation. The girl understood that in her work, Han Li must have the same qualities and his individuality and charm must be harmoniously present in him. Her main character admires strong people, and that is why she easily falls in love with the director. On the other hand, Ding Xiao had developed feelings for him despite the cruelty. She knew that on the one hand she wanted to escape, but on the other hand, she wanted to continue to enjoy this kind of torture. At some point, she came to the conclusion that this was simply a way of taming her. She understood that, although it was unpleasant to admit it, she truly felt admiration for the main character. She realized that ever since she got to know him better, this guy had practically been leading her on. Ya Liuting understood that although she might act even more distant and domineering, they knew that she didn't have the same confidence as him. The girl understood that despite the fact that this guy could not irritate her at times, his knowledge, skills, and self-confidence were not just a show. The second time she understood that only a little time had passed at the beginning of the school year, and he had already done an excellent job with all the math and professional assignments of the third year, and even received praise from the teacher. The girl understood that if he wanted, he would be able to choose between Tsinghua and Fudan next year, when the exchange program ended. Then the girl clearly said that she wanted to happen to him, but now she was just wasting time and getting upset over little things. She understood that while she was sad here, he was already ahead of her by a huge margin. She eventually wondered why she didn't take advantage of the situation and make peace with this guy. However, after that, she raised her gaze upward and could not help but be surprised. There were many girls around the main character, and she did not understand why. It turned out that more and more girls were approaching the main character and asking about his speech. Han Li began to explain that monetary investment could be made at any time, but one had to be sure that such an action would be in line with economic trends. He said that regarding trading skills, he could observe the best traders during the stock trading competition. One of Odnoklasniki asked if he could become a master like Xu Yang. The guy understood that, as expected from those who study finance. Everyone present here asked questions on the merits, and the style of these questions was strongly tied to a certain era. The guy understood that within 10 years, the market environment would change dramatically, and currently, investors are showing enthusiasm and a simplified approach that makes it very easy to reap the fruits of success. The guy understood that in the future, where everyone has investor skills, the market situation is unpredictable. He understood that it was then that the new generation of magnates would appear. You understand that if he shares his skills with them, it will lead to the emergence of many qualified investors. And if you add to this a few dark horses, the picture will simply become chaotic. Suddenly, someone brought the protagonist out of his reverie and said that he had always thought that the recent rotation of stock market hotspots was quite unusual. The guy said that this was indeed the case and that the market as a whole was experiencing a net outflow of capital. People asked how long the market would last, but Han Li did not have time to answer everything and asked them to wait. Soon, Xia Liuting approached the protagonist. With a red face, she said that she had a few questions that she wanted to ask, which Han Li clearly did not expect. When Xia Liuting came to the dormitory, she couldn't help but curse. She remembered the moment when Han Li refused to answer her and said that first, he needed to answer other people's questions because in the end, they asked first. After that, the girls surrounded the main character again and started asking everything. She wrote in the messenger that she had thrown away her pride and started a conversation with him, but he showed no reaction. In front of the whites, when Han Li picked up the phone and read this, he could not have been more stunned, face-palming. With all his might, the situation was literally strange. Han Li still did not interrupt the girl. She complained about the other girls who pretended to be worried all day that he would make a fool of himself and ruin their reputation. And the next day they ran to him again. Han Li could not help but praise Xia Liuting's imagination, and no wonder she wrote novels. At one point, he even wondered if he really was like that. He recalled how he actually refused a girl and said that everyone was in order of a very queue. He said that he could not guarantee that everything he said was correct, but he could share his thoughts. After that, the redhead hugged the main character from behind and began to praise him. Fei Fei said that Han Li was certainly magnanimous, but she was not sure whether Yu Yun could handle the extra lessons. Han Li knew that it was obviously Yu Yun and Fei Fei who started this, but he wondered what this had to do with him since the situation was so chaotic that he felt like he wouldn't be able to get out of it. However, he was beginning to understand why Xia Liuting was so carefree online, and decided that it was because she had to maintain her image as a detached goddess in the real world and had suppressed herself for so long. However, he understands that despite the fact that her online image and life are different, her inherent pride is still visible in conversations. The guy understood that it might seem that she was easy to deceive, but in fact it was not so. Because every action of hers was a decision on which she spent a lot of time and thought, daughter. He understood that if it weren't for Nadezhda, whom she saw in their project, she wouldn't have put in so much time and enthusiasm. He eventually asked her if she had made peace with her classmate, whom she modeled herself after, and asked if he was really that popular. The girl said that you really are like that, and at first only her two roommates were hanging around him, and now half the girls in the class, and although he is really outstanding, it irritates her. Anonymous wrote that, ultimately, everyone likes to be around great people. After that, the anonymous person asked why she was really so upset, and whether it was because he was better than her or because there were too many girls around him. He asked if she really didn't like him at all, because he felt a hint of jealousy. However, the girl denied this until the very end, and said that it was not so, because she did not understand how he became so outstanding, despite the fact that they were all the same age. And he said that then everything is easier because she just needs to become even better than him. He suggested working seriously on their novel. And when the time comes, show him the best results. The girl grinned and a plan came into her head. In her fantasies, she couldn't help but imagine a picture where Han Li worshipped both the author and agreed to it. She said that then she would better focus on creating a good plot, and said that the success of a work always depends on the plot and characters. The guy understood that this girl understood these things better than others, and despite the fact that she had previously presented problems, he still could not deny her dedication to himself and diligence in work. However, he became increasingly interested in what would happen when they switched roles. An anonymous person wrote that they, as two vegetarians which referred to their own avatars on the social network, could handle all adversity, and the girl couldn't help but laugh. However, very soon night fell. At the same time, when Han Li was in the toilet, a girl texted him and said that she had received contracts for a whole week and it was really amazing, saying that their team of two vegetarians was unstoppable. Anonymous, but I remember that she was the one who said that the title was stupid. But she said something that she was joking. Xia Liuting was confident that their novel would be a hit. She smiled and understood that as soon as the first wave of promotion began, she would take another big step towards success. And she remembers how one guy once mentioned that he wanted to write a novel but could not. She decided that when the time came, she would return the book to his face and force him to call her boss. However, at that very moment, she received a message. An anonymous person wrote that he had some bad news. She asked what it was and asked not to scare her. The guy understood that they would only receive the first wave of recommendations, which would be updated during the promotion period. He understood that the current delay could help them hold out for 1 to 2 months. However, from November to January, there is a stock trading competition, so they cannot focus on work as much as now, and in the face of other new products, it is very likely that they will lag behind. He knew that in terms of the plot aspects, everything would be fine. The guy said that he tried writing some passionate scenes, but it didn't seem like they were lacking spark, and asked why she shouldn't write those scenes, and he would take care of the rest of the plot. And of course, he would pay her an extra hour for that, about 40 yuan per 1,000 characters, and since she was good at it, he could rely on her. The girl already thought that something serious had happened, but he simply scared her. However, she said that 40 yuan was too much, and suggested using the previous amount of 25 yuan since it was not a big part of the story after all. After that, she asked if he really was leaving everything to her discretion. The guy said that he really can't write it, so he leaves this work to her, but he still suggested leaving the price at 40 yuan. And as she said, this is not the main part of the plot, but they are a team, so there is no need to worry about such details. The girl understood that the fee of 40 yuan per 1,000 characters was already much higher than many others. And secondly, since he trusted her, she could not let him down. Han Li realized that this way the problem was solved, and he would be able to get rid of unnecessary stress and receive gratitude from Xia Liuting. Thus, she decided that he would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the girl explained that since this scene is quite special and takes place in the confinement of the top, because of the opinion, she will not be able to write it well. Here the main character's eyes widened. He realized that even he himself was not as well versed in this area as you. While he was wondering if they could find information on the internet, an idea came to his mind. Then he remembered the system's reward. The girl said that in any case it is quite special because it takes place in prison, and she does not think she will be able to write it well. Here the guy's eyes widened. He realized that he himself was far from the best in this area. Just as he was already thinking whether they could find information about this on the internet, something occurred to him. He remembered how the system had provided him with a suitable reward. He smiled and realized that this could work. The guy said that they were both not very good at it, but he had an item that might help her and asked her to tell him her address. Morning came very soon. Han Li met Xia Liuting while jogging and was surprised. He asked why she also went for a run. The girl asked if she was forbidden to run. At the same time, the guy wondered if she had spent the night doing sports only after the first semester and why she hadn't done it earlier. At the same time, Xia Liuting didn't understand what was so special about it. It was just a morning jog. However, at some point she became alarmed and realized that she couldn't react sharply, because then she would seem not mature enough and she needed to calm down. The girl sighed and named the main character. She said that since they had met, what did he think about going to the canteen together? Han Li agreed and said that they would often hear invitations from old age. Eventually, the girl decided to finish her run, and the guy asked if they should do it together, to which she replied that everything he wanted. At some point, the phone was in the girl's pocket and it rang. There was a message telling me to pick up the package. noticed Han Li's message asked if it was a big one or a box. He asked if she needed any help given her petite figure. The girl blushed and asked if he was looking down on her. The guy said that this is not true at all and that girls are naturally weaker than men. Han Li said that he was just caring for her, but somehow he thanked him angrily. Approaching the delivery service, she said that she would find everything herself. She eventually found the package. The names of the sender and recipient were precisely the names of their characters. The girl couldn't help but be delighted when she saw such a detail. Approaching the girl, the guy asked what made her smile like that. She chuckled and said that it was none of his business, while the guy understood that it was naturally his business. And he understood that he had, after all, put in a lot of effort to send her this gift. After that, the guy asked where Xia Liuting was going, to which she replied that it was none of his business. After walking forward for some time, she began to think. Without turning around, she began to talk to the main character. As a result, she asked him if he really thought it was possible to make money on the stock market. Not understanding the essence of the question, the guy asked why not. Since you said that the local market is very dangerous and large companies are hunting for small investors, and asked, how can he not become easy prey if he has no connections in this business? The guy asked if she, as a future expert in this industry, really had such thoughts. The guy asked why she still continued to study finance if she thought so. The girl noticed that the guy never answered her question. Turning around, she asked if what she said was really not true. Han Li said that it was naturally not, and asked if she had read the news. The guy said that unlike the same casino, where there is no logic, in the stock market there is an internal logic behind every secret. He said the purpose of studying finance is to understand this logic and then follow the trend of wealth accumulation. The guy said that when the trends are bad, the basic rules of making money are to take profits and cut back. He also said that her idea of bankers is actually outdated. Han Li said that China's criminal law has Article 182 regarding such activities, and the era of unbridled bankers is long gone. The guy said that if she paid attention to the news in this industry, then every day in a month hundreds of people were judged for such activities. Han Li, however, said that she should remember that these so-called new tricks may seem tempting, but if they involve insider trading, there will be legal consequences. The guy said she should never cut corners or try weird methods because concepts like switching from a bicycle to a motorcycle are often tricks to fool him. He did, trying you said you were smart enough, but asked how he knew so much. Finally, the guy thought about it and gave the answer. Looking at the sky, he said that he also had a dream. He understood that with his initial experience and knowledge, even if he started all over again, he would simply be a person who lived with a little more insight. However, now that he has a system, he has the opportunity to give it his all and live a better life. Looking at the protagonist, Xia Liuting couldn't help but think about her own dream. Han Li said that she also had one for sure and said that with this she would be able to accomplish it. Xia Liuting finally realized that he was indeed right, but she was not very good at understanding it. Han Li said that if he wanted, he could teach her, to which the girl said that there was definitely some kind of catch. Han Li laughed and said to regard him as her mentor and not pay him a little because he will teach her everything. Xia Liuting was born and said that she would just pay for his breakfast and he could not expect more. Suddenly, someone noticed the main character and the headman and called them. It was Yu Yun. Seeing her neighbor, Xia Liuting, asked where Fei Fei was, to which Yu Yun replied that she had not yet woken up, and at the same time asked what they were doing here together. The girl said that they accidentally bumped into each other while walking, so they were going together. Han Li decided to laugh and said that the status of Steel was abyss, and invited him to have breakfast. Xia Liuting told him to go already, but he couldn't understand why she was angry. The video of the chemistry between the main character and Xia Liuting Yu Yun was stupefied. She frankly didn't understand what was going on between the two of them. She wondered if it was because of that incident in the restaurant that Xia Liuting changed her mind about the protagonist, and wondered if the analyst had said that she would treat him coldly just a few days ago. Well, after this, the strip approached the culprit of the events and asked what they would eat. Han Li pushed her hand away and said that perhaps it would be rice or something hot, but with directness and at what time they were treated to Xia Liuting today, she would choose the dish. At the same time, Xia Liuting asked why he eats such heavy food every morning. At the same time, the hairy one was still standing. What am I? Why does Xia Liuting initially treat the protagonist? Han Li was happy because the girl cared about him so much and said that, then take something easy. It was what Jia Liuting said that she criticized him and did not care. Yu Yun was still standing in a stupor and still couldn't understand what had happened between them again. Taking up his chopsticks, Han Li began to eat. While Yu Yun asked if he really preferred light dishes, the girl said that since there wasn't much meat in his food, she would give him a meatball from her dish. The girl understood that she wanted. Right now, she and her classmate were on equal terms and nothing serious could happen. However, Jia Liuting was in a different situation, and if she entered the game, they would definitely lose to her. The guy said that he sometimes liked to have a light snack. Han Li knew that he knew Yu Yun's situation too well. The guy understood that she could find the right person if she lowered her standards a little, but she wants to find the one. And even if the hope for this is small, she continues to try to please another person without even thinking about changing herself. Suddenly, someone called the main character. When Jia Liuting heard this voice, she involuntarily shuddered. Turning back, she already expected to see a familiar face. And yes, indeed, Pan Ge and Fu Dudu were there. Pan Ge picked up a fork and began his trouble. Her plate contained only a light salad with olives. Put it in your mouth. It would seem that a tiny amount in the salad she began to experience it. However, with her presence at another table, she clearly made the atmosphere even more beach-like. The red-haired girl approached the protagonist and asked why she felt like the atmosphere was getting a little weird. Fu Dudu turned to the protagonist and asked him what about the other girl who was always usually by his side, and asked if she wasn't coming today. Han Li said that he went for a morning jog, but she couldn't get up, so she was most likely still sleeping, and they also arrived quite early. However, Pan Ge said that it was exactly 7:15 and they arrived just in time. The girl explained that if they lived on campus, they would have breakfast at this time every morning. The guy asked if she was following a strict regime, to which she agreed. Han Li said that it was good. Han Li understood that the first class starts at 8 Henri, and the rest of the Naples people take place from 7:30 to 7. The guy understood that there are also no fourth-year students on campus. Third-year students do not go to classes. Sophomores most likely skip tomorrow, so only first-year students come to the cafeteria. And Pan Ge is incredibly popular among first-year students, so she decided to come early. At the same time, Jia Liuting recalled the time when Han Li and Pan Ge were together. She thought that there was some kind of inexplicable atmosphere between them, and it made her angry. After that, she started peeling the tangerine and began asking the main character. She asked him accordingly, sent him, will he obey the one who treats him, so he should just keep quiet and eat, because they will chat later. Pan Ge didn't understand what happened to Jia Liuting, and wondered if she had developed feelings for the main character. Concentrating, she wondered if she just wanted to make up for last time. Han Li chuckled at such a ridiculous statement but said nothing. The guy said that if Jia Liuting spoke, he would listen to her, which clearly made Yu Yun wary. The girl said that Han Li was very indecisive, since she was the one who invited him in the first place. Han Li said that his position is very firm. If someone invites him, it is normal to support the one who pays the bill, and everything is done fairly and honestly. Fu Dudu intervened in the conversation and praised the main thing about such things. The girl said that she had never seen such shamelessness and complacency before. Han Li chuckled and said that in any case, those people who don't have it there can be invincible, and if she wants, he can demonstrate it on her. The financial class refused and said that she could hardly feed herself. After that, the girl wondered if he should talk to Pan Ge, because she said that she was buzzing with his lunch and the girl's weekly allowance could cover the costs of the cafeteria for a year. However, Han Li said that this would not do, since eating occasionally was normal, but he ate 3 times a day. Besides, he said that allowing the beautiful university to treat him in the cafeteria would be a great loss, because if they accidentally met on the street, they would dine together in the Wangjiang Pavilion, and it would be much more profitable. The girl said that if they really had the opportunity to meet, she would treat him to a party in the zone, but they should clarify one thing, and she asked not to suddenly give him a ring to surprise her. Not understanding what was going on, Fu Dudu asked what they were talking about. Han Li explained that the pavilion is a cozy restaurant with a strong ceremonial focus that is often referred to as a sacred place for marriage proposals. However, the guy decided to answer Pan Ge and said that he did not insist on going there because they could choose any other 5-star restaurant, because after all, it was a rare opportunity to meet, so they should enjoy the best food. Redheads, when I heard this, I couldn't come to my senses. She realized that it was no longer easy to deal with Jia Liuting, and Pan Ge had already appeared. On top of that, she came from a rich family and looked simply gorgeous. And when they were together, they looked like an ideal couple. The girl was raising the point that if the meat is in your pot, then at least you have the opportunity to taste it. But if someone takes the whole pot, then there will be nothing left for them. The girl realized that she had to change the subject and take control of the situation. Yu Yun finally looked at the package and asked the village chief what she had bought. Approaching the box, she asked if she could take a look. Taking it in her hands, Yu Yun couldn't help but notice that the box was very light, to which Jia Liuting said that the box was sent by her friend. The girl said that they had known each other for quite a long time, but she had never heard her mention him and asked if this was the person she talked to every evening. Realizing that the girl was saying more than she should, Jia Liuting tensed up. Snatching the box from the girl's hand and asking what it was about, she said that she herself was not sure that she knew all of her friends. Han Li blushed and asked, what if it was a gift from a fan, since it would be embarrassing to open it in public? Jia Liuting asked what Han Li was talking about, since he should know that she never accepts gifts from fans. The finance class leader said that Jia Liuting was just as outstanding, and she was also very popular in the student council. The girl said that, as far as she knows, several guys confessed to her. She also said that beautiful universities also often receive gifts, and that is probably the problem with beautiful girls. Jia Liuting said that they were just teasing her and it was not a gift. The girl said that it was just jewelry, and she asked his friend to help her buy it. After handing the box to Yu Yun, the girl said that if she wanted, she could open it. Starosty understood that despite the fact that he did not specify what he would send, however, judging by the weight, it was some kind of jewelry or chain. If she hid it, it would look even more suspicious. Starosty said that if she liked it, then she could wear it for a couple of days. Yu Yun said that Jia Liuting was very cute back then and she asked if she was happy. Jia Liuting suggested that they continue eating, and if she wanted to open it, she could do it later since she didn't bring anything to do it with her. In a way, Jia Liuting was grateful that she didn't have the tools to open it, and she would think about how to put it back when they returned to the dorm. However, the sound of a box being cut could be heard here. As it turned out, or the hairy one always carries an eyebrow razor with her, which clearly scared Jia Liuting. Taking out another package from the box, Yu Yun said that this was really good packaging. Jia Liuting could only wonder if she really always carried a razor with her. And as if reading her mind, the girl replied that she just liked opening packages. Here, the old woman who hoped that this would really be an accessory, and if it were a chain that would be on the ankle and a long one on the belt, was already worried about old age. However, at that moment, the gift fell from Yu Yun's hands. The girl immediately apologized to Jia Liuting. She called the girl, and Jia Liuting couldn't notice the strange mood. As it turned out, there was a collar with a rope in the box. Not understanding what was happening, Jia Liuting's face froze in an incomprehensible smile, while Ta herself did not understand what to do. Because she could have explained it if it was just a collar, but on top of everything else, he also sent a rope. Embarrassed, Yu Yun immediately handed over the collar and said that she didn't do such things and told him to keep it for himself. As if passing a hot potato, Jia Liuting asked Yu Yun if she was curious and said that he was now hers. Not understanding what was going on, Fudadudu looked at all this confusion. Handsome University. This also stumbled and asked if it looked like the collar she put on her dog. After that, a white poodle appeared in her memories. Immediately after that, she began to reel off memories and began to imagine pictures where similar things would be used. Fudadudu at the same time naively asked if this was for walking the dog. Without thinking twice, the girl said that Jia Liuting was really amazing. Still with a forced smile, Jia Liuting began to deny it and said that she didn't mean anything like that when she talked about Yu Yun. She started making excuses again, saying that she herself didn't know what would be there and that it wasn't her who bought it. She realized that she had talked too much and didn't understand how to explain it all now. After that, Jia Liuting began to ask Yu Yun why she was avoiding her and asked if she understood that it was just a misunderstanding. Yu Yun said that she respects her preferences, but she likes men. Not understanding what this had to do with the conversation, Jia Liuting asked what men had to do with it. In the end, Pange stood up. The girl put her hand on Jia Liuting's shoulder and said that it was all fine as long as it didn't harm anyone, as long as I respected everyone's preferences. The girl understood that given Jia Liuting's character, she had a feeling that she would make a big scene later. Pange said that those who understood her would not care, and those who did not understand should not be paid attention to. Still making fun of her, she said that she truly admired her from the bottom of her heart and told her to continue being herself and not worry about explaining things to others. Eventually, she rushes to the university and says that they have unfinished business, so they need to leave. In the end, it was Han Li who laughed last. Being on edge, Jia Liuting asked what Han Li was laughing at. The guy said that this situation was very funny. He ended up saying he was just as surprised by her preferences. Hearing these words, Jia Liuting reached across the desk and began to pat the laughing protagonist on the back, saying that this was just a misunderstanding and that he was forbidden to laugh at her. With tears in her eyes, she realized that not only was Pan Jie laughing at her, but she had also become the object of this guy's ridicule. Looking at her hand, which was choked with inflammation, she remembered that she had slapped him. But he hadn't even flinched, and by the irony of fate, now it was her hand that was hurting. However, she still didn't understand why he didn't say anything, because every time it was like punching Dad. In the end, Jia Liuting, helpless, plopped down on the desk and started screaming. She knew that the university's beauty was probably whispering about her. Yu Yun immediately began to worry about her neighbor and told Tanya to cry because many people were looking at them. However, she was happy in her heart because in this way Pan Ge left and Xia Liuting's special hobby was revealed, and she actually helped her solve a big problem. The girl looked at the main character and asked if he could talk to her about it. At the same time, she was sure that the main character would simply not like such a girl with a fetish. However, when she looked at the guy, she immediately darkened. She didn't understand what kind of expression the main character had on his face. Han Li walked up to Xia Liuting and stroked her head and said that Yu Yun was right. Han Li picked up the box and said that many people were looking at them and that it was just a small thing, and there was no point in making a mountain out of a molehill. After that, he handed over some napkins and said that she shouldn't worry about it and that she could use the napkins to wipe away her tears. After that, he offered to come over and bring her some ice cream because she needed to eat something sweet and asked her not to cry anymore. Han Li said that he would go buy her some ice cream and asked Yu Yun to keep an eye on her. The girl clearly did not understand what was happening to the main character because he had always been unable to stand the girl's waywardness. However, right now he indulged her willfulness and was going to buy her ice cream to appease her. Suddenly, the girl remembered that Han Li had always said that he didn't like Xia Liuting's character. But he had never directly said that he didn't like her, and his so-called disinterest was just a form of provocation for her. The girl understood that Xia Liuting herself was picky, willful, dominant, and would not throw away her pride even if she had to suffer. And her indiscriminate arrogance could easily harm those around her. On the other hand, Han Li chooses to remain indifferent in order to counter her character, and he does all this in order to completely crush her pride and force her to reveal her most vulnerable spots. Here she realized that this meant that he was taking the initiative to defeat his rival in love. In this way, he also helps the person he likes, and Han Li is really something. However, this was clearly not the best news for Yu Yun herself. At the same time, while Han Li was buying ice cream, he heard the sound of the system. She reproached the protagonist for continuing to be a bad guy, but still buying his victim ice cream, and he really deserves praise for stooping so low. After that, the system gave him a sweet obedience toffee as a gift. The system explained that even though it all happened by chance, he still deserved the gift, and if he fed it to someone, it would increase his obedience level towards him. The system said that it might even make him agree to some of the protagonist's requests, and the likelihood of agreement would depend on the request he would ask. After that, the system put a note that if used correctly, interesting prizes await him. After the system message ended, Han Li was once again given a gift at this time. After that, the boy asked Yu Yun why she didn't go back to class first. Han Li said that he would stay here with her for a little while longer since she was unable to go to class right now. Red Hair said that she would go and save seats for them and ask them not to be late for class. Han Li finally said goodbye and couldn't help but appreciate this girl's spirit. At the same time, Xia Liuting screamed that she didn't need Han Li and told him to go. The guy asked why she said that when the redhead left and if she was still acting like a tsundere. After that, he gave her ice cream and said that he bought it. The hysterical girl said to take the ice cream away from her because she doesn't want it, and he uses the ice cream every time to tease her. Han Li asked her if she was sure she didn't want it. After the girl agreed, Han Li said that he had already bought it and asked why not try it. After that, Han Li suggested that she do something different. He set the conditions that she would try the ice cream, and he would tell her how to get out of this situation. As soon as the girl heard these words, she could not help but stand up. Two tear-stained eyes looked at the main character, and the girl asked if it was true. Barely wiping away her tears, the girl tried to come to her senses. She asked if Han Li really swears that he will help her get out of this situation. Han Li said that he would definitely suggest some ideas to her, and Xia Liuting said that she would be reluctant to believe him this time. While unpacking the ice cream, the girl said that she really hoped that he would help her. At the same time, Han Li couldn't help but think that she looked too cute. After this, the guy looked at the girl again and remembered what happened in his past life. He understood that the goddess he could not even dream of in his past life and who had once betrayed him had now weakened her defenses and become completely at his mercy. The guy understood that there was probably nothing more amazing in the world than this. After that, Xia Liuting ate the ice cream and announced loudly when she finished. Still with chunks of ice cream on her face, she asked what she should do. Han Li said that she just needed to admit it in public. The girl was about to continue her answer, but suddenly realized what was going on and stopped. Not understanding what the guy was talking about, the girl asked what she meant by confession. The guy explained that she just needed to tell everyone about her hobby and asked why she cared about it in the first place, because others might think whatever they want and she shouldn't pay attention to them. However, this question clearly did not satisfy the girl, and she grabbed the main character's hand. After that, out of anger, she began to bite him and then he began to scream in response. Not understanding what the problem was, Han Li asked why she bit him and whether she really didn't like his plan. Xia Liuting said to bite her back if he could and said that she really knew that he couldn't be relied on and she shouldn't have believed him. Han Li still didn't understand what the problem was and told her to think about these words because if she was afraid that rumors would start or that people would laugh at her, then there was no point in turning back and she should just go all the way. The guy explained that since she had refused to confess, she should just act as if nothing had happened and keep a straight face when the key moment came and people were most surprised. The guy said that if everything went smoothly, no one would laugh at her. Xia Liuting asked if the guy was asking her to act like a majestic queen. However, Han Li soon chuckled and said that with her character she wouldn't have to pretend at all, because as soon as she had a whip in her hands, everyone would immediately start calling her mistress. In the end, Xia Liuting shouted not to talk about it and thought that the guy was up to something. Han Li said that if she became queen, he would not gain any advantage, and even if she wanted to use the whip, he clearly had no intention of participating. Asta was indignant and asked who was talking about using the whip. The girl began to explain that she needed it for work. However, at some point she stopped and realized that if she explained it, it would become worse and worse, so she would not do it. Han Li finally patted the girl on the head. Han Li said that he really didn't understand anything, but he was sure that she had her reasons for this, so she should do what she thought was right, and although other people's opinions were sometimes important, they shouldn't give up on what they wanted to do if other people didn't understand them. Han Li looked at her face, where tears had appeared again, and said that she didn't need to justify herself to anyone and told her to just be herself. Finally, he asked her if she was feeling better and if she wanted some candy. The guy said that some scientists said that sugar can help improve your mood. The girl said that if she could get something from a stingy guy like him, she would definitely take it. After that, the guy smiled and wondered how she could fall for it so easily. He came close to her and said that, according to her, she wanted to try this from forever for herself. From this proposal, it was to find out how effective this candy is. Coming even closer, Han Li asked if she wanted him to help her with this. The blushing girl was speechless and wondered if he really wanted to return to this conversation. She thought that they were like the main characters, but she had to write this part of the novel herself. She finally decided to consider it as an experience on behalf of her sister and was already about to agree. And right at the last moment, she wondered which sister she was talking about. She realized that this was just a novel and not reality. She screamed, and then was he really going to fool her again? The girl turned around and headed towards the class. The boy asked, at the same time, if they could discuss it a little more. However, in reality, he was smiling because he understood that she was not so easy to deceive. He knew that if she was so easy to manipulate, she wouldn't be called Xia Liuting. At first glance, it may seem that this risk is very effective, but in fact, it has a limitation line. The guy understood that requests that go beyond personal boundaries are basically impossible to fulfill, but to take advantage of this now and sow the seed of doubt in her heart is a good idea. The guy understood that in his past life, she might even have seemed disgusting to him. He understood that he had to take responsibility for her actions and allow her to slander him, and all he sees is her powerful side. He understood that everyone treats people with different values differently, and that is the cold and harsh truth of this world. Han Li understood that now that he had become valuable enough to compete with her, she had revealed her softer side to him. The guy understood that the better a person is, the better relationships he gets, and improvement is always important. Eventually, The guy decided to go back to studying trading patterns. Sitting down at the table and opening his laptop, the guy remembered that 2014 could be considered the best year in this era. However, he understood that if you compare it with the future, now one glance at the market situation will be enough to bring knowledgeable people to delight. The guy understood that right now it was just buying and selling shares. Realizing that as people begin to gain new knowledge, retail investors become more attentive due to rapid technological developments, the situation becomes more chaotic and complex. The guy understood that he had been watching the market for several days and it was quite stable, but if he entered the market fully now, it would cause a big stir. Han Li understood that although he didn't care much, his capital was quite small and it was better to focus on his trading model. Suddenly, someone knocked on the main character's door in the hostel. Ding Ding asked the main character why he wasn't in class today and if something had happened to him. Han Li said that since he had received permission from the teacher not to attend class, he did not have to show up and asked what had happened. He was worried that rumors about Jia Liuting had already spread. Ding Ding asked if he really hadn't heard and said that Jia Liuting turned out to be a lesbian. Han Li asked where these rumors came from because it sounded too absurd. However, Ding Ding explained that it was true and that today during the break she came to class to find the beauty of the university. So far, everything was going according to the main character's plan. However, in the end, the girl literally admitted it herself, which shocked everyone. Not understanding what was happening, Han Li asked again who confessed what to whom. Ding Ding said that a lot had happened while the main character was away, but this scene was really incredible. The boy began to explain that as soon as their lesson ended, Xia Liuting appeared at the door of their classroom. The guy wrote that despite the fact that there was a smile on her face, she exuded an aura of seriousness. After that, she immediately approached the university beauty, and the girl herself probably did not understand what was happening, so she remained sitting in place. It was only when Pan Ge asked what Xia Liuting wanted from her that something incredible happened. Xia Liuting suddenly grabbed her hand. After that, Xia Liuting pulled the girl towards her and asked why she couldn't come to look at her, and pulled the girl towards her. Ding Ding said that they barely heard what they were talking about, but they saw Pan Ge blush and push Xia Liuting away. However, Xia Liuting was not angry and only laughed and said that she did not need to be embarrassed because this gift was prepared especially for her. After that, Xia Liuting turned around and left, and Pan Ge was greatly stunned, and a crowd began to gather around her to find out what just happened. In the end, Xiao Dongbei asked the protagonist what he thought the gift was about. Trying to feign ignorance, Han Li said that he himself had no idea, because perhaps it was some kind of good thing. At the same time, he couldn't help but be surprised, because even though he was the one who suggested it, he didn't tell her to act so directly. As a result, he realized that the girl had decided to act without delay in order to get the maximum benefit from it. The guy understood that Xia Liuting, even when faced with such problems, was successfully dragging his enemies along with him, and thus putting them in an even more disadvantageous position. Han Li was sure that the university beauty did not expect things to turn out like this. After that, Ding Ding went to the protagonist and asked for help in finding out about Xia Liuting, since they were in the same class. Han Li asked if he still listened to girls' gossip, even though he was already so grown up, to which he said that he was very interested. Changing the topic, Han Li said that he was going to get a bite to eat and asked what he thought about the two of them. The neighbors said that they had already eaten and were already planning to sleep, so he could eat in peace since there was practically no one in the cafeteria right now. Han Li said that then he would go to class in the afternoon and they could rest. He eventually said goodbye to his neighbors, who waved back happily. While leaving the university, someone met the main character. It was Fei Fei, who was worried and asking the boy why he didn't come to class this morning because something big had happened. The guy asked if she was really in that situation with Xia Liuting and the beauty at the university, but he still didn't understand why she looked so happy. Fei Fei said that he just didn't know how cool Xia Liuting was at that moment, and she just said everything without any embarrassment. She suggested that he simply imagine what it would be like if they were in a closer relationship. Classmates said that this scene will be amazing, to which the guy agreed. However, Han Li still didn't understand why Fei Fei had become so close to Xia Liuting. Unexpectedly, Fei Fei grabbed the protagonist's hand. She made her face appear in the main character's hand and said, "That's exactly what it looks like." The guy didn't understand why she suddenly decided to show her this. However, at that moment he realized that something was wrong here because she had never had such a shy and embarrassed look. After that, the girl began to say that if he also liked Xia Liuting's purchase, then she was ready to try it with him. but asked him to promise that he would not interfere in their relationship. After this, the protagonist's face turned into a grimace of disgust, and he wondered if she really used a leash on her. Unexpectedly, Odnoklasniki approached the main character's couple and asked what they were doing. The classmates abruptly pushed the main character's hand away and blushingly said that they had misunderstood everything. The girl explained that Han Li was simply her best friend. The guy realized that everything had become complicated because Jia Liuting seemed to have fallen in love, and he had become her best friend and had not expected such a development of events at all. After that, Fei Fei began to pester the main character and ask if he wanted to have lunch together, because after that, she would go look for Xia Liuting. Han Lai realized that in the end, Xia Liuting was a goddess, but turned into a beloved fool. The guy clearly did not understand how this all happened and could lie down and sigh. He understood that Xia Liuting's unexpected confession had surprised not only the boys, but also the girls. And fortunately, at least Fei Fei's admiration for him had passed on to the girl. However, he understood that even without his classmate, there was still Yu Yun. He understood that it seemed that Yu Yun and Xia Liuting had quarreled, and his classmate and the classmates had never been so close. Han Li knew that Yu Yun was a tough cookie and wouldn't give up so easily. And given the current situation, she would cling to him even more. In the end, he just didn't know how to deal with it. Fei Fei asked the protagonist if he was okay, and he replied, "Put it on." However, he understood that the current situation was too chaotic. He suddenly remembered that he had a second account to contact Xia Liuting, and I immediately started reproducing my plan in Han Li's dormitory. He sat down in the library and started searching for something on the computer. He clicked the mouse and continued searching for something on the internet. At the same time, Xia Liuting wrote to him anonymously that she was incredibly embarrassed after all her classmates saw that very collar. The girl eventually started blaming Yu Yun because where had you ever seen people carrying an eyebrow razor with them? Han Li was embarrassed and realized that girls were truly scary when they were angry. She understood that at that moment she was not herself, and Yu Yun did not have good intentions from the very beginning because she not only opened her package, but I wanted to put a label on her in front of her dream guy. However, when Han Li heard the last two words, he couldn't help but be surprised. The girl continued to say that she even began to add fuel to the fire. They say that they communicate with him every night, and she was confused and could no longer react. After that, she began to badmouth the girl, but eventually the conversation turned to the main character. He finally realized that the guy of his dreams was Han Li himself, and he wondered when he had even managed to become him. At some point, he wondered if it was really the effect of the candy, because even if she managed to escape last time, her mind must still be under a strong influence. However, when they are in real life, he can't be open with her. But now that he is just her internet friend, she can be more frank. On top of that, the guy is surprised that she was able to figure out Yu Yun's intentions, because the girl herself is a first-class schemer and she spent a lot on her plans. The guy understood that she would never be surprised by such a gift, and in the end, Yu Yun is just a master at improvisation, and now she just took advantage of this situation. The guy understood that from the messages it was clear that she did not wait for him to read them and respond, and went to confess to Pan Ge. Tapping her finger on the table, Han Li understood that she wanted Pan Ge herself to end up in the same situation as her. Of course, in the end, Han Li could only ask if everything had happened at once. He thought about it and realized that the girl was not responding, and that she was most likely eating right now. Han Li picked up the phone and understood that, given that this was quite big news, everyone was probably discussing it right now. He opened his phone and looked at the news feed and realized that this was indeed the very first news item in the feed. The guy understood that according to Xia Liuting, Pan Ge only communicated with girls, and there were rumors that she really loved. The guy understood that if the girl continued her plan, she could try to use the collar on Pan Ge alone, just like... He imagined this picture. He couldn't help but blush and admitted that it was really amazing. Han Li soon returned to the auditorium. After entering the hall, he began to look around. The resident waved to the main character and said that she had a free place here. Han Li was about to sit down when Xia Liuting walked past. At some point, the girl told the main character to come here because she needed to talk to him. The guy realized that he was in a rather difficult situation. Approaching the headman, he asked what had happened. The girls got wet and noted to herself that he had acted wisely in not going to Yu Yun. Han Li was about to sit down when Xia Liuting passed by. At some point, the girl told the protagonist to come here because she needed to talk to him. The boy realized that he was in a rather difficult situation. He approached the headman and asked what had happened. The girls got wet and thought to herself that he had done a wise thing by not going to Yu Yun. Han Li eventually sat down next to her, and the girl said that Liu Hong had approached her. The guy asked if it was related to the morning news. Xia Liuting said that otherwise there would be no point in him coming. The girl said that he wanted to deprive her of her old age position because it would cause complaints. However, Han Li only chuckled and said that it was impossible and that he was just shaking the air. The guy said he didn't think he would take it seriously, but if he didn't take it on, she should be careful. Xia Liuting said that this was quite a big news and she had to figure out how to deal with it right now. Han Li said that if they said he was Liu Hong, then he would want to take advantage of the situation and benefit from it, and at the same time demonstrate his authority. Han Li said that it was quite easy to solve this issue, because all she had to do after school was buy 2 packs of mint cigarettes, wrap them in a black bag and put them under his desk. After that, the guy advised her to talk to him alone, and after that everything should be fine. Xia Liuting's face immediately darkened, and she asked if she really needed to buy cigarettes for this. He said that if she believed him, then she should just do as he said, or she had better ideas and wanted the teacher to watch her every day. In the end, Xia Liuting agreed and said that she would follow his instructions and take care of it tomorrow morning. Han Li himself was surprised that everything went so easily and thought that it seemed that the effect of the candy had not yet worn off. Of course, in the end, Han Li said that he preferred her previous pancake and me tamed behavior. The girl blushed and asked if the guy was bullying her again. Xia Liuting said that she was not the same as before, and she could take his food away in the blink of an eye. Han Li exhaled and said that she was changing her face very quickly because she had just used it and was now going to throw it away. Han Li asked if she would really do this to him when he was helping her, but she only said that it was as if he was doing all this and that they were on equal terms. Han Li eventually picked up the book and told her that she could do whatever she wanted. However, he warned that if something went wrong, she should not come to him for advice. At the same time, the guy wondered what happened to her sense of morality. He understood that when she had a lot of power, she kept a low profile, but now she was in full view. Xia Liuting asked, what could be worse than this situation, since she had already thrown caution to the wind? Xia Liuting asked if the guy noticed that she was in a bad relationship with the university beauty. The girl realized that if she did not show due attention, she would never be able to cope with her. The guy said that she wanted to, but he doesn't understand what's going on between them. But he wishes her luck, and if she can't handle it, then to turn to someone else. The guy said that in life, it is natural to follow the call of the heart in situations that do not harm others, and asked why she even worries about it. At the same time, a system appeared before the guy's eyes and congratulated him on receiving a new skill of incitement. The description said that while the system was doing good things, he was doing dirty work, and he could use it to create a scapegoat. The system also said that when used in conjunction with subjugation, the effect would be stronger. Eventually, the system told the protagonist to learn something serious because he was just becoming a master of useless skills. Han Li literally got angry at the last sentence because he understood that he had not incited anyone and did not understand where this skill came from. Han Li closed the window in front of him and realized that this was some kind of mad skill and there was no point in spending points to improve it. Suddenly, Han Li remembered their romance. The guy understood that they should have already started making a profit, and when they had this money in their hands, he could only think about what to use it for. October 17th is coming soon. Suddenly, incitement was raised to level 2. Han Li was clearly surprised and didn't understand what was going on. He didn't understand why the skill itself increased its level despite him not doing anything at all. After this, the headman wrote anonymously that their Roman was included in the list of the best, and from today she becomes his fan. Han Li agreed with this, but asked if she was a fan of that dream guy. The girl replied that these were 2 different things. Xia Liuting said that in the novel, she is his fan, but in real life, she is that guy's fan. In the end, she asked not to confuse the 2. Han Li said that recently, he felt that she had been a little distracted from work and asked her not to forget to finish everything. After that, he asked what was the current situation with that problem. The girl got angry and asked if he had just called to ask that everything had been decided. But she replied that everything had already ended and that her dream guy was the one who helped her with it. The anonymous person wrote that he noticed that 8 out of 10 of her suggestions were always about him and asked why she wouldn't try to get him, since she admits that he is her dream guy. Here, the system informed the protagonist that the incitement had been slightly increased. At the same time, inexplicable things were happening in the headman's head. because she clearly had not assumed this. Clearly confused, the girl realized that she had never tried to get closer to him. The girl explained that he is currently studying trading models and he doesn't really like to answer messages at night. And besides, he now thinks that she is a lesbian, so she has no idea how she can even get him. Anonymous wrote that he almost forgot that she called herself a lesbian, and if he is busy now, then invite him on the weekend, because if everything continues like this, then he will completely block the path to their relationship, and what will she do then? Old Age understood that Han Li was right and it didn't matter how others thought about it, but she couldn't allow Han Li to take it seriously. She eventually tried to invite him over for the weekend. The next morning arrived very soon. Han Li went out for a run, and while he was tired, someone approached him. That someone turned out to be Jia Liuting, with whom Han Li had just greeted. After that, he noticed her outfit and asked if she had gone on a date with Pan Ge. The indignant girl asked what he was talking about and said that she had already gone home. After that, she asked if he was free because a new fear room had opened nearby and asked if he wanted to go there together. Han Li said that he was free now, but asked why she invited him, because he was sure that if she had invited Odnoklasnik, she would have agreed. Xia Liuting said that considering Fei Fei Yi's intelligence and courage, she would not like to invite her there. After that, she hurried the protagonist and asked him whether he would go or not, because while they were going there, she wanted to discuss something with him. Han Li said that he agreed, but since she invited him herself, she would also pay. Ask if she agreed to this. In the end, Xia Liuting agreed and said that she would pay for the tickets and lunch. After that, the guy asked her to wait a bit because he needed to change. The girl hurried him and said that she had already made a reservation. The guy chuckled and said that as he saw, she had prepared in advance. Very soon, Han Li came out in his usual clothes. He walked a couple of steps. In this way, he looked around himself. Standing next to him was Jia Liuting, who was blushing furiously. At some point, Han Li turned to her. He said that she had asked him too suddenly and he didn't think that the reason was only the new attraction. Then he asked if there was another reason. Here she realized that the anonymous person had not told her how to behave in such a situation and wondered if she should confess right now, even though she didn't really like him. Han Li wondered if she had a problem in her relationship with Pan Ge. Having made a premature decision, Han Li said that everything would be fine, and if she had any questions, she could contact him. The indignant girl began to answer and ask what he was talking about, because she invited him here precisely because he was the only person here whom she knew well. And if it was about him, then she had no idea who to invite. Han Li stepped back with a frightened face and asked if she always resorted to violence and asked if her arm still hurt. However, after that, the guy changed the subject and asked if she had mentioned this place. Near one stand, there was a man who dressed as Death and invited people to the opening. Han Li asked Jia Liuting if she would come in, and while she was silent there, Death greeted them. Very soon, the boys found themselves in a fear room. Xia Liuting remembered how the anonymous person had persuaded her to try to invite him into the fear room and asked if she had ever known about the effect of the spring on the bridge. He had told her to pretend to be scared and cuddle up to him. Unexpectedly, Han Li touched Xia Liuting's back. In surprise, Xia Liuting pointed her lantern straight at the protagonist's face and screamed loudly. The guy apologized and said that he didn't want to scare him. Asked what she really wanted to discuss with him. Xia Liuting asked why he was asking about it in such a place. Han Li said that he just wanted to ease the tension because it was too tense and asked what if a ghost with a chainsaw suddenly appeared and asked her what the next 2 months would be like. What would be scarier for her, the question or the ghost? Xia Liuting exhaled and said that they were equally scary. She held the flashlight up and said that she was having trouble understanding the latest topics because she didn't understand why the teacher was suddenly speeding up their learning. The girl admitted that she had never been good with numbers and maybe she just wasn't cut out to study finance. Han Li said that learning this kind of thing requires a certain amount of talent, and people with talent can achieve twice as much results with half the effort. He said that at other times, those without talent have to put in more effort to achieve the same result. As for the teacher, Han Li said, so as not to be nonsense, there is a competition related to the shares, and registration will begin in a few days, and if she lacks a tomato, then she had better compensate for it with hard work. In the end, he asked how she knew that she would not succeed at all if she did not try. At the same time, Xia Liuting was surprised by the competition related to the stocks because she had never heard of it. However, at one point the girl noticed that the flashlight stopped shining and she tried to worry about it, thinking that the battery was dead. At some point, the girl encountered someone outsider. You understand that she won't be able to turn on the flashlight." She looked back. The water left drops of light on the attacker. The girl immediately became frightened. There was some disfigured man standing there with a chainsaw, and the girl immediately screamed. Very soon, the company returned to the university. Xia Liuting was still shaking in fear, and talked about how scary it was while Han Li asked why she wanted to go there so much if she was so afraid. Angrily put it in a glass with a drink, she began to complain about how she should have known that the actor appeared so suddenly and, moreover, his chainsaw looked really scary. The girl said that in any case, he mentioned the competition in November and said that this was the first time she heard about it. Han Li explained that the teacher had talked about this competition before, and he remembered that their classmates had also discussed it. The boy was surprised and asked how, being a headman, she couldn't hear about it. At the same time, Xia Liuting noticed that the protagonist's tone seemed to have become even colder and replied that if they were discussing it, maybe she just didn't notice. Han Li remembered how she had said before that she wanted to surpass him, so he thought that she would pay more attention to news related to these topics. The guy said that he heard that her fan group was making a lot of noise about the situation that had developed between her and the beauty at the university. The guy got up from the table and said that he didn't want to jump to conclusions, but he suggested that her invitation today was most likely an attempt to use it in general to hide from all of this. Xia Liuting clearly didn't expect such an approach and hesitated. Han Li returned to his usual speech and reminded her that she could do whatever she wanted and he would not interfere with it. The guy said he was going to have dinner that night and asked not to disturb him anymore. After that, he called the waiter and said they were finished. He waved his hand and said that it was time for him to leave and wished her a pleasant meal. Xia Liuting stood up abruptly from her desk and began to make excuses. The girl understood that even though she was indeed in trouble, she was not going to use him as a bill. Xia Liuting understood that she had not thought at all that this could happen, and that Han Li himself was not to blame, because anyone in his place would have thought the same thing. The girl understood that now, any person who approached her or the university beauty would become an object of research. However, Xia Liuting was angry that he didn't even let her explain anything, because if he didn't want to be seen with her, then that's how it should be. As a result, the girl decided to contact Pan Ge. On some beach, the phone rang. The beautiful university, who clearly did not expect this call. She picked up her phone and noticed that Xia Liuting had texted her and asked what she was doing. The girl said that she had not seen her all day and asked if she wanted to have lunch together because she was bored alone. With increasing irritation, the face of the beauty in the university turned into a dry smile. Pan Ge knew that Xia Liuting had brought this on herself, but she still would not leave her alone even after she went home. The girl smiled and wondered if she was really making fun of her even when she was alone. After that, Pan Ge said that it was her own fault, and at that moment, the main character's phone began to vibrate. As it turned out, the main character received a friend request from Pan Ge, and while the guy was stunned by how she got his number, he was asking himself other questions. He was offended that she wanted to add him. Most likely, Xia Liuting contacted him. Without understanding what was going on, Han Li only typed one question: the beauty. In her said all this that she got his number from Fu Dudu. After that, she asked if Han Li was free. The guy wondered if she really wanted to drag him into this story to put pressure on Xia Liuting. The girl explained that she wanted to go have a snack at a Japanese restaurant, and he himself said that they could have a snack if the opportunity presented itself. In the end, okay, do it, he agreed. Pan Ge knew that even though they had only met twice, it was obvious that Han Li liked Xia Liuting. She laughed to herself and decided that if she could win the male lead over, she would no longer have any problems with him. Han Li said that he couldn't come today. The boy explained that he had gone to the panic room with his classmate this morning and they had planned to have lunch together, but he had urgent business so he would probably be absent until the evening. The beauty herself opened her eyes wide at the universities of this refusal. She was sure that if it had been someone else, he would have immediately agreed even if he had been busy. The beauty agreed to this and said that they could meet another time. He did. After that, the girl thought about the main character's message and wondered if he really went there with the girl. Here the girl began to gather a groove, because at that very moment Xia Liuting wrote to her, inviting the girl to dinner. Only now did she realize that Han Li went there with her. The beautiful university wondered if the headman also wanted to involve the main character and thus distract the attention of his fans. After that, she wondered if Han Li had specifically specified this. The guy understood why she added him. After that, She wondered if the reason he left her there alone was because he saw Xia Liuting's intention. At that very moment, Xia Liuting texted and said that she had found an interesting fear room and they would have fun. After this, the girl thought again. Without thinking twice, she couldn't help but smile, because she found it interesting. The university beauty couldn't help but smile because she found this situation interesting. At the same time, a chill ran down the protagonist's back. Not understanding what was going on, he must have thought that Xia Liuting was talking about him again. He could only pray that he had used her as an excuse and that she would understand what he meant. He understood that despite the fact that it was nice to see the girls together every day, she began to neglect her studies and their Roman. The boy remembered reading Xia Liuting's message asking him to return the contract back after he signed it. After that, the girl asked how many more chapters he had prepared, to which he said that they were enough to continue publishing until the end of the year. After that, the girl asked Han Li how she thought about adding them to their team group. The girl explained that many of them had sold the copyrights to their projects and made a fortune, so she thought their project could bring in at least a few million. The guy heard this number and thought about it. The guy assumed that their novel would be 550 or 0,000 words long. He understood that although the subscription price on this platform is the highest, selling the rights to their novel would not be the most profitable solution. After that, he remembered that old costume dramas were popular on the market now. The guy squinted and thought even more deeply. He looked at his stock trading level and realizing that his trading skills were currently at level 3, he couldn't rush it. He knew he had had enough of it. The guy realized that he should convert some of his money into experience points, and along with what he had left, the guy remembered that Xia Liuting's writing skills were currently, for example, at level 3, but in terms of writing, she would probably soon reach level 4. The guy was pleased that her progress was going very quickly. It would not be long before she caught up. Han Li understood that the reason their novel became popular was because it used a theme together that utilized many of the trends of the era. However, he understood that without Xia Liuting's polish, the quality of the novel would not be a tenth of what it is now. Eventually, the guy decided to raise his level to the 4th level. However, at that moment, the protagonist's phone began to shake from vibration. As it turned out, Pangay wrote to him and invited him with a smiley face to go shopping. Very soon, the company found itself in an elite restaurant. The girl said that she would like to order 1 serving of fried caviar, 1 serving of shrimp with 2 types of sauce. She also asked for 4 steamed Chinese monk arm crabs and asked that each gram be less than 500 grams. After that, the girl turned to the main character and asked if he drinks alcohol because their yellow wine goes great with crabs. After that, she asked if he wanted to add anything. Han Li said that he thought this was enough for them and that they could always order more anyway. The guy smiled and suggested not to order too much at once. Pangay asked why he didn't make the most of the time since he had it. The girl understood that from the end of October on the nights of November, she had been constantly trying to invite him somewhere. The guy was embarrassed but smiled and said that he had no choice because he was too busy, so he couldn't accept her invitation. He understood that even though he didn't want to interfere, but she wasn't going to give up if he continued to refuse her, then they probably couldn't remain friends in the future. Pangay asked if he was studying so hard for the stock trading competition. The guy replied that it was not quite so because the competition was just a good opportunity to learn something new. After that, the girl calmed down and asked what he thought about this restaurant. The guy said that since she was the one who recommended him, he shouldn't disappoint. After that, he said that with her presence, this place simply shines. Pangay said that the guy, she thought, would find fault with the design of this place. The guy laughed and said that his professional ethics are highly valued, especially when it comes to respect for the people who treat him. He smiled and said that since she was treating him to such delicious dishes, it showed that she meant business. She changed the topic of conversation and said that they were surprised that Yu Yun and others always wanted to be near him because he had an interesting manner of speaking. Not understanding what was going on, the guy froze in an awkward smile. He said that providing emotional values is the norm in any social interaction. After that, he realized that she and Xia Liuting, like Yu Yun and Fei Fei, are on completely different levels because she is completely unable to understand her train of thought and grasp the true meaning of her words. The guy couldn't help but be surprised by how she puts dialogues, intonation, and facial expressions. They were so perfect that even his level of psychology was not enough. But it's okay, because as long as he communicates with her more often, the analysis of her psychological activity should be normal. Very soon the waiter came and said that their order was ready and asked them to enjoy the food. Han Lee was pleased with what he saw and said that he did not expect anything else from the restaurant that was chosen by her. In addition, he could not help but notice the girl's wealth, because he had only recently learned that in October, females, well-fed and rich in cut, and at the beginning of November, with the arrival of cold weather, their game freezes, turning into the most delicious and sweet delicacy. Taking the chopsticks in his hands, the boy couldn't help but say that people say that it's hard to make friends in different social circles because differences appear even in the smallest details. On top of that, he realized that it wasn't just food that got into this, but other aspects of everyday life as well. He couldn't help but think that there was no need to force himself to enter another social circle, and it was nice to just be ordinary with a crooked person. However, they had long ago stopped the main character. Grabbing the phone, she said she had to take a photo for social media. Then the guy realized that it seemed that the habit of taking pictures of food was spreading even to rich people. However, Han Lee then remembered that he had been watching her social media, but hadn't noticed many food photos there. The embarrassed guy realized that the girl was clearly up to something. She eventually invited the protagonist to start eating and asked him not to forget to like her new post. Han Lee said he would do so despite the fact that he usually doesn't check social media often. However, Han Lee clearly didn't expect that there would be just a photo of food, and also Han Lee himself. The guy realized that she had taken a photo of him, but also showed him a menu for 2 people. At this point, he realized that he had completely screwed up because even though he knew that she had invited him to deal with Xia Liuting, he still so carelessly fell into her trap. However, Pan Ge herself brought the guy out of his deep thoughts, offering to try one dish and calling it the most delicious in this restaurant. Suddenly, someone called Pan Ge and called her daughter and asked if she really decided to have a snack with her friend. The guy was clearly scared by this and was taken aback. The girl herself also did not expect to see her father here and immediately got up from the table. The embarrassed Han Lee did the same while Pan Ge was happy to see her acquaintances, including her uncle. Afterwards, he said that her uncle wanted to try crabs, so they decided to meet here and have a few drinks. He was the only one who asked the girl not to tell her mother that they drank here and let it be their secret. The girl smiled and said that she would naturally keep it a secret. The beautiful university girl said that if his mother found out that he was drinking again, she would scold him again. Pan Ge's father laughed and said that his little girl would never let him down. After this, the man turned his attention to the main character and said that the girl did not introduce him to him. Han Lee extended his hand and said that he was glad to meet them, and his name was Han Lee, and he studied at the same university as Pan Ge. The father grabbed the protagonist's hand and said that he was pleased to meet him. He said that the girl never went out to eat with boys, and he was the first one he saw next to her. Han Lee could only say that he was embarrassed by him while he did not understand what was going on. The man said that he was glad that the beauty, he is not a psycho, decided to make new friends, and after that asked to listen to him. He said that the most important thing is that they get along in character, and everything else is unimportant. Ignoring his daughter's comments, the father continued to praise the protagonist, saying that his body seemed quite strong. After that, he asked whether Han Lee was training, and he noticed that he seemed thin and asked whether the cafeteria was not the most pleasant recently. At the same time, Han Lee could not say a word. I did not understand why the girl's father was so strange, and whether he really met everyone like that. However, very soon the atmosphere cleared and the uncle laughed and said not to scare him. The man said that he seemed pretty good and there was some sharpness in his face and a sparkle in his eyes. And he was not like those observant people on the outside who all looked kind of soft and pathetic. Uncle said that the most important thing for the guys is training. While the guard felt someone's gaze on him, realizing that the mockery was aimed at the man himself, the uncle said that it was simply his opinion and was not aimed at anyone present. At the same time, the brother himself said that, in his opinion, at this age it is much more important to pay more attention to studies. After that, the father laughed and asked why they were arguing in front of the children. However, eventually the university beauty approached her father and put her hand on his shoulder. He blushed deeply. She said that she just wanted to have lunch with a friend, but their conversation dragged on too long and asked why they didn't go to their room, saying that they wouldn't bother him anymore. After that, the father said goodbye and wished them a bon appetit. After that, he said that they both should order more food, regardless of who was supposed to treat today. He would pay for everything they ordered. Giving a thumbs up, he said there was no need to secretly pay the bill and asked me to just enjoy the food. Not understanding what was going on, Han Lee eventually simply agreed. I told you anyway that he likes Han Li and his brother agreed to it. The father said that his daughter just found a new friend and asked not to worry about it too much. Han Li eventually woke up the stupefied beauty of the university and asked if it was worth continuing. Once again, everyone sat down at the table and the girl said that they simply had no other choice. With a red face, she asked if he was suggesting that they run away or something like that. At some point, she wondered why her father was so enthusiastic. Han Li couldn't help but notice that her father was quite interesting and asked what he did, and her uncle seemed familiar to him. The girl got angry and asked why Han Li was calling someone else's father daddy, to which he immediately apologized and said that he simply expressed himself incorrectly. Embarrassed, Pan Ge said that if he dared to go there again and call him daddy to his face, she would tell him everything he wanted to know. Han Li smiled and said that he thought he should go there. After this, the girl got furious and asked what was wrong with him and where was his professional ethics. Han Li said that they were similar, that she was still treating him, and asked why she brought up professional ethics. The girl was clearly irritated, but she couldn't help but admit she was wrong. The girl said it was no surprise that her uncle seemed familiar to him. She explained that his photo was on the official website of their university and that he was the director of the humanities department. After that, the girl began to talk about her father and said that one of his roles was as a member of the board of directors and the university, but he was never involved in the affairs of the university. After that, the guy said that it was not surprising that she decided to study the humanities. However, he couldn't help but wonder why she didn't enroll in a prestigious foreign university immediately after finishing school. The guy understood that even though her uncle was the director of a liberal arts university, it would still be difficult to complete the liberal arts program through exams. He also explained that he had heard that most students from the International Exchange Department eventually went directly to universities. However, with a strange expression on her face, the girl said that it didn't matter where she studied. She believes that she is not capable of graduating from a prestigious university, and besides, her mother does not want her to be too far away from her. However, the guy couldn't help but understand her feeling. In these days, the older generation still has quite outdated views and their business is too diverse, so they hardly think about passing it on to their children. Han Li understood that the position of successor could not be obtained simply by graduating from a prestigious university. While dividing the crab, the guy understood that if children are talented, then it is worth involving them in the business from the very beginning and gradually developing them. However, he understood that if they had no talent, it was better to just let them live a comfortable life as long as it did not harm others. The boy understood that the father of the stereotype was still alive, and that was why the only thing parents expected from people like Pan Ge was to get married and start a family as soon as possible. However, the boy understood that it would be quite stupid for a person like Pan Ge to simply get married. As a result, Han Li couldn't help but ask the girl if she wasn't planning to go abroad. Pan Ge, who was blushing, said that she was not sure, because it could be said that her future was already predetermined and she did not think that she had a choice. Suddenly, someone called the beauty. I have all those and said that it was an incredible coincidence. Someone asked why she invited the main character and not her, and did she really not love that person anymore? As soon as Han Li saw who was the culprit of the events, he was taken aback. It turned out to be Xia Liuting, who came close to Pan Ge, and the guy refused to believe what was happening until the end. Han Li understood that the girl was obviously looking for him after seeing Pan Ge and pretended that it was a chance meeting. However, in the end, Han Li couldn't help but smile. Now he understood why her father was so excited. Now he finally understood what had happened. It was impossible for him as a board member not to know what was going on at the university, especially when it came to his own daughter. The man knew that Pan Ge had been surrounded by girls since she was a child, and now Xia Liuting had confessed to her. However, he couldn't deny that when they were together, the scene was simply stunning. Finally, understanding what was going on, Han Li couldn't help but smile because Pan Ge's father was probably worried that his daughter was turning into a lesbian. Suddenly, the waitress approached the main character and said that Pan Ge's father wanted to discuss something with him. Xia Liuting was surprised when the name of her so-called lover's father surfaced, and Pan Ge herself did not understand why her father needed Han Li. At the same time, in a separate compartment, there were conversations about the main character. Many wondered if this fun was worth showing such enthusiasm towards him. Pan Ge's father asked if Uncle didn't know what was going on at his university. Diana said that he heard that Pan Ge had confessed to a girl and it was too unexpected for all of them. Han Li overheard this entire conversation while his father continued to express his concerns about this incident. He understood that the girl was quite outstanding, and he could not imagine a situation if his daughter was interested in her and did not understand who would take over his business in the future. Coming close to the door, Han Li heard Pan-ge's father calling his daughter smart. But he still couldn't completely trust her with his business because he didn't understand what would happen if it became too much of a burden for her. And even more so, he didn't understand why she simply couldn't find a capable man and just enjoy life. Here it dawned on the main character that Father Pan-ge's plan was a little different. Just by overhearing a few lines, Han Li knew that he was planning to hand over his entire business to his son-in-law. The guy stood there and understood that, regardless of his father's plans, such opportunities for beauty were too rare. Eventually, the waiter offered to pass while the guy decided not to miss his chance. After this, the guy came out of his thoughts and agreed to everything. Very soon, Han Li entered the center of the building. Pan-ge's father happily greeted the protagonist and told him to sit down at the table. Suddenly, a bottle of cognac appeared in the main character's hands. In his other hand was a small glass of strong alcohol. The guy has changed again, which worries them. Pan-ge's father invited the protagonist to come in and asked if he had brought any alcohol with him. The guy said that he thought it would be bad to come empty-handed. Afterwards, Han Li thanked the man for his hospitality and said that he would like to raise a toast from everyone present here. In the end, the uncle said that he didn't need to be so polite, and Han Li carefully opened the bottle. Pouring some liquid into a glass, Han Li said that his family had always taught him the importance of etiquette. The guy said that since he was the youngest here, he was obliged to do it. After that, he clinked his glass and said that he was raising this toast to them. Pan-ge's father laughed and thanked the protagonist. At the same time, the man understood that the main character had incredibly meticulous etiquette, and even such details as clinking glasses and handling a bottle of wine were thought out to the smallest detail. The man assessed the main character and couldn't help but think that the guy's family was impressive, because in order to raise a child like him, you need to put in a lot of effort. After this, the father turned to the main character and asked if he was a local. The man asked if he was living in a dormitory and asked if the workload was too heavy. Han Li confirmed his father's suspicion and said that he came from the city of dreams. The guy explained that he had recently arrived in the capital, so he wasn't familiar with her yet, and because of this he decided to live in general. Moreover, as far as studying goes, the teachers practically don't burden him, and so everything is fine. Father Pan-ge thought for a moment and began to remember the city of dreams. However, he eventually changed the subject and said that he had not called him just to chat. The man explained that his little girl did not often communicate with boys, and this proved that he was a good person since she decided to spend time with him. The man said that he would like him to accompany her on shopping trips. The man explained that Han Li should not worry about the financial expenses and he would cover everything. Han Li just smiled sheepishly and said that he was too kind. Han Li said that he actually uses most of his free time for self-study, so he doesn't have much free time. On top of everything else, the guy said that Pan-ge likes spending his time with girls much more. He said that her friend had just arrived and they were chatting right now. As if frightened, Pan-ge's father said that this explained why the main character was let go so easily. After that, he said that he knew the girl's friends and asked who she was. With a naive face, Han Li said that she was the class representative of his class, and her name was Xia Liuting. Without showing it, the father told the main character that they could come back and order whatever they wanted because they didn't have to worry. After that, Han Li waved to Pan-ge's father and was about to leave. As he was leaving, his father couldn't help but say that Han Li was a very wonderful child. One crown, as soon as he left the room and slammed the door, the father showed his real face. As it turned out, the man was still in a stupor and could not say anything. However, literally a second later, the father grabbed his head and said that this was the end. Not understanding what was going on, his friends asked what had actually happened. However, the man did not answer their questions and only remained loudly at the table. He came to his senses and said that it was impossible and that he should go and see for himself. While Pan-ge's enraged father was desperately trying to stop his friend, I said that they don't know what really happened and it's worth waiting a little before going down. His brother said that if he goes now, he will scare the children. As a result, the enraged father Pan-ge had no other choice but to stay within four walls and be angry. At the same time, Han Li returned downstairs and asked the university beauty if everything was over yet. After that, the girl asked why he had called the guy in the first place. Han Li replied that there was nothing special about it, and he simply told them to order whatever they wanted and for him to take care of his daughter. At this point, Xia Liuting did not interfere with the conversation and said that she could take care of her again and she did not need Han Li to do so. At some point, the girl asked what Han Li was doing to her. The guy asked if it wasn't obvious since he was just being fed for free. At that moment, Han Li asked Xia Liuting what she was doing here anyway. The girl explained that she came to eat crabs, because this is the only place that serves delicious ones. Hearing such a lie, he couldn't help but tense up, but he didn't say anything. After that, Xia Liuting asked the waiter to come to the table and ordered more crabs. At the same time, the guy knew that she clearly did not come here to eat. However, Han Li couldn't help but sympathize with Pangi. She only asked him to eat together, but suddenly her father showed up. And after her father, Xia Liuting also appeared, so she drove herself into a dead end with all this chaos. In the end, the girl sighed and said that she would pay for everything herself. However, after this, Xia Liuting decided to pick on the main character and asked if he was really planning to seduce every beauty in the university. After that, the girl asked the guy how he liked the food from the university beauty, while the girl herself denied any involvement of the main character in this scheme and said that he was very good. The girl explained that they got along very well and she liked to treat him. Han Li sighed and realized that a real conflict was about to begin because Pan Ge's words were quite provocative. In the end, Han Li decided to remind them that if they were planning something again, they shouldn't involve him. After this, the guy raised a toast to them and wished them many years of happiness. Afterwards, Han Li said that he felt like the third wheel in a brand new carriage. However, at that very moment, the guy noticed something that shouldn't be there. Behind the smiling headman, who was glad that Han Li knew his life, was Pan Ge's father. He was shaking with anger. At the time, he heard that Xia Liuting was asking Pan Ge out on a date. Noticing that the girl's father was extremely dissatisfied, Han Li began waving frantically, trying to signal that Pan Ge would not agree to this proposal. Suddenly, a loud knock could be heard. The boy instantly became scared and looked at Pan Ge's father. He jumped up from his seat and wondered if this situation had caused her father's blood pressure to rise. Pan Ge suggested calmly. The guy told her to be more careful, and the main thing is to choose the right words. Pointing in one particular direction, he tried his best to say that there was something unusual there and said that otherwise she might get into trouble. Pan Ge didn't understand the protagonist's hints and asked what he meant, and the girl asked if he had really teamed up with Xia Liuting to mock her. The girl asked how to show her the other world. After all, if they had not been in a restaurant, she would have definitely taken revenge on him. However, at this moment, one noticed that the girl was still communicating with the main character. Tears appeared on his face, and he was incredibly happy that the girl was still interested in men. I thought about the content of these messages and could not understand what she meant when she spoke about two hairs. And is it really true that young people behave this way more profitably? After that, Xia Liuting blushed and said, "The beauty in my network is that you shouldn't joke like that." The girl realized that even though she was just fooling around with her, she really had feelings for the main character. After that, she remembered the message from her so-called lover and vowed not to let her kill two birds with one stone. Very soon, Xia Liuting approached Pan Ge and placed her hand on the girl's cheek. Confused by Pan Ge, Old Age even asked her why she needed men if there was someone like her. She also said that she had already seen her skills with toys and they could handle it on their own. She also said that she was happy, and if Ta did not believe, she could ask her classmate. When the father saw this scene, he was completely confused and did not understand what was happening. Here he realized that his little girl was not only a lesbian, but also loved to obey. Although she had always been so innocent, it was so bad that he couldn't even keep his balance and he was caught by his uncle who asked him to come to his senses. And he told you that he raised his daughter with such great effort and now she is in a relationship with a girl. You could practically see tears on his face when he said that this was a huge tragedy. However, the man suddenly remembered his trump card. Despite the fact that they had only seen each other for a short time, the man already seriously relied on the main character. Approaching the uncomprehending protagonist, the father knew that he needed to talk to him, and perhaps he could guide Pan Ge on the right path and they could agree on anything. The university beauty asked what she should ask Fei Fei if she was just having a little fun with her. The girl said that if Han Li agreed, she was more than willing to marry him even tomorrow. At the same time, Xia Liuting asked whether Pan Ge really thought that this could happen. After that, Pan Ge turned to the protagonist, who was sitting in a stupor, and asked him to meet with Fei Fei in order to see Xia Liuting's reaction. While the girl herself did not understand what kind of relationship it had with her. When I watched this conversation with you, he realized that everything was becoming more and more complicated, and it seemed that she was using the main character as a cover to then leave her friend. The man knew that he couldn't let this continue. If he didn't get his daughter back on the right path, it would all be over, and as a father, he had to stop it. The university beauty was about to continue the conversation, but her own father interrupted her. Approaching the company, he asked how she liked the food, to which the confused girl asked him why he came down. The man said that he heard her friend arrive, so he decided to go down. As if nothing bad was happening, he asked Xia Liuting what she said hello to. After that, the father and how is their health. As Han Li looked at this scene, he couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, since it was precisely these kinds of questions that came up when he was the object of observation. The man is so unusual. However, he suddenly turned to the main character and said that Pangay was a bit withdrawn and didn't have many friends with whom she hung out. After that, he put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he liked him and Xia Liuting. After that, he showed his finger up and said that in the future, when they have a day off, they can feel free to come to him and he will be glad to see them. The embarrassed finger agreed, but did not understand why this scene seemed strange to him. Pangay also noticed this oddity because these are her memories. Her father was always strict with boys, but now he is friendly with the main character. The girl understood that they had only met twice and did not understand whether there was something special about the guy. Noticing Pangay's gaze, Han Li smiled affably, but one could see the tiredness on his lips. Eventually, even Xia Liuting noticed that Pangay's father had become much kinder, which made the girl wary. At some point, Pangay noticed that her father was smiling, and until the very end she believed that if her father liked a guy, then there was nothing unusual about it. However, at some point she still set a goal to find out what was so special about the main character. Very soon it was deep night. Han Li returned to his dorm. However, when he arrived, he didn't think he would notice Xiao Dongbei and Ding Ding. Han Li asked if they hadn't gone out today, and asked why they were so gloomy. As if hiding information, Xiao Dongbei looked at Ding Ding, deciding who would actually tell this information. Not understanding what was happening, Han Li repeated his question. Xiao Dongbei said that they were waiting for him to ask him something. He mentioned that there was a guy in their class named Deng Zihao. He explained that this was the person who asked about him today. Parrot asked what he wanted. The first neighbor said that he was not sure because he did not explain the reason to them. Trying to remember this name, Han Li couldn't help but catch himself thinking that it sounded painfully familiar. And at one point, she just remembered this. As it turned out, this guy was on the top list of the International Student Exchange, and in addition, he is Pangay's main fan. However, the guy understood that even having found out who he was, it did not give any clues. For some reason, he suddenly decided to find out about him. At some point, he thought that it must be because of Pangay. Of course, in the end, the guy decided not to think about it and thanked his neighbors for the information. At this point, Ding Ding intervened and said that even though he hadn't said it directly, he still felt that it was related to the beauties of the university. Han Li said that this was indeed the case, and there were simply no other reasons to ask about him. And, in addition, he could only do this behind his back, so there was no need to worry about it. However, at this point, the first neighbor intervened again and said that the main problem was that he had not gotten rid of him. The guy said that Deng Zihao knew quite a lot of people and came to play poker quite often. But at the same time, the man understood that he was not worried about something happening to the main character, because he was more worried about Deng Zihao himself. After all, if he angered the main character, then he would simply get rid of him. Thoughts began to pop into his head about how many bags it would take to pack Deng Zihao and his friends. At the same time, Han Li looked at the first neighbor shaking with fear and did not understand what he was thinking about. About White. In the end, Ding Ding said that they told him everything. After that, the guy was told that they had to go out and Han Li said goodbye to him. After that, Han Li said that they should stay here more often to sleep because his hammer is absolutely safe for friends. Hearing these words, the neighbors couldn't help but be scared. After that, Xiao Dongbei laughed and said that he understood everything, so he asked him to be careful and not to act too impulsively. Han Li waved goodbye to them and couldn't help but notice how scared they were. After that, Han Li turned on his laptop. He knew that it was better not to cross paths with Deng Zihao because it could develop into a real conflict. After that, he wrote to the headman asking if she had received the payment. The girl almost immediately said that it was a very large sum. The guy couldn't help but be happy with his final results and realized that it wasn't just for nothing that their romances were the highest paid contacts. However, it was quite unexpected for him that her share of the payment brought him experience points. After that, he wondered if it would be an endless flow of experience if he created his own company in the future. Han Li couldn't help but think that every yuan spent would turn into experience points, and it would be simply amazing, daughter. After that, he took up the keyboard again. He said that they could only wait until they made a profit and more. Xia Liuting said that this was the first time she had earned so much money on her own, and she used to think that getting 1 or 0,000 would be great, but today, she realized that she would not have enough money. After that, the girl asked, "How do you think they will receive payment in the following months?" And this could not but please okay for the hero because his words last time were not in vain. The guy remembered that in 2013, the monthly salary across the country was less than Latozhan yuan, and the amount that she received for her work was almost equal to the average income in the state capital. He understood that for her it was a large amount. In the end, the guy said that everything depends on work and didn't understand why she suddenly said that she didn't have enough money. So the girl said that she suspected that the sly White Lotus had his eye on her dream guy, and her family was very rich. The girl said that today she treated his dream guy and spent more than 0,000 yuan, but she found out about it in time and ran to her to teach her a lesson. Seeing no reaction, I asked if he could believe that the lunch cost 0,000 yuan. She wrote that her mother sends her 0,000 yuan every month, and her father just buys her whatever she wants. Xia Liuting said that she also has her own little piggy bank where she keeps red envelopes because she never lacks for anything. Han Li couldn't help but laugh as he watched this situation. The guy said that if it makes her feel better, he never had much money either. Then he asked if she was worried that I was trying to use my money to win her boyfriend over. She also said that if she could get more money, she would be on equal terms with her. However, Han Li immediately noticed the discrepancy and asked how she thought she should earn money and how long it would take to catch up with her. The girl understood that she had been working for a year already, and her profit was still less than Pan Zhou's monthly expenses. She admitted this, and Han Li asked why she didn't change her approach. Because if she couldn't compete in spending money, then she had to compete in beauty, and although he wasn't sure what she looked like, she was most likely as beautiful as a goddess. When Han Li wrote these compliments, he couldn't help but laugh. When Xia Liuting seriously thought about it, she couldn't even come up with a clear answer. However, very soon morning came. Many students turned around to see someone beautiful. The girl smiled brightly, but her smile was restrained enough not to be licentious. As a result, the girl entered the class and surprised everyone with her mere presence. Many guys couldn't help but blush despite her. This girl turned out to be Xia Liuting, and no one could help but compliment her. Even the girls were embarrassed by such incredible beauty, not to mention the guys. Eventually, Xia Liuting approached the protagonist and asked him why he decided to come to the teacher's lecture, to which he replied that sometimes it was interesting to listen to what he said. After that, the guy turned towards the girl and asked if she didn't think so. Here, Han Li saw the girl's outfit and was surprised, while Xia Liuting said that she agreed with him and his lecture was quite interesting to listen to. After that, she smiled brightly and said, "Good morning." However, Han Li did not show the expected reaction of admiration, but instead merely laughed. The girl herself was very surprised by this and looked at him questioningly. Han Li finally said that she seemed to be in a good mood today. Han Li asked if she had a good time with Pan Ge yesterday. After this, the guy blushed slightly and turned to her. He said that this cool and elegant style suits her character very well. The girl said that she is not interested in his opinion and she does not do it for him. Xia Liuting knew that she had spent so much time on makeup, but she didn't understand what was wrong with the protagonist's reaction. And Han Li said that it was obvious that he was attracted by her strange behavior and she was just curious. After this, the teacher entered the classroom and said, "Good morning." I checked the lists. He asked if everyone had come because he had an important announcement for them. After this, the man adjusted his glasses and said that he was already sure that everyone had heard of him. The teacher said that there would be a stock trading competition soon and registration for it was open to everyone. The man said that this competition is divided into 3 rounds and now he will explain all the rules. After that, he wrote the rules on the board and asked to rewrite them. The man explained that, to put it briefly, first the participants and the teeth begin with accounts, and in the second round they will work with real capital. As a result, the man said that if they reached the final, they would work with a real capital of 1 million, which immediately surprised everyone. However, he knew that this was not something to be happy about. The most important thing that had to be brought from this competition was that during the entire final, all profits earned on this million will be considered the legal income of the participant. The teacher said that if he could get past the top 10, not only would it give them a significant income, but they would also be invited to the award ceremony after the competition. He explained that the award ceremony is held in the capital, and the best experts in the field gather there every year, and they would not only receive a huge profit, but also the opportunity to become famous in the industry. The teacher suggested that the students consider participating in this competition because they will receive 1 million without any conditions, and even if they are aiming for a modest profit of 50%, then this is already a lot. The man said that even if they don't make it to the finals, simply participating in this competition will give them valuable experience. After this, the teacher turned to his students and asked if this was true, to which they responded, "Agree." After that, he said that those who want to register can come to him. And also until the end of the semester, they will analyze other activities of each participant. The teacher said that students who show the best results will be exempted from this exam. After this, the girl got up from the table. Han Li asked if the girl was really going to participate in something, and she asked why not, since it was a good opportunity. The girl understood that this was an incredible opportunity to earn money, and she was definitely going to reach the final. Meanwhile, Han Li looked at her as if she was crazy because he knew her level of knowledge. The girl asked if he doubted her skills. The thing is that as far as he knows, Jia Liuting was afraid to take part even in a small trade, and he has no idea where she got the courage to take part in such a competition. After this, Yu Yun approached the main character and offered to register. The guy at the same time remembered that in a past life, Sarist had achieved that her performance was regarded as a training tragedy. The guy understood that she was only suffering losses, and by the end of the competition she had received a result of -77% of the starting capital and took the last place in the class. While others who were suffering serious losses knew they needed to take a break, she continued trading regardless of the setbacks. The guy understood that after a series of operations, she eventually proved her ability to be the thickest and strongest leak in their class. Very soon the school bell rang. Many Odnoklasniki members began to brag to each other about their achievements. Very soon, one of the Odnoklasniki tried to call the main character, but at the same time several beautiful girls were heading towards him. Yu Yun asked the guy if he could teach her trading modeling. She grabbed his hand, and Fei Fei grabbed his other hand. And they said that this was his chance to prove his skills because he always sat like that in front of people. The man understands that the competition hasn't even started yet, but he's already showing off. Looking at the back desks and feeling some kind of evil gaze on himself, he couldn't help but feel a strange premonition. Han Li also understood that the relationship between Duan Xiao and Fei Fei had developed rapidly before, and he remembered that it all started with one competition. Han Li knew that the guy had a rather difficult character. However, he definitely had some skills. Jia Honghuang and Zheng Lei had just started their trading journey and were among the top 3 in their class. Han Li analyzed that their profit rate was 20%. After that, he looked at the second guy and realized that the reason he started attracting girls was probably precisely because of this aspect. However, Han Li understood that in this life everything would be different, and this was his chance to prove himself. The head girl stood up and said that he was just bragging and it would be obvious what result he would have after the competition. Hearing such a speech, Han Li realized that Xia Liuting was true to herself and was still just as reckless. She understood that if she hesitated even for a second, the main character would be surrounded by girls again. I didn't understand why he was so popular. Smiling, Han Li asked if she really thought so and if she was willing to make a bet. The girl was surprised and asked if he was really planning to set her up again. The guy asked why she was using the word again and whether he had set her up before. The guy said that since this was a competition, it made sense to bet on the one with the higher income. So the girl asked if he was reading that she would make this bet considering that even the teacher praised him and she was just a newbie. Other Odnoklasniki agreed with this and offered a handicap of 10 and 20%. However, others understood that given the level of skill of the main character, any advantage would seem dubious and it would be better to simply not participate in this bet from the start. As a result, the girl slapped the table and agreed to 20%. She said that if he agreed to such a handicap, then she would agree to a bet, which came as a shock to everyone present. Xia Liuting understood that if she didn't agree to this bet, she would quite possibly lose her position as a village headman, and she simply didn't believe that she would lose to him with a 20% handicap. In the end, Han Li agreed to this bet. He understood that if she had the same strategy as in her previous life, then even with an 80% handicap he would easily win. Yu Yun said that this is exactly what she expected from the main character and wondered if there would be any stakes. The head woman also asked herself this question and began asking the guy his opinion and said that since he gave her a head start, it was up to him to decide. The main character thought for a moment and was lost in his thoughts. He thought it would be fair if, in the event of her winning, she asked the main girl for everything in his power. However, if the main character won, then no matter what happens in the future, she will have to forgive him once. Not understanding what he was getting at, the girl asked him what he had in mind. Han Li said that it was just a fleeting thought and asked her himself what the worst thing he could do was. Then classmates started asking if something was happening between the main character and the class monitor. The girl blushed and said that she didn't care who he was on a date with and that it was his personal business. Hearing this answer, the guy asked if she had any better ideas. As a result, the girl became gloomy and began to state her demand. She said that because of her win, the guy would be prohibited from dating anyone during his studies. Han Li clearly didn't expect such an approach and was even dumbfounded. As a result, the main character agreed to this demand, still not understanding why the girl needs the fact that he cannot enter into a relationship, and she is simply digging a hole for herself. Yoon also couldn't help but be surprised and said that this demand was a bit too much. At the same time, other classmates couldn't help but agree with how interesting this requirement was, since they thought it would be hard for the main guy to survive without flirting with the beauties, and this would give the others a chance to get to know them. At the same time, Jia Liuting couldn't calm her heart and decided that such a bet would be reasonable and she would have more time. Han Li stood up from the table and asked the headman not to go back on her words regardless of whether she lost or not. As a result, he extended his little finger, offering to swear on it. The girl was clearly confused by this approach and asked if he really wanted to resort to it. However, she still agreed even with displeasure. After this, the audience was divided into those who encouraged the main character and those who encouraged the headman. Suddenly, Zheng Lei approached the main character and said that he was having some problems with confidently determining buying and selling points. After this, Xia Huhuang also intervened in the conversation and said that she also had questions. Realizing that he had to explain everything to them, the main character began to do so without paying attention to anything. The guy explained to Zheng Lei that without practical experience, this area might seem difficult. After that, he offered his students independent practice, and later he would show them their problems. The guy liked this answer, and he thanked the main character. After that, Xia Huhuang approached the guy and asked if the guy could reserve a seat for her at his lecture. Han Li agreed and suggested creating a discussion group. The main character said that this way they could contact him whenever they had any questions, and they began to frantically search for their contact numbers. Yu Yun approached the protagonist and asked if he was finished, saying that she was dying of hunger. Xie Honghuang herself thanked the guy and apologized for keeping him. Han Li laughed and said not to worry about it, and if anything happened, not to be afraid to ask questions in the group. Realizing that no one was paying attention to her, Yu Yun ran up to the main character and asked for something hot to eat. After the main character agreed, the girl asked if he wanted to go for a walk after eating, but this time he refused. Yu Yun said that she understood that he was probably worried that others would misunderstand their relationship, but for her, everything was fine. Ignoring the protagonist's fatigue and lack of understanding, Yu Yun continued to insist that someone like him could clearly withstand such trifles and asked him not to put so much pressure on himself. While the girl was trying to grab the main character's hand, he couldn't help but laugh in his soul. He understood that if he hadn't known her true nature, he would have certainly fallen for this trick. However, Han Li understood that the only reason for her actions was her family's wealth, and if she found out the truth, she would despise him more than anyone else. The guy understood that in this case she would probably even dare to do something crazy. After that, he called the girl's name. With apathy on his face, he said that he never believes in promises and believes only in the power of time. It was obvious that Yu Yun didn't understand what Han Li meant, and her eyes widened. However, instead of assuming that the problem was her, Yu Yun thought that the chief was right, and the reason why he was acting like this was because of a broken heart. The girl said that she would not let him down, thinking that the reason why no one had achieved his reciprocity was the fact that he was afraid that he would get hurt again. However, Yu Yun was sure that it was a matter of time. Grabbing the amazed guy by the hand, she said it was time to have a snack. She stubbornly refused to believe that she could not melt his heart. At the same time, Han Li didn't understand whether the fact that he treated her coldly was actually what attracted her. Here, the system notified the main character that one of his skills had increased, and he did not understand what the matter was. Very soon, the moment came when everyone returned to the hostel. Xia Liuting read Hem's long autobiography and couldn't help but be indignant. She was furious and asked him via messenger what he had written and whether he was still studying. However, the guy explained that it was just a trick to attract subscribers. After that, he said that he was advertising her in this way. Han said to just point out Shi Mei-jung and said to watch the commotion. After realizing the real reason behind such a text, Xia Liuting apologized to Ham. Han said not to worry, but admitted that he thought she would have questions about the photo first. However, the girl said that sooner or later they would have to sign autographs and she would have to show her face. Nevertheless, she assured that she was beautiful in her own right. Very soon, November 11th arrived. The main character came to the university auditorium, but at that moment it was half empty. The teacher exhaled deeply and looked at the students. The man said that their next class would be on Friday and asked everyone to bring their laptops because they would be studying on them. After listening to such a speech, the main character could not help but get the impression that the teacher himself was tired of these lectures. The guy understood that the 10 best students in the second round would automatically advance to the finals, and since the competition was supposed to start today, he had to remain calm. With a flick of his wrist, he opened his laptop and got to work. Looking at the general chat, Han Li realized that the headman was already preparing to act, and it seemed she was determined to make a decision. However, the guy wondered if she would regret her words if she won. However, he couldn't help but facepalm because he understood that even if he did nothing, he would easily defeat her. After that, the guy got to work. She justified the decision by saying that she had tracked down which stocks had doubled their assets in 3 months. Han Li looked at these confident messages and realized that it was even possible to believe it. Looking at the charts, he wondered if the girl was a genius in analysis, and how could she understand from such candles that this was a good deal? However, looking at the rest of the chat, he could only frown. In fact, absolutely everyone simply flattered her instead of talking about her mistakes. Fei Fei was one of those people who thought that with Xia Liuting's strategy, she wouldn't have to worry about the competition. At the same time, the headman herself asked the main character what he was planning to buy. Not understanding why she was doing this, Han Li wondered if she really wanted to ask for advice. After that, the main character took a screenshot of his screen. He understood that since he had already been mentioned, there was no point in not responding. And the only thing that worried him was that others might be scared by such information. After this, the main character took a screenshot of his screen. He understood that since he had already been mentioned, there was no point in not responding. And the only thing that worried him was that others might be scared by such information. Duan Xiaoai couldn't help but mock the main character because he was so brave when he taught them, but now he acts completely differently. Lu Ji also noticed that the guy said something completely different when everything was explained to them and wondered if they were deliberately trying to create problems for him. Seeing others trying to make him the object of criticism, he became worried and realized that this was a rather bold plan. After that, Xia Honghuang asked the main guy to explain why he bought these particular shares. This man was supported by the headman herself, who said that she felt that she would lose if he did not explain. Even then, the main character was surprised and wondered why she needed this. After that, Han Li began to type. After that, he tried to explain in a long speech that the headman had bought unreliable shares and he had taken on more realistic ones. After this, Han Li was satisfied with his answer and mentally encouraged himself. However, when the guy decided to check if someone had written a message after his explanation, he was met with dead silence. Han Li didn't understand why the others had no reaction and began to worry. At some point, the guy wondered if his internet connection had gone down. However, very soon the comments did appear. They admired the main character's judgments and asked him to explain it at the next lecture. However, the guy could only exhale because he wasn't going to take such a risk. Han Lai explained that he would most likely sell the shares tomorrow. He said that the purpose of the competition was to learn and practice, so he would not explain anything. The headman still couldn't believe it and argued the main character's message by saying that he was making a smooth transition. Even though the girl said that she was sure that his shares would not bypass her, her look gave away the opposite. The next day arrived very soon. The entire audience stood in deathly silence until Han walked up to Xia Liuting. After that, he moved his seat and thus attracted the girl's attention. Han Li said that his stocks had performed even better than he had imagined, and asked how the headman's stocks were doing. Not wanting to admit defeat, she said that victory and defeat are one in the same art of war and told her not to be so self-confident. After that, she screamed at him to just watch her walk around him. The guy responded calmly and said that they had to learn to let go and move on, since they were working in the same field. At the same time, he realized that with such an aura, many might think that first and last place are one and the same. Perer stood up and said that he was going to have a snack and asked if she wanted to join him, and she aggressively refused. The girl reluctantly said that she should concentrate on monitoring the data. After that, the embarrassed guy wished him luck and left. Passing by some banner, he couldn't help but notice some discounts. Suddenly, someone called the main character. There was Pan Gay, who was calling Han Li from another table. However, for the guy, it was far from the most successful meeting, and noticing her enthusiasm, the main character thought that she had some kind of plan. The girl told the guy to hurry up until he asked why she called him at all. Along with Pan Gay, the guy was also called by Fu Du Du, who asked him what he would like to have for a snack. Han Li was confused and said that he was not picky and asked her to choose herself. The guy thought that after the battle, Pan Gay was angry and did not understand her actions. Suddenly, a rather quiet chuckle was heard. A certain guy looked at the main character with a mocking look and asked if his name was Han Li. Not understanding who this guy was, he asked this. Realizing that it wasn't just like that and Pan Gay was clearly planning something, the guy said he thought there would be something special about him. Pan Gay asked him why he was being so rude, to which he said he was just telling the truth. Han Li sat down next to Pan Gay and realizing that she always had a lot of fans and that she easily dealt with them herself, did not understand why she decided to use him as a shield this time. Looking at the guy himself, Han Li assumed that he was exactly the one he had asked about earlier. Deng Zihao told the girl not to misunderstand, but being friends with such a person would lower her status. On top of that, the guy made her wait for so long. Panga said that everything was fine and some time ago she tried to invite him to a dinner party and it took them a few days to agree on everything. She said that maybe the main character's family is not as rich as hers, but she studies hard to become the best. The girl understood that she still could not compete with Xia Liuting, but causing him trouble would not be so bad. She decided to take revenge on him for the way he had mocked her when she had invited him to dinner. She could not forget about it because now her father always remembers it. Unexpectedly, Han Li extended his ruruk. After that, he began to stroke the surprised Pan Gay and apologized. Not understanding what was happening, the blushing girl looked at the guy. Smiling nastily, he said that he was a little late and made her wait. With a grim face, he reminded her that he had told her not to wait for him and that next time she should listen to him. He decided that since Aura had drawn him into this, the initiative should come from him. Pan Get was overcome with anger and embarrassment, but could not say anything. Others looked at this situation with the greatest shock on their faces. Pan was shocked because even her father did not allow himself to touch her, and this impudent man had the courage to do it. But on the other hand, she herself called him to put on a show in front of Zihao. Thus, Jie had made a laughingstock of herself, and Den would clearly not miss the chance to take advantage of this in the future. The girl understood perfectly well that she should use her only trump card. The young lady looked at Lin with an accusing gaze, asking him to apologize to her. In response, the main character only looked at her in bewilderment and could not understand why she was looking at him like that. Pan, in turn, was shocked since there was no effect. It was actually quite strange, since she had been using this technique since childhood. And at school, no one could maintain eye contact for more than 10 seconds. And anyone who was subjected to such a magical gaze immediately fell into the trap and ran to calm her down. However, at this moment, the only one who couldn't bear it was Zihao, who declared that Han couldn't touch her. Besides, Jie had never allowed anyone to do something like this before, and she really doesn't like it. Pan also told him to never let him touch her head so carelessly again. The girl demonstratively fixed her hair and, smiling, looked at the young man, adding that he had ruined her hairstyle. Ji's friend was furious that he got away with it so easily. He expected a much more serious punishment. At this time, Lin suddenly called out to Zihao and asked if his name was Ding. The young man immediately introduced himself and noted that Han's roommates were his friends, after which he suggested that they all meet up sometime and have some fun. The guy agreed, and Zihao, in turn, noticed a rather strange aura around him. Lin suddenly began to smile and say that he himself had long wanted to go out and have some fun. His gaze was piercing, as if through a person, because even Duan was frightened. Dan began to have strange thoughts about the teenager, as if he was about to attack him with a hammer. At that moment, Yu approached them and asked what happened to them, because they looked quite strange. Han took the bowl of soup from her and replied that they were just getting to know each other. Zihao was infuriated by the fact that the overconfident Lin was trying to control the situation. The protagonist understood how his gaze made Dan nervous, and he continued to demonstrate composure. Yoon discovered that she had forgotten to bring cutlery again and hurried to get it. Gi noticed that she always forgot about them, and suddenly Han said that there was no need to go anywhere. Moreover, she had already brought food, so he would use his personal utensils. The guy pulled out a beautiful box containing custom-made rose gold cutlery. Then he began to eat without any compulsion. Everyone was shocked and did not understand where he got them from. Pan, in turn, was no longer angry with the young man and calmly began her meal. The girl took Lin's unusual cutlery and could not understand what was so supernatural about them. Zihao was confused because they used one set for both of them. Dan realized with great sadness that he had no chance of stopping them. However, it was unclear how Chief Sia allowed them to establish a relationship. After dinner, Yu and Gay went to the room, where an intrigued Yoon asked her what was going on with Han. Pan replied that she didn't force him to behave like that, but her friend started saying that he was simply making fun of her. And next time she just needs to tell him to finally deal with this impudent fellow, but Ji hastened to calm her down. Besides, she was unlikely to overcome such a strong teenager. A confident Yu took the jacket and noted that you never know until you try it. But she just doesn't want to interfere in their relationship because they might end up fighting. Pan urged her to go and have some fun while she rested from today's extremely tiring day. But Gay couldn't fall asleep and constantly thought about this rather strange situation. The young lady began to remember how everyone envied her because she grew up in a rich family. However, sometimes being such a prominent figure is not a good thing. People are constantly trying to take advantage of it. Knowing that she had a lot of money, her classmates repeatedly asked her for financial help. Father always told Pan that rich people should always keep their distance from poor people. After all, those who are higher in status than them do not need flattery, and the poor do not need a patron. And Tofu often makes fun of her about her relationship with Luton. But when things get heated, she just leaves. Gay had long since gotten used to this, since she had never had many close friends since childhood. She believed that Lin was to blame for everything, even though they had had a pleasant chat at their first meeting. It's worth noting that it was quite funny to watch Sia being shy, but today she just wanted to cause trouble for Hanyu, which didn't work out very well. And she herself was incredibly embarrassed. Everything clearly did not go according to plan. Pan was well aware of how brave he and Luton turned out to be. At the same time, every person has weaknesses, but how to take advantage of them without making a laughingstock of yourself is the main question. At that moment, a worried Yu suddenly ran into the room and announced that she had urgent news. Yoon showed her the published ranking of the competition participants, where the student council had put up a list of the best, and Lin was on it. A stunned Jie saw that the guy was in 9th place and asked if this was a good result. The girlfriend replied that he bought 5,000 shares of Kai Yuan, where the current price is 26 yuan plus 8%. Thus, Han rose in the rankings in 2 days, and Ji Hao even took first place since he went all in. Based on this situation, it can be assumed that Lin is indeed an expert, and Dan is lucky so far. Pan barely understood what Yu was talking about, but she realized only one thing. The young man was truly incredible, adding that since he was such an impressive specialist, she should help him increase his authority. The next day at school, everyone was talking about their classmates' ratings. Xia was naturally upset and felt depressed, and she kept looking out for Han. While most of the students expressed their admiration towards the arrogant Duan, Xiao Yi said that he was just lucky and it was unknown what kind of trump card Lin had. Suddenly, Hong intervened in their conversation and urged everyone to focus on analyzing the data. Duan pointed out that she was too concerned about this ranking and Lin, and this was all just an experience. Moreover, Han is always overly eloquent, in contrast to his results. After all, the teacher said that you shouldn't blindly follow others, and suddenly a classmate urged everyone to check the forum. The overall real-time ranking painted an incredible picture before the market closed. Suddenly, the main character entered the audience and asked what they were discussing so loudly. Catching numerous glances at himself, he asked why everyone was staring at him. The teacher, in turn, hastened to congratulate first-year student Lin on his incredible performance, as he took 7th place, which was a truly excellent result, and on behalf of the entire university, I once again congratulated him. Han had already forgotten that the rating could now be tracked in real time. However, it was only the 3rd day of the competition and the congratulations were clearly hasty. Suddenly, Yoon ran up to him and also congratulated him on being the best in their class. Following her, half of the students began to speak warmly about his performance in the tournament. After all, in just 2 days he exceeded the limit and achieved an unimaginable income of 15%. The dissatisfied Xiao Yi noted that the guy was extremely cunning and waited for the market to close. It suddenly dawned on Yu that if this happened, Lu Ten might lose the argument. Han once again demonstrated his knowledge and said in a businesslike manner that Qingbang shares would recover today, and they were up 4% before the close, but Jia said she only sold them this morning. Her worried friend Fei immediately asked what her current result was. Liu Ting said she initially spent more than 6,000 yuan on the stocks at a discounted price and ended up making a good profit. The young man understood why she had been asking him about the stocks all day yesterday, because Zia had simply repeated after him. The next day, she met a guy near school and said hello, but the teenager did not reciprocate her feelings and hurried away. Liutin was in shock. Naturally, Zia asked him why he was leaving. Lin replied that she was nothing but trouble for him, after which he asked how long she was going to repeat after him. After all, she constantly asked him about his purchases, and the girl noticed that teacher Wu helped her. He always said that stock trading is a long and dynamic learning process, and sometimes you can cheat. Moreover, Han is already the best in the class, and a little repetition on her part will not harm him. Besides, thanks to his skills, he will definitely gain a lot of fans in the future. After all, one of the girls had already confessed her feelings to him in the group. Then Jia asked if he would come to today's lectures. Lin turned away from her silently, and the puzzled Luton again asked why he was silent. The guy in turn found it rather strange that he was hastily congratulated on the results of the rating. But for the whole day, no one from the administration approached him to personally express their admiration. Han assumed that someone was watching his every action and controlling everything. Xia couldn't understand why his expression suddenly changed and where he was heading, which is what she hurried to find out. When she saw the notice board, she immediately took his hand and pulled him towards it. The bewildered teenager asked what she was planning and where she was taking him. Approaching the stand, he found a written congratulation for his 7th place in the competition. Luton noted that after such an official announcement, he was obliged to receive some kind of prize. At that moment, the young man heard some of the students discussing him and saying that they didn't even know who he was. They clearly downplayed his dubious achievements, saying that he had not even reached the international level. What Zia didn't like was that she was quick to declare his great achievements. The students from the international department started to make fun of her in every possible way and said that this competition meant nothing. The embittered Luton was about to hit the irrepressible young lady, but she suddenly declared that she knew her, and she called me that girl who was dating the most beautiful girl in their department. Lin tried to calm the headman down, but Zia said that she was protecting him. Han smiled and asked her to loosen her grip a little, then pointed to his hand. The wound-up girl said that she didn't mean to grab him so hard and even forgot about it. The main character began to joke that he himself had provoked her and that she had reacted that way. At that moment, one of the students recognized him as that same Lin and said that Zia could not be his girlfriend because she was a little different. Realizing that the class president might attack him now, Han reminded her that fighting was prohibited on university grounds. But Luton didn't seem to care about the local rules. She called the upstart Ji's tame dog and began to flex her fists. Finally, they hurried to leave this location and Lin suddenly laughed, nervous. Jia asked, "What was the matter?" The guy replied that he thought she would beat them up. The class leader said that a fight could lead to expulsion, and she is not that stupid, especially since they are simply jealous of him. Han in turn agreed with her. He said that he would not lose anything from their envy, and if they liked doing this so much, then that was their business. Suddenly, the young man stroked her head in a friendly manner and said that he didn't care what others thought. The extremely hot-tempered Luton demanded that he never touch her hair again. Meanwhile, teacher Che told Pan that her suggestion had been implemented and the posters had been put up in the morning. Adding that her friend was eager to make the top list, Ji asked whether the award was still based on a student's performance. The teacher responded positively and said that if he had bad grades, it would be impossible to convince her otherwise. He himself understood that it was necessary to make inquiries about Han, since Madame Pan was so worried about him. The girl, in turn, intended to continue to act behind the scenes, since it was dangerous to conduct business openly. However, she was well aware that some problems might arise. The students from the international department have always been proud, but now they are in the shadows, and Lin just needs to show good results. After all, if everything falls through, it could end very badly for all of them. At this time, Han was sitting in his room when his roommates Ding and Xiao came in and were still talking about his success. The protagonist slowly turned to them and asked what they were talking about. Dongbei immediately offered him shrimp dumplings for breakfast, but Lin, in turn, refused and stated that he had already had a bite to eat today. The friends immediately sat down to breakfast and Yu suddenly noticed that Han had made a name for himself. After all, They posted announcements all over the university and even started mentioning him on the radio, and they might soon give him an award. The surprise boy asked if none of the students had ever shown any intellectual abilities before. Sao said that they don't have many people who are inclined to study, and lectures in English are a nightmare for most. He added that they don't have many such intellectuals and that they mostly trade stocks. They also have inside information, but even with it they suffer losses. Dean said that this is why everyone in the class envies him, especially the braggarts. Dongbei noticed that Deng was asking about him again, but they ignored the scum. And if the institute wants to make Lin a role model, then all their envy doesn't matter. However, Yu felt that the university was too early in congratulating Han. After all, the final results are still unknown, and because of the hype they created, all attention is focused on him. The teenager realized that, in addition to the fact that Dean was a rather timid person, he was also extremely smart. And naturally, from those who could arrange this circus with premature congratulations, either Jay or Zihao, after which the friends hurried out into the street so as not to disturb Lin's studies. The young man was left alone with his thoughts. He realized that there was no way he could lose the competition. Otherwise, he could have problems, and he needs to take an honorable place in the tournament. And since after a short period of trading the profit would irreversibly decrease, it was necessary to urgently stabilize it. A good trader can experience a wide range of emotions, but should not let them influence his trading. Han naturally wanted to win the competition and do it very beautifully, since he had such an opportunity. After some time, Lin achieved an unprecedented result and exceeded the profit of the leading participant in the ranking, which made me incredibly happy. But there was one last, rather important step left to take: to stabilize this profit. A high income is of course good, but a stable profit is much better because if he failed, he risked being knocked out of the top 10 altogether. Suddenly, Zia wrote to him, saying that teacher Liu wanted to talk to them, possibly because of a conflict with the students. Han knew that this teacher would not miss his chance, but he had to come. A few minutes later, Liu was already scolding Luding in his office for her inappropriate behavior with the students of the international department. He threatened to deprive her of her position as headman in every possible way. The girl silently absorbed the criticism directed at her. She was extremely irritated by the fact that the teacher constantly threatened to deprive her of this position. And if it weren't for the advantages that the position of headman provided, she wouldn't have tolerated all this at all. At this moment, Lin entered the office, and the angry teacher urged him to come quickly, after which, in a friendly manner, he asked if he had finished his work, and the guy answered positively. He himself did not understand why he was behaving this way. Liu suddenly offered to bring him some water. Declaring that he needed to talk to the young man, he chased Zia out of the office and demanded that she wait for him outside. The dissatisfied girl left the room, and the teacher began to praise Han and encourage him to work in the same spirit. The protagonist, in turn, casually reminded him of the morning conflict between them and the students from the international department. The teacher assured him that it was all nonsense, but he himself remembered that the young man had indeed been a participant in this misunderstanding. Lin was quick to point out that Luding was innocent and had merely protected him from those pompous teenagers, adding that if she was punished, he would feel guilty and would not be able to concentrate on the competition. Liu urged him not to worry about it. The teacher said that he was not going to punish her because she stood up for her classmate, and even on the contrary, she needs to be rewarded, and the guy needs to be encouraged to work hard and make maximum efforts. Then I gave him an application to join the student council, and if he was interested, he could consider it. He also has a certain reward ahead of him. The university has not yet specified what it will be, but it is definitely a worthy award. Suddenly, Liu showed renewed interest in his past and said he wanted to talk to his parents. In order to find out from them how they managed to raise such a capable young man, Han suspected the teacher's unhealthy interest. The teacher concluded that the university had never before paid such attention to a student's academic performance. Even the director called this morning to personally sort out this situation. Lin finally realized that Pan was behind all this, since Jihao did not have such leverage over the institute's leadership, and most likely this was done intentionally in order to first gain popularity for the person and thereby remove suspicion from himself, and then destroy him. But he didn't know Ji's further plan. The guy hurried to say goodbye to the teacher and headed for the exit. Moreover, it was unclear what benefit Pan would receive from all this. As he walked out the door, the teenager bumped into a disgruntled Luton, who asked what they were talking about. Han replied that the teacher encouraged him to work harder to bring glory to their university, after which he urged her not to think about it and to return to class because there were still lessons ahead. Entering the classroom, the teacher called on everyone to applaud their notorious Lin and Xia. Naturally, all of our classmates happily showered our heroes with applause. Liu congratulated them on advancing to the next stage of the competition and encouraged them to work harder. Han understood that she had achieved such success thanks to him because Looting literally repeated after him. Suddenly, the girl turned to the young man and asked him to cancel their recent argument. In response, the teenager asked why Xia suddenly changed her mind, since she was currently in third place. The young lady said that this was indeed the case, but there was too great a gap between them. And if this continues, she will never catch up with him. While Luton herself understood that it was a stroke of luck to be in third place in the rankings. After all, with her true trading skills, it is impossible to achieve such results. But Lin said she wouldn't know until she tried it and she should definitely keep working. The girl stated that she was not stupid and was perfectly aware of herself and that there was no way she could win this competition. After learning of her decision, Liu wrote her a message asking why she decided to stop participating in the competition. The protagonist discovered that she had dropped out of the tournament race and sold all her shares, and he was shocked. Xia, in turn, admitted to the teacher that she was actually repeating after Han and did not have any trading skills at all. Lin sadly realized that she had indeed decided to leave the competition for good, in connection with which he wrote to her, but the girl knew about his intentions and stated that she would not give him the opportunity to make a laughingstock of her. The young man was amazed by her intuition because he really wanted to make fun of her. Thus, Luton not only withdrew from the competition, she deprived herself of the opportunity to become famous. While Zihao and Duan gave everything to become famous traders, it is worth noting that Xia is indeed extremely determined and will not back down, which impressed Han. But what he liked most about her was her unwavering faith in herself and her work. The main thing is that she doesn't give up her novel and doesn't treat it like she did this competition. After which, Lin began to work a little more so that he could finally go on vacation with peace of mind. At this time on the forum, Wang was interested in where this specialist came from and achieved such success. Subsequently, everyone began to discuss Hanya and not believe that he was a first-year student. They even wanted to interview him. Suddenly, teacher Liu and director Che entered his room. The teacher hurried to introduce him to the delegation, among which was a man from the finance department named Liu. The old man praised the youth and said that the young lad was on the right path and seemed quite smart. The director, in turn, thanked Lin for bringing such glory to their university. The student council president, Shuiyan, also rushed to congratulate him on his first place. And along with him was Taiyan King, who was the head of the advertising department in the student council. Che also said that Tang Xun's finance department wanted to interview him. Because the university always listens to the students who have contributed to its development, the teacher noted that if he needed anything, he had the right to ask the principal for help. Liu said that if the young man can reach the finals, he will receive a position in the International Exchange Department next year, and all expenses will be covered by their university, and he will also be able to choose any educational institution. The Humanities Department has a popular program, a one-year exchange program, where he won't have to pay tuition. In fact, Yu was extremely upset that some student showed a couple of good results, and all doors were already open to him. After all, he had worked hard for this, and Han knew that they were deliberately trying to lure him. Suddenly, the guy said that he would not make any demands. And besides, if he wins, he won't need all these privileges and awards. Everyone was in shock. The director said that he was a rather pragmatic young man, and if he succeeded, the university would not ignore it. Lin thanked him for his understanding and promised to do his utmost to win, after which the delegation left his room. The teacher immediately ran up to the main character and asked about the interview. Han replied that he would not mind participating in it. Guiyan gave him questions about the upcoming event so that the boy could get acquainted with what awaited him. The teenager perceived this as promotion of the institute through advertising and did not take it seriously. Before leaving, the director of the financial department urged the young man not to worry and to have a good rest. He added that he was even allowed not to attend classes. The main thing was to win the competition. Unexpectedly, Tian King approached Lin and suggested exchanging contact information. Then she asked to add her on a social network. The teenager's answer took her by surprise, since Han stated that he rarely uses such services and there is no need for it. Meanwhile, the director went to Zhang's office, where the conversation turned to Lina. Kay said that this young man took first place in the ranking in just 1 week. He also brought a prepared advertising proposal from the department for consideration and placed it on the table. The director noted that all this became possible thanks to Ji, because if it weren't for her, they would not have met such talent. Mr. Zhang, in turn, decided to clarify whether Pan had met with him specifically about this student. Che confirmed his suspicions and added that she asked not to tell Hanyu who exactly did it. Zhang asked if this was the guy with the big, shiny eyes. The director asked if he knew him. The old man replied that Mr. Pan liked him, after which he signed the documents and called on Che to act as he saw fit. I also asked him to increase the bonuses, and they will discuss the rest when the final result is known. The director hurried to take the papers and said that he would start working on it immediately. Then he left the office in a good mood, because he understood that he finally had a chance for a promotion. Several important conclusions could be drawn from Mr. Zhang's words. He was happy to do a favor for Han, and just as Ji's father didn't know the young man very well, Pan also didn't mind his daughter's interactions with him. As expected, the relationship between her and Lin is not simple, and perhaps the girl even liked this teenager, which was not surprising. Therefore, Che needed to put the student on a pedestal of honor so that her father would be satisfied with the work. The director naively believed that in this case he would bask in the rays of glory. The old man hurried to inform Gay that he had settled the matter with Zhang. At this moment, Pan called Che. The young lady saw that it was the teacher calling her, became excited, and picked up the phone. The director informed her that everything was in perfect order and thanked her for such a talented young man, to which the university will provide a lot of different bonuses. Ji calmed down. Chi added that the institute really has high hopes for this student. The director also said that he would take care of all other concerns, but Pan suddenly hung up. The old man thought that she had run to talk to Han because Ge was clearly agitated. Meanwhile, Yu asked her friend why she was so pale and if she wanted to have lunch. Suddenly, Dan came up to her and said that he had found a wonderful restaurant with a terrace overlooking the sky. Adding that Lin clearly wouldn't be able to afford it, Pan offered to keep him company, but the young lady refused. The girl said that he should stop acting like a tough guy and that she didn't need his pity, after which the embittered Gay went home and the stunned Zihao tried to stop her. Dan noticed that as soon as the conversation turned to Hannah, her expression instantly changed. At this point, the upset Pan went outside and realized that she couldn't rely on any of them. She also gave Lin a great opportunity instead of taking control of him. The girl, in turn, had no idea how talented the teenager was. Her personal driver met her and asked where he wanted to take her. Ji ordered him to take her home. After some time, she arrived at the house where the maid told her that Mr. Pan was looking for her. She had a bad feeling that something was about to happen, and at that moment her father called out to her. He said that Uncle Zhang had called him and told him everything, then asked what her relationship was with Han. At this time, the main character managed to write 3 chapters of the novel and was going to send them to Jia. Suddenly, Chen wrote to him. Yanfei asked if he was already studying at the finance department of the Liberal Arts University. Lin answered positively, but he himself began to reflect that they had not communicated for more than 10 days. But this was not surprising because they have different schedules and are rarely free. And it was inevitable that they grew apart, but they always easily found a topic for conversation. Chen asked if he knew the person number 1358. Han inquired in response. Did she really decide to take part in the competition too? Yan wrote that she and her friend were kicked out of it pretty quickly, but she managed to tell her about one genius at the faculty, and so she decided to find out from him. Lin asked her if she really remembered him only in connection with this, and the girl urged him not to dramatize. After which, she noted that she had very little free time and casually said that her friend's brother lived in his area. Then she suggested that they all meet together when they went to her brother's for the weekend. Naturally, the young man was not against it, especially since they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. However, her proposal was quite unexpected, but in theory, no problems should arise. Han thought it would be nice to go somewhere to relax since he was literally lost in his work. Meanwhile, Ji asked her father to postpone their conversation until tomorrow, as he was too tired. At that moment, the mother entered the room and said that she understood her beloved daughter perfectly. She asked Pan how her day had gone since they hadn't seen each other for a whole week. Xiao hugged Gay and encouraged her to speak up if something was really bothering her. The girl replied that nothing had actually happened, but she herself could not understand why her parents decided to act at the same time. After which she asked her father why he suddenly asked about Lin. The old man said that in his free time he traded stocks, and not long ago he lost a lot of money, and if it weren't for his wife, he would have been completely broken. The young lady noted that she knew about the financial side of their family. She did not particularly want to talk about Khan. Pan said that Zhang told him about a successful trading student she knew, and that is why he would very much like his beloved daughter to invite this young man to their home. Surprised, Ji asked if he really thought this guy would help him. Zhao also chimed in and said that there was nothing wrong with a capable teenager keeping track of their family accounts. The girl was shocked by this news, and her mother naturally urged her to calm down. She suspected something was wrong because her parents constantly began asking her about her relationship with Lin. Suddenly, Ji jumped up from the sofa and shouted loudly that this would not happen. Because he is too young to give any advice on selling stocks, Zhao said it was important to first learn about his skills before jumping to conclusions. They can also invite his classmate, because they get along with Pan, and asked her daughter to invite them to dinner tomorrow. The upset girl hurried to leave the room, and the woman noted that her husband was right. After all, Jay really hasn't learned how to communicate with the opposite sex. But the main thing is that they still managed to invite Lin, and this is already the first step. The father said that their daughter might get angry with them because they were interfering in her personal life. Besides, their child has already grown up, and she has her own views on life that need to be respected. The next morning, the main character was woken up by a message from Pan. The guy did not expect that she would write to him. He became extremely curious about what she wanted from him and opened the correspondence. Ji wrote to him that his father had learned of his success in the competition and was inviting him to dinner tomorrow. Han in turn agreed, after which the girl said that Looting was also invited. The guy couldn't understand why she dragged Zia into it as well. It was pretty strange. Lin was also puzzled about the headman. How could she agree to this? After a certain amount of time, Yanfei also wrote to him, saying that they would be arriving soon and inviting him to dinner. Her friend asked about him. Whether she really knew this young man personally, Chen answered positively, adding that their brother would also be joining them. They looked forward to meeting Han. A moment later, a painfully familiar voice called out to the girls, and Yan turned around sharply. In front of her stood the handsome Lin. The teenager beamed and greeted the young ladies. Chen saw a dramatic change in him. The guy said that he simply changed his hairstyle and corrected his teeth. The impatient friend quietly asked Yanfei if this teenager was the genius. The girl quickly introduced her friend Ding Xiang, the beauty of their campus, and she introduced the guy as a genius of the financial department, which flattered him greatly. Han shook her hand and asked Chen how many people knew that he was in first place. The young lady replied that only the two of them knew. At that moment, brother Yanfei approached them. Lin was taken aback when he saw his roommate and asked what he was doing there. Yu had the same question in his eyes. He couldn't even imagine that they knew his sister. A puzzled Dean indignantly asked what was going on here. Xiang said that it was her brother. The main character noted that it was an incredible coincidence. Chen immediately suggested that they all go out to lunch together and get to know each other better. The girls immediately handed their bags to Han Yu and asked him to wear them for a while. Lin, extremely surprised, agreed. But he himself did not understand why he had to carry their things. Yu was also indignant and could not calm down that his sister was in the company of his friend. And when they handed him his personal belongings, Dean was beside himself, but he tried to hold on. In order not to cause a scandal, however, he always carried his sister's bag, but now Han did. Various obsessive thoughts began to creep into his head, which he could not get rid of. Yu began to introduce them as a married couple, in which case he would become his son-in-law. What the guy could not and did not want to allow, Dean just wanted to leave. Suddenly, the young man lost his temper and menacingly asked what his son-in-law was doing here. Everyone was shocked that he called him son-in-law, and only Yanfei laughed out loud. Chen turned to Lin and asked when he became related to him. The sister immediately hit Yu, who suddenly changed his mind about what was happening, because if Han became a son-in-law, then he would be protected. Sang nervously said that they had only just met him, and there was no talk of any wedding. The teenager noted that he didn't care, and Dean could call him whatever he wanted. Yanfei once again called on everyone to calm down and finally go have lunch. Yu suddenly grabbed his little sister and called everyone to follow him, saying that he knew a good place. Entering one of the establishments in the city, Dean said that the food here was the most delicious. Chen turned around abruptly and asked Lin which table they should sit at. However, the girl suddenly twisted her leg and fell backwards. Han, in turn, managed to catch her and reminded her that she was wearing heels. In this regard, she needs to be more careful because she could end up killing herself. Yanfei noticed that, judging by his reaction, he had already helped many girls in this way. At this moment, Yoon suddenly called out to him. It was an incredible coincidence. The shocked young man couldn't understand whether she was following him or whether it was a coincidence. Yu asked the guy who this young lady was since they had never met before. Lin replied that she was his classmate and they just decided to have lunch together. But Yoon still didn't calm down and again asked if this was the girl he dated in high school. Then she smiled and asked him to introduce her, which Han had not expected at all. Chen thought that this girl was really pretty enough and asked the guy if she was his girlfriend. Yanfei also asked the young man to introduce her to this lovely lady. Yu gave her name and with a smile declared that she was Lin's classmate, and also a very close friend of his, after which I asked her what her name was. The girl also introduced herself and said that she had studied with Han in high school. Yoon noted that he is indeed in demand among the female sex and has a great sense of humor. The teenager clearly didn't like this dialogue, but he decided not to interfere and keep himself in hand. However, if they become friends, he will not escape from them alive. Chen, meanwhile, agreed with Yoon and said that he was an outstanding person. Yan quietly whispered to Lin that their short separation had apparently done him good. The guy continued to silently watch what was happening, because the more he spoke, the worse the situation became. Then Chen suddenly asked a rather personal question about whether she liked Han and whether she had made any progress in this matter, adding that he is actually quite picky, but otherwise a good person. Naturally, she was irritated by the fact that he had fans, but Yan held on confidently. Chen naively believed that there were no other girls like her, and that he would never have a relationship like this with anyone. And judging by Lin's calmness, one could assume that he and Yoon did not have any close contact. Moreover, to her surprise, she didn't like her at first sight. Yu looked like a cunning gossip. At this moment, Xiang called the guys to the table and asked why they were standing there. Yanfei hurried to introduce her friend to Yoon and said that she also really liked Han. Ding was taken aback by this statement, but Yan continued to say that they were studying at Shanghai University. Sang quietly whispered to her friend that she was actually there because of her brother, but Chen asked her to play along. Yu was furious, but tried not to show it and did not understand why she was saying all this in front of Lena. Looking at the young man, she noticed his condescending look. At this time, Luton suddenly turned to her and asked what was going on here. Xia reminded her that they were going to go out somewhere to relax in the evening and they needed to tidy themselves up. Seeing girls unknown to her, she assumed that they were her acquaintances, which is what she asked Yoon about. Luting, in turn, smiled and introduced herself as the class leader of Han's class. The main character didn't understand what was going on here, as if they had staged this circus on purpose. Lin began to think, on the one hand, there is the unpredictable Xia, with her complex character. On the other side is his first love, Chen, and they only became friends because of the event on the train. The good thing is that none of them were his girlfriends, but he was done for with these people anyway. Yanfei smiled and said that he spoke well of the class monitor in his class. Luton asked rather sharply if she was his ex-girlfriend. Chen thought about it, because she didn't know what exactly Han had told them, and so it was unknown what the correct answer was. Or they simply came to this conclusion based on numerous rumors. Yan still replied that he had never actually had a girlfriend. However, now he was truly in love, after which Fei turned to the surprised Lin. Luton couldn't understand how he had no one, but now he was experiencing such feelings. Then, who was this unknown girl? Xia couldn't believe that it could be Chen. The girl assumed that there was no love and that they actually tried, but nothing came of it. Luton noted that if he had fallen in love, he would have started acting immediately and not played these games. He added that this secret love of his is overly presumptuous, since it thinks that he likes her. This wasn't exactly a stone aimed at Yanfei, but she was wildly irritated by this person. Such a number of Han's fans did not surprise Chen, because he really did become more handsome. Yan asked if she knew him so well. Then who did he like? Hinting at Liu Ting and Yu in every possible way. Yoon immediately waved it off, saying that she agreed not to interfere with their future and could simply watch, adding that Lin has become extremely popular and will always have crowds of girls running after him. Therefore, he does not need to look after anyone and take initiative. Everyone was in shock. Yu noted that he would find his man in any case and then begin to act. Then she asked Chen if he really had a crush in high school. Doesn't this mean that the girl was too bossy? And that's why he didn't dare make the first move? She also called the guy the main heartthrob of their university. Yanfei was shocked by such an assessment. However, she could not disagree that men change with age and become more beautiful. Han was proof of this. Fei thanked them for boosting his self-esteem, but Yu assured him that he had always been a confident person. Yoon added that he is always so absorbed in his studies that he even forgets his wallet, so they have to feed him. The main character couldn't take it anymore and declared that it was enough to make him look weak, after which Yeon turned to him and called him a great fellow because she had no idea about his talent. Then she suddenly grabbed him by the ear and asked if he had no money left after buying the house. After speaking, she would never believe it. But Han urged her to calm down and said that he could explain everything. The young man realized that Chen had also changed a lot and was not so simple, because she fully demonstrated their close relationship. At this time, Yu wondered how the student was able to buy himself a house. Zie was interested in something else. Whether he would return to his hometown after graduating from university, the girls began to think that it was somehow connected with Yanfei. Otherwise, how could she know about buying the house? The guy nervously blurted out that he had originally wanted to buy a house here, but due to restrictions he had to look for another option. And the location of this area was ideal, but the price was out of his reach, and he only had 2,000 yuan left. And since it's only the beginning of the school year, he can't ask his parents for money. And kind-hearted people helped him, and he could not refuse them. And although he was ashamed, he had to eat something. At this moment, Xiang whispered to Chen that the young man was incredible. After all, spending money to buy a house for investment was impressive. However, Yanfei believed that he had not spent his own money on living expenses. An angry Fei asked him if he liked being paid. She thought he clearly had some kind of plan. Lin replied that he did it for a reason, and was incredibly grateful to everyone who helped him. At that moment, the system rewarded him with a strange skill for the fact that even in such a situation, he reduces everything to humor. Yu was shocked, because he couldn't have a soft character. She couldn't believe that he had been bullied before. Luton also felt sorry for him, since with such qualities he was somehow subjected to manipulation by this upstart. This means that she will only drag him down and may deprive him of the opportunity to succeed. Suddenly, Xia declared that it was none of her business who treated him to what. And if she was not aware of what was happening, then there was no point in talking about it. Chen noticed that the girl was indeed quite beautiful. She literally began to envy her long and slender legs. Yanfei instantly became angry. After which, she nervously told Lin that she came to meet him, and they were offending her. Pointing to the girls, Fei said that his friend was unbearable, and the headman was even worse. Then she gave Hanyu an ultimatum, asking if he considered her his girlfriend. And if not, she would leave immediately. Thus, Chen turned the whole cafe upside down, and the visitors began to take part in what was happening, recognizing the young man as Lin. The teenager was confused by what had happened and did not understand why Liu Ting had appeared here and insulted Yan. The guy began to actively think about how he could get out of this stupid situation. Unexpectedly, Han declared that Chen was his girlfriend and it could not be otherwise. The girl, in turn, immediately realized that she had been behaving extremely emotionally. Lin also thanked her for introducing him to her wonderful friend Xiang, and he never believed in love at first sight until today, but everything has changed. Then the main character extended his hand to Dean and said that he liked her madly, after which, in front of everyone, he asked her to be his girlfriend. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. Zheng immediately said that she had urgent business to attend to and hurriedly ran away. The bewildered Yanfei didn't know how to react. She was furious at his confession. The teenager turned to Chen and urged her to stop this circus, because she herself knew perfectly well that they were friends. The young lady began to remember their school years and what he was like at that time. Yanfei finally admitted that she had indeed been rather harsh. Yoon was horrified that he liked Xiang, and only Liu Ting realized it was a bluff. An angry Chen looked at the happy girls with her menacing gaze, realizing that they had done this on purpose. Suddenly, Lin shouted out Shi Meizhong's name and said that he did not allow her to use his image. Luton was shocked to realize that he had actually read the novel she had written and recognized her pseudonym. This means that Han saw that kissing scene, and if he tells everyone about it, it will be the end for her. Sae understood what he was hinting at and immediately apologized to Yanfei. Yoon also realized that it was her, because just because of one sentence, Liu Ting turned into a timid lady. Chen in turn was perplexed, because Lin made her obedient simply by calling her a pseudonym. However, Fei was able to admit her guilt in this incident as she was overly rude, after which she asked Yu for forgiveness, which was quite unexpected for everyone. Yan also found the courage to express her gratitude for taking care of Han. Sia's friend couldn't understand why she suddenly decided to apologize to her. Naturally, the girl replied that they were all Lin's friends and such petty quarrels meant nothing. Chen continued to express her gratitude and said that she was very pleased to meet him. The teenager, in turn, asked Luton and Yu to leave the establishment. adding that today's incident must never happen again. Shay immediately hurried her friend to leave, but Yoon began to resist and say that they still hadn't had a bite to eat. At this point, the system rewarded Han again and gave him experience points. Yanfei at the same time asked him if he really liked Xiang, because she felt like he was just hiding behind her. The guy responded with a question. If she really appealed to him, Chen noted that he had not liked this type of girl before. After which he asked if he really thought she was too bossy. The young man said that that was not the case at all. In fact, he understood that compared to Luton, she was simply a princess and could even be charming. Lin said there are many people who have ended up hurt by love, and so sometimes you have to be stricter. In this way, though, a person will be able to control the relationship, but it is necessary to be restrained. Unexpectedly, Yanfei suggested that he start all over again and finally try to build his own happiness. The young lady immediately blushed, but admitted that she had understood everything on the train and wanted it. And when she saw that he was surrounded by so many different girls, she realized that she needed to act. Then she asked him what he thought about it, but Han made it clear that they should not rush. He himself was simply shocked because she had essentially confessed her love to him. Chen continued to push and said that it was okay to start a family and move forward together. The main character in turn asked, what if they are not suitable for each other? Yen replied that until you try, you won't know. And even if they don't succeed, it will simply be a bad experience. Lin found himself thinking that he really wanted to spend his whole life with someone like her, but he replied that he needed to think about her proposal. Han knew very well that he was not the best person and had seen too many failures in his 30 years. The teenager nevertheless admitted that in fact he had always liked her. However, at the moment he is not ready for a relationship, Lin could not deceive himself. After all, nothing can change him, not even the sincere feelings of the person who suits him best. Yanfei was simply shocked. She realized that she had been rejected. After some time, Xia wrote to the young man that she was wrong and asked how he found out. But Han didn't answer, and Liu Ting began to think that he had gone on a date with Chen, which made her angry. But after a few minutes, the guy finally replied that he had accidentally seen the receipt. Xia literally started to throw a tantrum, realizing that she just needed to be thrown out or torn up. After which, Lin suddenly suggested that they go for a walk to the store to buy some fruit. When they met at the store, Liu Ting asked him if he had just gone out to buy fruit. Han answered positively, adding that they were ordinary students, and that would be enough as a gift. The girl, in turn, picked up several baskets of apples and looked at the guy. The young man asked why she was looking at him like that, and the puzzled Xia replied that she was waiting for him to pay for them. The teenager said that it was she who picked so much fruit, not him, and therefore she should pay too. The indignant young lady said that he himself invited her to skimp, but Lin did not have that much money. However, Luton stood her ground and demanded that he pay for the fruit since she was already treating him to dinner. Approaching the checkout, the saleswoman noted that it is always interesting to watch couples in love. While Han was counting his money, Xia was indignant again because he had a wallet full of money. The young man replied that this was all his money until the winter holidays. She understood that she needed to come up with a way to restrain the guy. Lin also said that she should obviously make more money from views of her novel, and in general she has a good income, and for him, these are really all savings. Suddenly, the system rewarded the owner with chewing gum with numerous positive effects. What was quite an unexpected gift for the main character, this gum was clearly intended for two girls. Meanwhile, Luton was indignant and declared that she was not actually writing this novel, adding that she was simply helping with the writing, and that the piece was not only about tense relationships. She herself realized that if he found out that it was she who described all the passionate scenes, it would be the end for her. However, given Han's character, she believed that he would not be very interested in reading it. Finally, Lin paid for the fruit and they headed towards the exit, the guy noting that he had managed to read several pages of the novel. The teenager concluded that some scenes from it were really impressive. Xia was extremely surprised. A moment later, they were riding in a taxi, and an awkward silence fell between them. Luton didn't know how to start a conversation. Suddenly, she asked him what type of girl he liked. Han replied that he confessed to this type today, but a rather clever young lady said that he did it on purpose and that he didn't really like her. The guy didn't make any excuses, so Xia asked again what he thought about Pan. Lin said that she was quite cute. Liu Ting decided to clarify whether he liked Gi. The young man deliberately began to tease her and said that Pan was rich and beautiful, then asked why she was asking about this. The girl was perplexed because what other hints were needed for him to finally understand what she was getting at? Xia also noted that she was joking last time and had no intention of taking Jay away from him, after which she moved closer to the young man and said that she was not very interested in girls and that she was normal. After all, Luton understood that Ham was right and that he needed to clarify this point. Lin asked what she did with Faye then. Did she use her for interesting scenes in the novel? Then he also moved closer to Xia and said that he could help her and tomorrow they could go to the hotel and play the leading roles. In confusion, the girl shouted that no one would want to stay in the same room with him. She herself answered that if they practice, she will take the role of the queen, and he will be her servant. But Han stated that he would only be the general manager. The young lady was stunned by such a demand. She noted that the director had psychological skills, but not his ability to fight. Lin was surprised by her knowledge in this area of activity, which he hastened to tell her about. Xia couldn't understand why she was even discussing this with him. At this time, the taxi driver notified them of his arrival. The guy immediately stated that since he had paid for the fruit, she was obliged to pay for the taxi, and Luton, gritting her teeth, nevertheless agreed. As she got out of the car, she noticed that talking to him was too tiring. At this moment, Pan met them. Xia immediately ran up to her and said that she was just about to write to her. After which, having looked around her large house, she said that she had only seen houses like this in the movies. Giai warned them that she did not often invite friends over and so they could turn to her if necessary. Then she kindly invited them into the house, where she had prepared slippers for them. Luton entered first and was delighted by such a luxurious interior, guessing that this mansion was worth about 100 million. Han noticed the piano and asked if she could play it. Jay smiled and answered positively. However, she added that he didn't really deserve her to play for him. At that moment, Jiao approached them and urged her daughter not to speak in such a tone to her friends. Mom smiled sweetly and asked why she didn't warn her that her friends had already arrived, after which she greeted the guests and said that they could simply call her Aunt Zhao. Luton suddenly turned modest and greeted the woman. The mother noticed that her daughter talked a lot about Xia, and now she understands why she cannot live a day without her. Following her, Lin also bowed to the lady and thanked her for the invitation. Then he showed the bags of fruit and said that he and Luton could not have come empty-handed. Being a well-mannered man, he asked where the kitchen was so he could help cut them. Zhao said that guests are not allowed to bring gifts and next time she will have to repay in kind. She herself understood that this young man was truly smart, just as her husband had said, after which she asked Go to call her father and take Xia to her room while she showed the guy the kitchen. Pan thought this was rather strange and she suspected something was wrong, but naturally she fulfilled her mother's request. Zhao went into the kitchen and asked the maid to bring her a fruit tray. She asked the main character to put the package on the table, which Han did. Then she started asking him about his family and said that she knew where he came from. The City of Dreams is a pretty good place. Lin said that only his uncle and aunt remained alive from his family. Ji's mother noticed that he was quite reasonable and asked how developed this city was now. The guy replied that the Dream City is a place rich in resources, but there are still a lot of poor people there. Zhao, meanwhile, began to wash the fruits and listened attentively to the teenager. Suddenly she asked if they were making fun of him there and how many got-rich-quick people there were. The young man said that he could fight back, and that there really was a huge number of nouveau riche, even though they were nothing special. Besides, they are not interested in people like him, so no one bothers them. Zhao praised him in every way for his prudence. In fact, she was little interested in his well-being since Jie was already provided for life. She didn't expect that this student would really be so good and smart. Han began to help her carry the fruits to the living room. Mrs. Pan understood that their family was definitely lucky to have this guy. Meanwhile, the father arrived and joyfully greeted the teenager, calling him a teacher. Lin also greeted him, and Mr. Pan in turn offered the protagonist some tea. Xiao felt ashamed of her husband's behavior, while Xia was confused and could understand why he called him teacher. The mother approached her daughter and asked if she would like to drink red wine with them. But Gay said that she just wanted cola and she was not in the mood to drink wine right now. This came as a surprise to Mrs. Pan, who was sure that her daughter would keep them company. Meanwhile, the head of the family poured the teenager some tea and asked if he often drank this drink. Han replied that he actually rarely drank tea, and Father Ji remarked that it was very healthy, adding that it is much better than cola because it makes a person more collected and restrained. He thought that given his daughter's character, she clearly valued patience in guys. Lin realized that by doing so, he was hinting at his daughter's preferences. This family seemed quite mysterious to him, while Mr. Pan was surprised why the guy didn't want to talk about Ji. Han was well aware of why she had grown up the way she had. In such an environment, it was no wonder. But at the same time, he still intended to get to know them better. Suddenly, the young man said that this tea was simply magnificent. The head of the family immediately began to tell him more about the tea and invited the teenager to visit him on weekends. At this moment, Zhao entered the living room and invited everyone to the table for dinner. It is worth noting that there were luxurious and very tasty dishes on the table. Suddenly, Lin caught himself thinking that this was the first time he had come to a girl's home. However, he felt some kind of incomprehensible and nervous feeling. The young people periodically exchanged glances with each other. Gi asked Liu Ting why she was so timid. Zia replied how else she should behave when visiting. Mr. Pan noticed the children's excessive shyness and urged them to have a good snack. Then he poured food into Luton's plate and said that she had definitely never tried anything like this before. After which, naturally, he didn't forget about his daughter and put her favorite crab. However, Gay immediately handed it over to Zia and urged her to try this excellent dish. Mr. Pan, in turn, decided to pour himself some wine and offered it to the teenager. Surprisingly, the main character, smiling broadly, agreed to try this wonderful drink. Zhao suggested that her daughter join them and drink some wine too. Lutin asked Gay if he really loved cola. The girl replied that she was originally intended for them. Sia, in turn, decided to support Mr. Pan and Lin and also took a glass of wine. In this way, she tried to encourage her friend to join them, especially since she doesn't really like cola. Han looked at the confident Liu Ting and wondered how long she could last. After all, he really didn't want to drag her home later, and besides, she had never touched alcohol before. A moment later, the girl became drunk and asked if Gay had gotten drunk. The young lady replied that she was simply inexperienced and that one glass was enough for her. However, she didn't notice how drunk she was, and the guy realized that they were both not particularly strong in this regard. Zhao intervened in the conversation and said in a tipsy voice that she once had a girlfriend too. But after she broke up with her boyfriend, she never spoke to anyone again. The drunk Xia suddenly jumped up and said that men did not value them at all and were constantly deceiving them. Gay agreed with her. Subsequently, the girls came to an agreement on the eternal topic and began to insult the male sex in every possible way. Luton said that he had recently confessed to a random stranger in front of his girlfriend, and next time she will beat him. Pan supported her and noted that it would be better to use a leash for the dog and call her. The stunned mother did not understand what they were talking about or what they had been doing all this time. The father realized that they both suffered from unrequited love and therefore became angry with men. It suddenly dawned on him that his daughter had time to suffer from feelings if she had never been with a guy. At this moment, Mr. Pan, who had been drinking, told teacher Lin that he had something to talk to him about. The main character kindly asked not to call him that because he is not that good at trading. But the old man continued to praise the young man in every way and say that he really liked him as a person. Han was surprised by Father Jay's behavior and understood that it would be problematic to conduct a dialogue with him in such a state. At a certain point, he even stated that in the future he wanted to see the teenager as a son-in-law. The guy was shocked by this information and realized that he had begun to act quite straightforwardly. After which I asked him why he was silent, or if he didn't like his daughter. The guy immediately said that she was amazing. The old man continued to press him and said that while they were young, there was no point in delaying this, especially since he would help them with everything. And he added that there is no person who would not like his lovely daughter. The young man realized that it was definitely time for this circus to end and suddenly said that he liked Zia. Then he and Liu Ting hurried home, and Lin tried to cope with the drunk girl. However, this was quite difficult to do because the young lady was too active. At a certain point, she abruptly pushed Han away from her and ordered him not to approach her. The teenager extended his hand to her and urged her to be careful so that she would not fall. But the insane girl assured him that everything was fine, and she did not need his help. And literally, a couple of seconds later, she crashed into a pole and fell into the guy's arms. Lin knew that it was already very late and the hostel was closed, which meant he needed to rent a hotel room. Meanwhile, Zhao barely managed to put her equally boisterous daughter to bed. The father asked if everything was okay with her and if she had fallen asleep. The wife replied that she was just very tired. Then she said that she needed to have a very serious talk with him. Pan was worried and asked what happened and why she had that expression on her face. The sad woman asked him if he knew before that Lin actually liked Liu Ting. Naturally, the head of the family confidently stated that he only found out about this today. Zhao instantly became furious and asked why he didn't find out earlier, because it was beyond his comprehension. And their daughter will not become the second wife of this student, after which she even shouted that he too might have another one. The stunned old man said that he had no one and that he was faithful to her with all his heart. Then his wife asked if he had given him his account, since she was not going to cancel the whole plan because of this. Mr. Pan replied that he had done everything in the best possible way and even gave him $500,000 because he had to somehow look after their princess. Zhao started shouting again that this shouldn't have been done, because if he was with GA for money, then nothing good would come of it. The old man said that he gave him money as an advance for the work and everything would be fine. Besides, it was better to use this as leverage than to do nothing. The woman noted that he had previously disapproved of their daughter's suitors. The head of the family clarified that he still did not approve, especially Zhou Qi, who would not be able to take care of her. The man urged her to calm down and observe what was happening, and then they would act according to the situation. Mrs. Pan noted that this guy hadn't even spoken to any girls all evening and that he needed to learn how to flirt. At this time, the main character began to look at Ji's father's account, where there were initially about 10 million and now only 3. Han understood that he would not lose anything, because in case of failure, the old man would lose the money, but there was an opportunity to increase his capital. Naturally, the young man envied this situation, since spending 10 million on a hobby is something worth striving for. After a few minutes, Zia finally woke up and began to look around. Seeing the interior of the hotel, the girl thought that she was still sleeping and dreaming all of this. Right in front of her sat the handsome Lin, looking at her rather mysteriously. Luton couldn't understand why she was dreaming about him. The young lady became embarrassed and looked away. Han hurried to tell her that they were late to the dorm, so they had to stay here. At that moment, the girl unexpectedly attacked him, and the young man was literally at a loss. Then he began to push her away and demand that she stop it immediately. Xiao instantly became furious and said that even in her dreams he behaved disgustingly, adding that she sees right through him and knows how he flirts with all the girls to tease her. However, a moment later she corrected herself and said that she still liked Han, after which Luton unexpectedly reached out to the main character and tried to kiss him. But suddenly she felt sick and threw up right on the teenager's t-shirt and the sofa. An angry Lin realized that in the future she should not be allowed to drink alcohol under any circumstances. Then the young lady finally fell asleep and woke up a few hours later. Zia couldn't understand what she was doing in the hotel. She suddenly remembered how she got drunk with Pan, and after that Han took her to the hotel. Lutine looked around, but still couldn't find her beloved Lin. The girl approached the table, but suddenly she noticed a spot on the sofa out of the corner of her eye. Coming closer, she made sure that the sofa was indeed dirty. At this time, the young man went to the store for food and a charger for his phone, since his battery was dead. However, at that moment he received a message on a social network, and the teenager began to see who was writing to him at such an early hour. As it turned out, it was Luton who reported the problem and asked him to write down his phone number. Han was scared because he assumed that she might have guessed about his involvement with Ham. Besides, she had never even sent a voice notification before, but now she wants to call? A minute later, Lin finally sent her his number, but she thought it looked strange. But first of all, the girl wanted to hear his voice and make sure that everything was okay. She called, but no one answered, after which the teenager called her himself, and she suddenly heard Ham's voice. Jia breathed a sigh of relief and began to talk about what happened. Naturally, Han used a voice-changing program. Then he decided to play with her a little and talk about how she was clearly enchanted by someone. Having added that he knew about her secret feelings for a certain person, the girl became indignant, after which he even asked if she had been able to conquer him and bring the matter to its logical conclusion. Liutin replied that she didn't remember anything, and began to tell how they had gone to see a friend the day before, and she had drunk a little too much alcohol. And when I woke up, I discovered that I was in a hotel and there was a red stain on the sofa. Sia asked him unexpectedly if she could come to him now. The protagonist assumed that she had not found the letter he had left her. The girl continued to say that the guy had left and she couldn't get through to him. Lin noted that his phone might be dead and asked her to look at her battery. Lutine looked at her phone and found that she only had 10% battery. She started looking all over the room for the charger, but it was nowhere to be found. Then Han said that perhaps her boyfriend had followed her. He added that if his phone really did run out of battery, he should have left a note. At this moment, the young lady finally found a piece of paper on the desk and began to read. In the letter, Lin asked her to pay for the room and explained the entire situation, from which Luton realized that it was a red stain from wine, and there was no charger in the room. After some time, the girl got ready and went to her dorm, where the curious Yu was waiting for her. Yoon immediately asked if she had spent the night at Pan's. Jia smiled and replied that she had slept on the street. Naturally, the friend didn't believe it and began to wonder where she had been. It suddenly dawned on her that Han was there too, and perhaps she was with him. Meanwhile, the main character hurried to cash the check at the bank, and suddenly he received a message from Y, in which she asked why he confessed to one girl yesterday, but took another to the hotel and, what's more, didn't answer her. The young man wrote that his phone was dead, and he also saw several dozen messages from Liutin. Xie informed him that she had returned to the dormitory and asked how he was. Lin replied that he was going shopping. Of course, burning with curiosity, she asked what exactly he wanted to buy. Han said that she needed to buy some interesting things for her novel. Enraged, Liutin immediately wrote him everything she thought about him and blocked him. Lin, in turn, tried to write to her and suddenly discovered that she had blacklisted him. In connection with this, I also blocked the girl and began to wait for her response. It is worth noting that Han held a grudge against Jia, while Yoon and Fei also deceived him, and they didn't help in a difficult moment. It seemed that he himself didn't know the answer to this question. But Yu put on such a show that no one even suspected it. Even he, because this cunning girl acted with experience and it was difficult to figure out her tricks, Fei simply didn't provide assistance. Perhaps she had her own reasons for that. But Liutin shifted all the blame for her actions onto him, and then acted as if nothing had happened. After all, before he had always been a scumbag for whom taking the blame on himself was an honor, and even if he represented some value for Yoon, Xia's contempt did not allow him to live a normal life. Of course, one could understand her in part, but she was not as confident and independent as Yanfei, and apparently, Liutin was only capable of lifting her heads up, and she always put on a serious face to avoid conflict. At this time, the young guy went to the store, still thinking about the peculiar ladies. Lin asked the girl about an intensive training course as he needed it. Moreover, he had been training in vain for the last 2 weeks, and he needed to increase his activity. To clearly understand which attributes he needed to improve, the young man looked into the system. The teenager immediately signed the contract and dreamed of starting training as soon as possible. Now he needed to help Mr. Pan and win Gi over to his side. At school, Han ran into teacher Liu, who reminded him about the competition. He also handed over some bonus organized by the university and praised the student. Thus, the institute allocated him 2,000 yuan and the organization 5. After a certain amount of time, Lin went to his dormitory where Xiao asked him to treat him to lunch. Meanwhile, everyone began to congratulate the young man on the bonus from the university. However, there were no messages from Liutin, and he suddenly remembered that she was blocked. The main character immediately went into his phone and removed Xia from the blacklist. The girl immediately wrote to him asking if he really wanted to invite Fei and Yu to dinner. Han replied that she was also invited. Liutin was furious and thought that he was doing it on purpose and refused, because Lin was obliged to invite only her. But the guy decided to push the envelope and wrote that, in that case, he would tell everyone about the novel he had recently found. In the end, Xia agreed to come and asked not to tell anyone about him. A few hours later, Yoon ran to her and invited her to go to dinner with Lin. At this time, Dean asked Han if he was going to invite his sister as well. He himself couldn't even think that they would become a couple and date, but the teenager forgot about Shang and asked Yu to give him her contacts. The guy realized that he had asked about it in vain. Finally, towards evening, they all met together near a cafe. The girls looked pretty good. This made a lasting impression on the protagonist. The young man was pleased with himself. Suddenly, Lin smiled and remarked that Liutin's stockings looked very nice on her. At that moment, Han's friends approached them and he hurried to introduce everyone to the young ladies. Dina was plagued by one question. What could Lin have in common with Yanfei and whether he should tell his sister about it? Soon they all went inside the establishment and sat down at a table. Yoon immediately ordered fried pork ribs and stewed shrimp. Having stated that since she had not managed to eat last time, she intended to order more today, the guy did not mind. Xia noticed that Lu Yao and the others were aware of his reward and that he was treating them to dinner, and they think it's unfair not to invite them to this event. And this threatens that they will start saying all sorts of nasty things behind his back, Han answered calmly. He knows about it, adding that he was actually an extremely selfish person. The young man smiled sweetly at her. Besides, it is impossible to please everyone at once, and therefore it is not even worth wasting time on it. And he invited them only because they are close enough to each other. But there was another reason, and intrigued, Liutin asked what he was talking about. Suddenly, Lin announced that he had decided to leave the university, and everyone was shocked. Xia couldn't understand why he suddenly came to the conclusion that he no longer needed the institute. However, on the other hand, she should be happy because he won't bully her anymore. But the young lady felt extremely sad at this news, and she asked if Han was really going abroad. The young man replied that he had decided to take the transfer exam and tried to enter Fudan University. Xia continued to ask if he was doing this because of Yanfei or her friend. Having said that, they are quite cute, and it is possible that he feels some sympathy. Lin started playing with her again and said that he might have feelings for both of them, and the girl immediately boiled over. After which the guy sighed heavily and said that in fact he didn't like any of them, which was quite an unexpected answer since Luton was sure of the opposite. Xia also recalled that Fudan University was not on the transfer list, and how he planned to enroll there was unknown. Looking at his sarcastic smile, she realized that Han had decided to make fun of her again and shouted loudly. The angry girl immediately jumped up from her seat and started hitting him on the head. The guy laughed and said he was joking. Yoon suddenly noted that girls should be kind and gentle, but Faye stood up for looting and said that he was acting this way on purpose. Lin, in turn, agreed with Yu's words and, smiling broadly, said that Xia should listen to her advice. At this point, Dongbei decided to defuse the situation and asked who would drink what kind of tea. Yoon immediately turned away from Han's performance and ordered strawberry tea, while Faye wanted to drink regular tea. Xiao then asked the enraged Liu Ting what kind of tea she would like to drink, and he called her his daughter-in-law. The girl, literally furious, screamed at him to never call her that again. Dun said that he would also take a strawberry one for her and hurried away. Dean asked if he would really leave him alone. Xia, in turn, asked the main character if this was really his next plan, after which she said that she would call Pan to help her teach him a lesson. However, Lin immediately began to apologize to her and said that he was joking. Finally, Luton calmed down and noted that he realized his guilt in time. Then Han took a glass of wine and made a speech in which he thanked all his friends for their help. And although he didn't receive a big bonus from the university, he still managed to invite them today. After all, the main thing is not the quantity, but the quality of your close friends. Everyone was surprised by his eloquence. Meanwhile, Lin added that he doesn't care what others think of him. The main thing is who they think of him. Yoon said that he gave a great toast and it was definitely worth drinking to. Luton couldn't understand how he could transform so quickly and now seem so cute. At this moment, Han stood up and said that he and the headman should put aside all differences, and today they should just have a good rest, after which the teenager suddenly took her hand. This literally shocked Xia, who didn't know what to do or how to react to this. Suddenly her phone rang. The girl assumed it was Gi. Luton immediately explained to her that it was an accidental call. Pan asked what she was doing now. The young sly girl replied that she was reading an interesting book in the dorm. However, it was at that moment that she saw Dongbei on the street. The guy was just carrying tea. A joyful Zhao called out to the girl and asked how she was doing. Gay hurried with a counter question. She wanted to know where he was going in such a hurry, and naturally the teenager told her everything. A few minutes later, the waitress brought them chicken soup, and Bei followed her in. Han noticed that he was out just in time because they had just received their food. Suddenly, Pan came out from behind Xiao and congratulated him on his excellent result in the competition. Everyone was stunned. Gay smiled sweetly and asked why he had such an expression on his face, adding, she knows that Lin clearly didn't expect to see her here and now. Luton, in turn, also began to smile and asked what she was doing here. Pan noted that it was not quite like reading a book in a dorm. Shay instantly became sad and said that she would definitely explain everything to her later. Dongbei suddenly started making excuses and saying that he had accidentally bumped into her on the street, after which she figured him out, because she understood that 3 guys couldn't drink that much tea, which caught him off guard. Han immediately asked Pan to sit down and celebrate the holiday with them, stating that he had originally wanted to treat her to a separate dinner. Then he called on everyone to finally begin eating and not to be shy in any way. Xiao ate the most delicious pizza and said that Brother Lin definitely knows what to treat him with. After which, Dongbei hurried to order alcohol in the form of 2 bottles of beer. He also invited Hanyu to have a drink with them, but the protagonist unexpectedly refused. The guy said that he urgently needed to meet with the coach, and they could continue having fun. He would take care of the bill. Pan jumped up abruptly and said that she needed to talk to him. Luton was furious, because she understood that Jay had decided to take the initiative into her own hands. A moment later, they went outside and the young man asked what exactly she wanted to talk about. The girl asked a counter question about what he said to her father. A puzzled Lin said that he had only seen him a couple of times and had not said anything like that. He himself could not understand why she decided to ask about this, after which Han said that he was late for training. Suddenly, Pan grabbed his hand and asked him to tell the truth. whether his father asked him to get closer to her, and she has no relationship with Zia. The young man answered negatively and said that their misunderstanding was their problem. Moreover, because of her behavior, this situation was only getting worse, but Ji did not calm down. The young lady stated that her father was always strict with men, but he treated him like a friend. Moreover, when he came to her for dinner, Dad started to behave extremely strangely. But Lin continued to claim that he had not said anything to him, and most likely he just wants to bring them together so that she can finally break up with Luton. Pan was literally taken aback, then said that she had asked her mother several questions that morning, and she said that her father had given him the account with the shares. Han replied that there was nothing strange about that. The main character assumed that she was up to some trick again, and it was important not to let her seize the initiative. Unexpectedly, Jay laughed and declared that from now on he was her personal errand dog. Lin was shocked by this news and hastened to convince her otherwise. Realizing that she wants to take control because she is used to being in charge, Han then said that in that case he could simply return the account and money to her father. However, in reality, the teenager had already managed to spend 150,000 yuan. The guy also said that the rest had nothing to do with him. Ji again began to bend her line and asked if he had never had thoughts about her. And he didn't want to take advantage of the current situation with her father, because he is an extremely smart person and shouldn't miss such opportunities. After all, he is unlikely to have such a chance to take possession of someone else's money. And this does not happen by choice. Han, in turn, absolutely calmly took out a piece of gum and asked what she wanted. Then the young man threw the candy into his mouth and began to demonstratively chew it. The girl smiled back and instantly came closer to him, after which she said that he should be her man, and if she asks him to do something, he is obliged to obey her. Otherwise, Ge will make a scandal, adding that he had better listen to her as the consequences could be irreversible. And her father was quite scary when he was angry. Lin couldn't believe that she was actually threatening him. Pan continued to persuade the teenager because with his help she solved many of her problems, and if the teenager agrees, it will benefit not only her but him as well. Han didn't understand if she really expected to be able to scare him. As she was leaving, Ji said that it was really high time for her to start a relationship, and perhaps he will still have such a chance to become her boyfriend? The young man was in shock, in connection with which he asked, was this whole circus really just so that he would become her man? Han understood that in this case the initiative had passed into his hands. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, after which he stated that he liked another woman and her father knew about it, and she needed to find herself a good man. The girl reacted surprisingly calmly and asked if they were talking about Yanfei or Zia. Then Jay suddenly took a step towards him and asked if she even knew this lucky woman, after which she laughed and urged him not to put on a show, but to quickly accept her offer. Plus, he gets a small cash bonus since she doesn't spend that much money. And if he does agree, she will transfer a fairly decent amount to his account. After all, to earn good money you need to have significant capital. And since Lin is no longer a little boy, he should understand what a profitable option she is offering him. Han realized that she was trying to lure him into a trap again, and he had to be on guard. Suddenly, the guy asked her why she was acting as if he was her worst enemy. After asking how much money she had, Lin decided to take a risk and play her game. The girl was shocked that he gave in so easily and began to count her money. She literally plunged into the thought process because Pan wanted to calculate it so that her parents would not find out about it. After a couple of minutes, Jay happily said that she had about 20 million at her disposal. The main character was stunned by such a sum of money. He could not even imagine how much of a goal she had set. Realizing that the Pan family was indeed too influential, Lin finally agreed to their terms. But the girl was not satisfied with this either. She said that the guy should obey her and not pretend to be the boss. The young man was well aware that in the future he would need such connections. Then Han said that he was not going to obey her and be like a dog. Guy noted that she would open an account tomorrow and put 1 million into it. At the same time, the young lady thought that they were actually similar when it came to benefits. However, the teenager objected, because for 1 million he wouldn't be a dog either. Pan was surprised and asked what he wanted for this service, and she advised him not to tempt fate, as she was running out of patience. Suddenly, Lin approached her and said that he could please her with something. After he suddenly kissed the girl, passers-by were perplexed, as was Guy. Then the main character asked the stunned Pan if she was satisfied with his skills. The guy immediately got into a taxi and shouted to her that this would be the key to their successful cooperation, and there could be no talk of a relationship. Having come to her senses after the kiss, The girl realized that he had said that there could be no relationship between them. She became curious about how many girls he had pulled this trick on, and this was her first kiss. However, at the same time, Pan began to feel something special and was instantly horrified. Because she assumed that she might have developed some feelings for him, Han was riding in a taxi and thinking that this gum had too strong an effect and he almost got caught. And Gi really turned out to be quite a cunning girl and even tried to control him. Lin guessed that she was currently furious, feeling like a loser. The teenager had originally wanted to save his first kiss for Sia, but he had to play it safe. Also, Pan did not receive absolutely any information, because the young man turned out to be quite cautious. Ji, in turn, hurried back to the cafe where Luton was waiting for her, noting that the food had already gone cold. After which, she noticed that Han was not with her and asked where he had gone. Suddenly, Sia noticed her lips and asked what was wrong with her mouth. Pan nervously ran her fingers over her lips and realized that she had forgotten to look in the mirror. Turning away, she asked what Luton was talking about. The young lady replied that her lipstick was rubbed off. Gi-on made an extremely awkward excuse, stating that she had bought gum at the reception desk and that it might be because of her. But Jia noticed that Pan used expensive cosmetics and it couldn't have been erased like that because of chewing gum. In addition, her lips were chapped, and this was clearly not due to the gum. Naturally, Luton already understood everything and could not allow herself to be deceived. After all, she returned like this precisely after talking with Lin, and this could only mean one thing. Xia was interested in who was the initiator of what happened, while Gay pretended to be an innocent lamb. Of course, this infuriated Luton, because she had only just managed to take the first step when they had already kissed. Suddenly, the girl reached her limit and, jumping up from her seat, kissed Pan. Everyone was shocked, but Xia, in turn, noticed that her gum was cherry-flavored. The young lady thought that it was not actually gum and that she was the one who planned it. Ji suddenly stood up and nervously declared that she was leaving and would not tolerate such treatment. For some reason, she began to compare these two kisses and caught herself thinking that with Han it was different. Once again, asking herself if she was really in love with this guy, Xiu said that it should have been photographed, and an enraged Xia asked if he had never seen anything like it. After some time, the guys hurried to call a taxi for the girls, and they themselves also went home. Naturally, on the way, they discussed the unexpected kiss between Pan and Luton. Dongbei sadly noted that the girls were so beautiful, especially Gay and Xia. Yu also stated that she doesn't really look like a girl with a different orientation. Actively continuing the conversation about this event, they did not notice those around them. As it turned out, Zhang was withdrawing money from an ATM next to them and heard that Xia and Gay kissed. He was shocked by this information and hastened to inform Mr. Pan about it. Meanwhile, the main character was working hard at the gym and suddenly his phone rang. Yanfei wrote to him and congratulated him on his excellent work, because this time he brought 3 girls at once. Lin realized that it was Yu who told his sister everything, and she informed Chen because Ding didn't want him to meet his sister. The girls, in turn, received genuine pleasure from what was happening. Yan noted that it was very good that Brother Xiang was in such close contact with Han, after which the girl wrote to him again about what he was doing. The young man replied that after dinner he went to the hall, which was quite strange. Why leave the girls alone and suddenly go into the hall? At that moment, Lin wrote to her again that he had started to actively engage in sports so that the situation with Xiao would not repeat itself. Chen realized that he had actually taken that incident too seriously. Then Han even sent a photo of himself flexing his muscles and asked her if she liked his shape. Xiang also understood that Yan still liked this teenager no matter how much he tried to hide it. It wasn't surprising since Dean secretly also dreamed of a guy like him. A moment later, Lin invited them for the next weekend, since he had received a bonus after all. Chen immediately asked Jiang if she wanted to go out somewhere this weekend, but the girl replied that it would be better for the two of them to go together. Fei naturally agreed and didn't try to persuade her friend, because being alone with Han was even better. However, at the same time, she saw how Dean became very upset and began to wonder what was wrong. It suddenly dawned on her that she actually had feelings for him too. In connection with this, she asked to postpone their conversation for a while. The teenager was surprised. The protagonist assumed that she suddenly had urgent matters to attend to. At that moment, Yu suddenly wrote to him and told him that he had missed an incredible event. She added that if she had known what would happen, she would have definitely taken a photo. Yun naively believed that by telling him about Xia and Pan, he would turn away from them and become interested in her. And it was thanks to Luton that she received this opportunity to lure Lin to her side. Han was shocked by this information and even stopped his urgent training. Having reported this to Dongbei, Xiao asked if the girl had really written to him. The guy replied that they were not together at this stage, and his friend urged him to introduce her to him as soon as possible. After that, Zia wrote to Ham about what happened and told him the whole situation. The main character realized with bitterness that the effect of the gum did not work after all. On behalf of Ham, the teenager replied that she was now attracted to other girls. But Luton was quick to deny this information and stated that her dream guy had upset her a lot. And that was why it happened. Lennon realized that by allowing her to write passionate scenes, he had unlocked a hidden interest in her. And from a psychological point of view, we can say that this is a defensive reaction to a stressful situation. It all seemed very much like the truth. And if he hadn't sent her the package then, and if Faye hadn't been so curious and climbed into the box, nothing would have happened. And also Ji, who was always provoking Xia. If it weren't for all these factors, it would have been much easier. And the Pan family also made Luton think that he was in love with their daughter. Lin understood perfectly well that because of his reincarnation, all events took a completely different course. A moment later, Han sent a follow-up message on behalf of Ham, urging her to calm down as she was being extremely impulsive. The puzzled girl asked what he was even talking about. The guy replied that she was too strong a person and her inner fire led to unnecessary anxiety. Xia was shocked, because the young man literally hit the nail on the head and was absolutely right in everything. Luting asked what she should do now. Lin advised her to spend more time with her dream guy. The girl insisted that it was because of him that she had these problems, and that her head also hurt, after which the teenager began to throw various smart words and sayings at her in order to convince Zia otherwise. Naturally, this had an effect on her, and she noticed that there was a lot of very interesting meaning in his words. At that moment, the young lady ran off somewhere. Yu and Fei said that they needed to return to the dormitory, but Liu Ting did not listen to them. The girl got on the bus and immediately wrote to Lin, offering him to book a hotel room. Han started to joke again that she never returned the deposit from last time. Then he finally agreed to book a room, but the girl said that she had not yet given her consent to this. The guy replied that in that case, he would call someone else. The stunned girl assumed that they were talking about her roommate Yoon. She understood that if he had really invited her, Yu would have clearly agreed. At that moment, Luton suddenly saw Pan in the bus window and thought about it. Could it be that her dream guy really invited Jay instead of her? She felt disgusted by the thought. She immediately called the main character and asked where he was. The young man replied that he was at the hotel, after which she asked the question that tormented her. Did he really call Pan to him? The teenager said that he did not call anyone and did not understand why he should do this. He guessed that Zia might have seen Gay somewhere and thought that she was heading towards him. Liutin, in turn, instantly jumped out of the bus and rushed to her friend. The headman decided not to delay and asked where she was going at such a late hour. A puzzled Pan asked in response how she ended up there. Zia replied that she just decided to take a walk. Then she repeated the question of where she was actually going that night. The young lady spoke in a hurry. Her mother called her and said that she was not feeling well. Luton smiled suspiciously and offered to walk her home, but Jay refused. Since she would be staying home overnight anyway, the irrepressible Xia continued to stand her ground. The headman said that it was extremely dangerous to be alone at night. Then her friend replied that she would call a car. Lutin was impenetrable and suddenly grabbed her hand, saying that they could then return to the dorm together. Finally, Pan agreed, which meant that Zia had achieved her goal and thus did not give her the opportunity to be alone with Han. After some time, they came to Ji's house, which the girl immediately shouted throughout the house. Luton was confused, because in fact she was going home, not to Lin's. At this time, Zhao came out to them and was surprised by Xia's unexpected presence. The young lady stated that she had heard about her condition and so decided to visit her too. The mother thanked the girl for her care. She really felt very bad. Since Zhang had told her today that they had kissed in the first place, she wanted to talk to her daughter about it. And they even dared to show up at the house together. Zhao was simply shocked. The woman suddenly said that she felt better and that she would go and lie down. Xia said that it seemed like her mother was really feeling bad, and Ji, in turn, blamed her friend for it. Then Pan sat down on the sofa and urged her to tell the truth, since she could not be concerned about her mother's condition. After which, she asked if Xia had really fallen in love with her. Liu Ting shyly said that Gay was beautiful and anyone would fall in love with someone like her. The girl looked at her angrily and said that she hadn't even gotten revenge on her for today. At this moment, Zia suddenly attacked Gay and declared that it was she who first took Lin away from her. The distraught headman began to ask her what kind of relationship she had with Han. Pan demanded that she immediately get off her and stop this circus, but she herself understood that they were really fighting for him. In fact, the cunning Ji wanted to get the guy in order to control Luton later, but she couldn't admit it. Besides, she believed that this young man suited her like no one else. Finally, Zia got up from her and sat down next to her. She said sadly, despite the rest of her friends, it was with her that she felt like herself, adding that one day their paths will definitely diverge and they will not be able to be together. But she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Jay even felt sorry for Luton for a moment. However, Pan stood her ground and said that Lena would not give it to her, but they could still be friends. Xia said that she knew about how Han called her and invited her to the hotel. The puzzled girl asked what she was talking about since he hadn't invited her to any hotel, but her friend naturally didn't believe her and asked her to give her phone number. Jie handed her the phone, and Luting began to look through their correspondence, in which Lin asked where she was. Pan immediately stated that she had not corresponded with him at all today and had not seen this message. After confirming that the guy had not actually invited her, Zia asked her for forgiveness, after which the head woman immediately jumped up and said that it was time for her to leave. Ji immediately ran after her and fell on Luton, saying that it was dangerous to walk down the street alone at such a time. At this time, the mother entered her daughter's room. She wanted to treat them to milk, but seeing them on the floor, Zhao realized that she had clearly come in at the wrong time. Zia immediately stood up and apologized to her. Then she rushed towards the exit and said goodbye to everyone. Of course, Pan understood where she was going. The mother asked her daughter if everything was okay and why her friend hadn't drunk a glass of milk, adding that she is already so grown up, but at the same time restless like a child. A moment later, Luton wrote to the protagonist and asked what hotel he was in, as she wanted to visit him. Han assumed that she was with Gay now, since he had specifically sent that message to Pan. The young lady in turn began to urge the young man to give her the address of the hotel. Lin was shocked when he realized that she would actually come. The teenager immediately went to the Marriott Hotel to rent a better room. At the reception, the girl began to offer him the presidential suite and asked if he had a membership to the hotel. She deliberately talked about the platinum card for a long time in order to receive a lot of bonuses. But Han hurried her and asked her to finally show the number, and the employee asked him to follow her. On the way to the room, the girl repeated like a robot about the advantages of VIP clients, which was already clear. The young lady noted that perhaps he was not interested, but for the best service, he needed to purchase this particular card. Meanwhile, Lin hurriedly sent the hotel address to the impatient Zia. He understood that this time everything would be different, and he would really have to stay there for a long time. At this point, the hotel employee said that only this room had a private elevator. Suddenly, another girl came up to them and introduced herself as his personal butler named Nata. The teenager handed her the card and asked her to register it quickly. After several transactions with the terminal, Han finally paid for the presidential suite. The discount was even greater than what the manager had told him before, and the amount was only 38,000 yuan. Even though it was Mr. Pan's money, it still hurt Lin to dispose of it like that. Suddenly, he heard a distinctive ringing sound, which meant another bonus from the system. She, in turn, informed him that she would prepare a welcome gift. As soon as Han sat down on the sofa, the program showed him a credit card. This card was designed to allow the young man to pay only 20% of the cost of a room in any of the hotels. Naturally, he liked this bonus from the system, because in this way, even for this room, he would have to pay 8,000. After which, Lin decided to look around. The room was truly comparable to high-quality mansions. Han knew that there was no point in booking cheap rooms with this card, since he wouldn't get any experience points. A few minutes later, Xia wrote to him and asked what room he was in. In fact, Luton even began to regret it, because it all seemed wrong. Suddenly, the girl wondered what would happen if she left the hotel right now. The prudent Lin pretended that she had arrived at the wrong time and wrote to her to return to the dormitory. Naturally, this outraged her, and Zia had to see what was going on there as a matter of principle. Finally, Han agreed to let her in and said that they would come down for her now. The main character found it extremely amusing to play with Luton. He got real pleasure from it. A couple of minutes later, the girl was already at the threshold of his room, and the young man immediately met her. She asked, embarrassed, which room he had booked this time. Lin proudly declared that it was the presidential suite, and she should have been told so. A stunned Zia asked if he had taken it off, especially for her, realizing that the guy had spent money. Han again turned everything into a joke and noted that they didn't have such a question in the script. Luton finally plucked up her courage and entered the room. She wanted to take control of everything. Moreover, she is already here, which means there is nowhere to retreat and we need to go for broke. As soon as Ukta entered the room, she nervously asked who allowed him to play with her and Pan. He added that this was his last chance to explain everything. But Lin suddenly laughed, which enraged the girl even more. Suddenly, the teenager hugged her and said in a languid voice that she should calm down. Besides, she still hasn't looked around the presidential suite, and who knows when she'll get the chance to visit it again. At that moment, Na Ta came in and, calling the girl Mrs. Han, she began to show her the entire room. They stated that their hotel was the best in the city and that they had no equal. Suddenly, Zia walked up to Lin and quietly asked why this demonstration was even necessary. The puzzled guy replied that she was simply showing them all the advantages of this room. Luton meekly agreed with him, and they continued to explore the huge apartments. Na in turn led them to the bathroom, where Zia was delighted with the spacious bathtub and massage function. She went on to say that the Marriott Hotel Company was at the top of the industry. It was true, but on the other hand, it was just a 5-star hotel. However, its level of comfort and service spoke for itself. The service here was clearly the best in the city. But despite the above-mentioned Marriott advantages, there was only one presidential suite. The furniture in the main room was of good quality, while the second room had a dated smell. Luton naturally stayed in the bathroom for a long time, where she tried all the expensive perfumes. The confident Lin asked her if they were really that good. Sia replied that they smelled really good. Unexpectedly, Han came up behind her and said in a low voice that they suited her very well. Even Na Ta noticed that they looked great together, but Luting started to get stubborn again. The hotel employees suddenly hurried away, wishing them a good night. Sia blushed all over and asked why she said that. The guy said that it was a normal polite phrase. After which the young lady stated that she would sleep in the next room. Lin replied that it would cost her 10,000. The angry headman immediately headed for the exit, but Han managed to catch her by the hand. Then the girl took a bottle of wine from the bar and began to drink it straight from the bottle. The teenager was horrified. Suddenly, Sia noticed how Lin picked up the phone. She asked what kind of disrespect this was and why he needed it now. Then the protagonist showed her a message from Yoon, who asked what he was doing. Then he looked at the surprised Luton in a businesslike manner and asked what Yu should answer him. The offended headman said nervously, "He has the right to tell her the truth that he is in the hotel." The guy agreed and wrote to Pan's friend that he was currently vacationing at the Marriott Hotel. The girl clearly didn't like the way Han was acting, as if he had everything under control. After all, he naively believed that he could manipulate her, but the jokes had long since ended. Suddenly, Luton threw away his phone and urged him to finally tell the truth, namely, to ask her to be his girlfriend because she knows that he wants it, adding that if he dared to take this step, she would do everything he could possibly wish for. At this moment, Zia touched his face with her gentle hand, and the young man literally melted. Naturally, she wanted to reveal his true face, which was always hidden behind some ridiculous jokes. A moment later, the girl decided to take matters into her own hands and kissed Lin. The taste of his lips seemed painfully familiar to her, Luton began to think. However, at this time the main character unexpectedly pushed her onto the bed. The young lady was surprised. The guy immediately put handcuffs on her and matter-of-factly declared that he would be the general director, as they had agreed. Adding that it was because of her that he had such a face, Zia seemed frightened. Luton admitted her guilt and said that she did not want to provoke him. After a wonderful time, she said that she was ready to be his second and even eighth. As soon as he touched her hand again, Zia screamed at him not to touch her again. The young man asked if she was in pain and saw marks from handcuffs on her wrist. The girl replied that it didn't hurt her much, but she understood that this guy seemed quite gentle. However, at the same time, her inner voice urged her not to let herself be fooled. The teenager continued to stroke her affectionately and noted that she was too stubborn. But Han is also stubborn, and one day he swore that no one would ever control his life again. And then he made a decision for himself that he would use any means to achieve success, and he will crush anyone who stands before him, even if he has to go through hell. Lin also stated that they were actually incompatible and she should understand that. After all, she doesn't need a caring guy who will do everything she asks. After all, Faye is bending over backwards to please her, but for some reason she prefers G more. And if he doesn't put pressure on her, then she won't behave more restrainedly. Luting understood perfectly well that Han was right, because if he stopped annoying her, he would no longer be so interesting to her. However, the smiling Lin said that she would not become the main wife, but could be the second, and he in turn can be her patron if she really wants it. Sia, as always, reacted violently to his words and demanded that he bring her something to eat. The guy smiled again and noted that she was still full of energy, since she was trying to fight. Lutine repeated her demand that he immediately bring her something to eat, as she was very tired. The young man fell on top of her and jokingly said that he was not tired yet and therefore they would have dinner later. After some time, Nata finally brought them a luxurious and expensive dinner. Approaching the table, the girl suddenly pushed him and declared that she would be the main wife. The protagonist asked who she thought was better, Pan or Yanfei. Sia quickly and confidently replied that Chen was much smarter and more beautiful than Ji, because she doesn't deserve any attention at all, much less be his first wife. While Fei and her friend are beautiful and come from fairly wealthy families, Han noted that Chen's father actually didn't seem like the type to focus solely on business. Unexpectedly, Luding said that she was not against Yan becoming his main wife. Han asked if she would agree to this, just so that Pan would not be in charge. The young man also noted that their friendship was actually quite superficial, after which the same smiling teenager turned to her and asked if she liked everything. Sia urged him to stop talking about it. Lin immediately rephrases that he meant whether she was going to sleep after dinner. After a certain amount of time, Han returned to his dormitory, where he was met by his friends. Suddenly, Dean fell to his knees in front of him and began to beg for forgiveness. A puzzled Lin asked what was going on and why he was apologizing. Yu began to nervously say that he didn't want to betray him, and that's how it turned out. Xiao finally explained. Zhou asked Ding where Han was, and Yu replied that he was not in the dorm. The boy put the bag on the sofa and said that it was not such a problem. Since he left early today, Dean finally calmed down. However, smiling broadly, he decided to clarify that she had asked about this last night. Yu thought it was something urgent, so he went back to check on him. Lin suddenly grabbed the hammer and said that Ding was particularly enthusiastic about this. The teenager began to ask for forgiveness again, admitting his guilt entirely and completely. But Han was no longer able to be stopped, so Dongbei grabbed his leg to make him come to his senses. The main character said that he was giving him one last chance, and if he answered correctly, then everything would end. After which he asked whether he had informed his sister about what had happened. Yu suddenly fell silent. The guy realized that he had already managed to tell her. Dean stepped back again and said that he had accidentally let it slip on the phone. Xiao continued to urge the young man to calm down and put the hammer down already. A moment later, Lin found the strength to calm down and let poor Yu go. Then he asked why they didn't go for a walk yesterday and why it was necessary to visit him. A pleased Dongbei replied that they had actually been out for a walk and had even drawn lots to see who would go first.